to refer to it as. So they refer to it as a disk.
Who's they?
I was watching a segment about the sun on The Hill on YouTube, and it was, what was he? I think he was a physicist, and they had this new technology that could resolve better, and so they had better pictures of the sun's surface according to him, but it really was just data. And about the sun, he referred to it as a disk. Now, again, if you read literature about the sun or the moon, oftentimes they will refer to it as a disk. Not the layman person, not the people from, like, even magazines, even. I'm talking about the people who actually study this stuff. They'll use the words that are correct or politically correct, and that would be a disk. But we don't know what it is.
So the moon is observed.
I didn't say what it is. I'm just saying that's what they say. They don't just say it's a sphere. I understand that's what the belief is, but when you actually look into the rhetoric, they refer to it as a disk. Is all I'm offering to you.
Well, the moon does rotate, so if it rotates, wouldn't it be a sphere?
We don't know that.
Rotate at
We
all.
we don't know that.
Literally, in the heliocentric model, they say it has a dark side and a light side, and it doesn't rotate. Like you only see the one side, which is quite astonishing. That people believe that, actually.
Can I correct you there? It does rotate.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
What? Oh yeah,
it
yeah.
does rotate supposedly. That's
wobbles.
why. That's the reason. Listen, the reason we only see one side of the moon is specifically because it rotates at some. I forget what. I forget what it is, but basically like once a month or something like that. No, it rotates once a month or something like that, which is why we only see one side of it. But that just explains to us why we don't see more dimensions of what we're told is a sphere, when really it just looks like a light in the sky.
Isn't it a funny coincidence, like, isn't it so convenient for the heliocentric model that it rotates at that magical speed?
That was my point, yeah.
I think what's odd is that it wiggles around the belly button of the moon. The moon wiggles if you watch the way it wanes.
It wiggles actually in an lemma. God give
the bottom line is, well, your premise is that isn't it a sphere because it rotates? Well, no, you were told that it rotates, but you don't actually experience that. You've been given an explanation as to why you don't experience a rotation. So you just believe there's a rotation and you don't even have visual phenomena to justify that belief.
Not talking to me, right?
Yeah.
No.
Let's take a moment. Take a moment to recognize that what Elijah just said doesn't just apply in this instance. It applies to a majority of the globe argumentation. Is they're trying to convince you why you don't notice it. It's kind of like my imaginary girlfriend. It's like, where is she? Oh, she's here on Tuesdays. Oh, I was there Tuesday and she's not there. Oh, that's because she switched to Wednesdays. It's like there's excuses of why you can't notice something isn't proof that it's there.
Yeah, that checks out.
I mean, so I'll grant you, okay, I've looked at it even after realizing that the earth is flat and going, hell yeah, it still looks like a sphere to me. But you know what else can look like a sphere? A 3D drawing on a 2D piece of paper. I'm not saying that's what the moon is. Listen to what I'm saying. Because right now you've shut down, right? Because it probably seems absurd, but I'm trying to make a point about what things appear like. And so, again, on a 2D surface, you can draw what looks like a 3D sphere, but we know that it's not a sphere because a sphere has actual properties. A sphere in 3D space has properties. Doesn't just look like a sphere. There's also specific shading in regards to light sources, things like this. None of that ever changes. We just see phases that they claim. Uh, we just see phases that they claim is a shadow due to the angle of the sun. But
you
then
can
there are
witness
other
those
phenomena.
phases with your own
There's
eyes.
other phenomena that goes against that. So I'm just saying, yes, I'm already saying something that you already know is true. However, have you thought about other aspects instead of just cherry picking this one thing that's super obvious?
Well, that's the reason I brought it up, because it's obvious. Obviously, a
Right.
floating
And I'm
circle in the
saying, well,
sky.
I'm bringing up other things that you may not have thought about. And I'm asking you, well, in lieu of bringing up those things, to only talk about what is obvious is cherry picking. I wouldn't need to cherry pick if I knew something was absolutely a fact, right?
I guess, but the reason I brought that up is because when I look at the flat Earth model, it shows it, of course, as flat. Shows it as a flat, okay, flat. But when we're on this flat Earth, we witness other celestial bodies that are circles and are floating. They're not flat.
That's what you believe.
It goes for the moon, the sun.
That's what you believe. That's what you believe.
It's not a belief.
No, it is a belief because you don't know. Listen, okay, so if I have lights on my ceiling, right?
Okay.
If I have lights, okay, I'm sorry. Does the sun emanate light?
Hold on.
Does
Here's
the
the
moon emanate light? So when I
Hey.
say when I talk about lights on my ceiling, why is it like, oh God, like that's what they are. They're lights. Now you've been told that some are lights or some are emanating lights and some are just reflecting the light from light sources. That's what you believe. So how deep have you questioned this thing that you think is knowledge?
Hey, Dr. Strudeberg,
Mhm.
is Earth a globe because Dippin' Dots exist? The delicious ice cream dessert?
It's a silly question.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Why?
Has nothing to do with space. Has nothing to do with the planets. Has nothing to do with what we're living on. It's just a silly question. Completely irrelevant.
I would submit to you
That's
that
irrelevant.
asking about things in the sky
Very
is
relevant.
no less or so no more relevant than Dippin' Dots being related to what we live on.
So I don't even know how to answer that. That was so irrelevant. Elijah, what were you saying, my brother?
Dr. Strudeberg, that is synonymous or analogical to your irrelevant question about the things in the sky.
Dippin' Dots are
Yeah, you
in
know
the
what?
sky.
You know what? You know what? You're right, Gospel Bearer. It was totally irrelevant, and I shouldn't have taken the bone in the first place. So you have a belief that the things in the sky are planets and gas giants in the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr for some reason, right? Because of gravity, I guess. And you think that we live on something similarly shaped. The thing that you presuppose is up in the sky, you think that this thing that you're standing on, this earth, is shaped like those things. Well, you know what's actually relevant? The fact that the earth doesn't measure to be a sphere. So that being said, what the fuck does it, how is it relevant to anything in the sky if those are spheres and this is not?
So okay. So you're saying it doesn't measure to be a sphere, so it's not a sphere. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not just me that's saying it.
But
you ever read a navigation manual?
The whole reason I brought this up is because even people in the ancient times,
I know why you brought it up, but I'm talking about something being measured versus talking about philosophy and how people feel. Okay,
Why
so when I
measure it?
say, okay,
Why
let's
would I have
talk
to measure
about
it?
what's relevant. So I'm saying, let's talk about what's relevant. You think the Earth is a sphere. The
No, I
sphere
don't.
the Earth is a sphere, right? And the sphere is a shape. And the way to determine shapes is to either measure it or count its sides. Since we can't see the entire Earth, as a matter of fact, since we would have had to measure it to put things in orbit around it in the first place, we have to investigate the claim of it actually being measured. So if you Google, there's a formula for the distance to the horizon that is derived from the fact that we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That amounts to the horizon being 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. At 1 foot off the ground, my horizon should be 1 mile away, specifically because it's geometrically obstructing the rest of the earth that's curving away from me from my vantage point. That is the claim that they gave. So all you have to do is go, oh, okay, let me go and see if that's true. It's a statement of fact. Let me go verify it. Turns out it's not only false, it's orders of magnitude false.
Well,
So that
Elijah,
being said, there's no distances to those things that you think are in the sky because you would have needed the radius for that. There's no orbits. There's no ISS up there orbiting an Earth without the measurement of the Earth. So all of that stuff can be ruled out specifically because we've gone to validate the measurement, the geometric claim, and it wasn't there to be discovered.
Elijah,
So,
even if I don't make the measurements, these are things observable with the human eye. The things that you just
but
described, observable with the human eye. And according to they, I can open up my door and look
I don't
outside
know
and
how
the earth.
anything you're saying is
Let
relevant.
me finish. Let
I
me
don't know
finish.
how
I can
anything you're
look
saying is
outside.
relevant. I
I
don't
can
know
look
how
outside
anything.
and the
Listen,
earth is observably flat.
You stopped Gospel Bearer and interrupted him because you thought he was saying things that were irrelevant. Now you're
What?
doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not.
You are.
Bro, you brought up
How
the
how
measurement.
how
Why
is
would you bring up
looking
measurements
okay? So
in a
so
topic where
when
you
you
say it's
say
easily
looking at stuff,
observable?
what do you mean? When you say looking at stuff, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's easily observable? What's easily observable?
Okay, that's right. Okay, so just like you say, well, not you, but just like,
What?
but just
What? Before you continue, I'm asking a clarifying question. What are you talking about? What's observable?
the Earth is round. There you go.
So then that's irrelevant
Really?
to the fact that it measures flat. So then what you're saying is irrelevant.
No, it's not.
Because I just told you what I told you, and instead of asking me
Is
to
what you told
produce
me true?
something,
Sounds like you're lying.
well, so how are you going to figure it out? Are you going to argue with me about whether it's true or not? Or are you going to ask me for resources? Which one is it?
You can give me some resources, but
Okay. Okay. So
but
go
here's the
to
thing, though.
Okay. So go to Google, type in distance to horizon formula, and find a source that you trust. When you read the claim, then
Wow.
go test it for yourself.
Going off the
End of
loop
discussion.
right now.
I have nothing else to say to you, brother.
Really? Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, where do you observe
No,
around Earth?
that's it. That's it. There's no reason to reward this kind of behavior. That's it.
You're not rewarding it. We're having a conversation here, and you're just
No,
getting
you're
angry.
not having a conversation. I'm not
I
angry.
am. Yeah, oh, okay.
You might want to go check the sources he told you about before you claim that he's lying. Might want to do that.
Well,
That
I
just
just
makes
said it
you look
sounded like
kind of
he's
silly.
lying because that was
Where's he at? I'm
observable with
just
my
trying
own
to.
ears.
There you go.
At bottom.
There you go.
I don't know what he's talking.
Look. If you came here to espouse your religious beliefs, in spheres in the sky, and that you live on a sphere, we already know that story. You can go tell it to someone else. If you don't want to talk about the measurements, if you want to call me a liar, that's fine. But if you don't want to investigate what I've said, which you're well within the capability of doing, if you don't want to do that, then I don't have anything to say to you. And as a moderator, and other people can put in their input, I don't think we should award people when they red herring away from a point that you're trying to make to help them. If he's not here for my help, why am I talking to him? Or in extension, why are you talking to him? If all he wants to do is tell you you're lying and you're wrong. Like, we say it's for the audience. Well, aside from me being on edge today, they heard me talk about the measurements and him just totally ignore it. And then when I say, wait a minute, let's backtrack. What do you mean? We see what? He was actually talking about nothing related to what I said, which is exactly what he tried to charge Gospel Bearer with. That should not be rewarded with privileges to speak in here. That's disrespectful. Am I wrong? Somebody tell me I'm wilding.
Yeah, it just so happens that I was
You're right.
actually right about the irrelevance of talking about the things in the sky. Because the problem is they hold to the assumption that all the things that exist in the same way for the same reason. That's their presupposition, because that is what is logically deducible from the Big Bang ideology. Now, if you observe reality and look at reality, you recognize that that's an actually illogical conclusion, because there's nothing on Earth that would make you think that Earth, the place where we live, is like anything we see in the sky. It would be illogical to conclude that all things exist for the same reason and for the same purpose and from the same exact cause. There's something unique about Earth, in short, TLDR. And that seems to be ignored by these people. That's the point I'm making.
I agree.
He's just a professional agitator. That's all he's here to do, bro.
Yeah.
And he caught Elijah on that day when you woke up with that attitude. I know.
It's unfair. It's really unfair. Oh, Elijah's agitated. Well, who would it be? Listen, if you're asking your partner a direct question about where they were last night, and they're doing everything other than answering that, that would be an issue to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
That would agitate just about anyone. It's not really. I don't know if the agitation is the right. Yeah. I'm agitated and annoyed by the fact that people can't answer direct questions. The only reason I ask direct questions is because it's directly related to what someone is trying to express to me. So as a courtesy and for their mental thoughts and mental notes not to fall on deaf ears, I have to say things that corroborate with what they said so that they know that I was listening. So when they respond with shit that's totally not related to what I said, they're not listening. I don't care what the reason is. I don't care if it's because they're a troll. I don't care if it's because they're dumb. I really just don't give a fuck.
All right. Best method for dispelling or helping somebody unlearn the lie that all things are the same and understanding the uniqueness of Earth. For somebody that's believing in the Big Bang, what's your guys' best technique for helping someone understand that there's something unique about this place that we live?
Ooh, that's a good question.
One of the answers to that question would be, hey, look, it's flat here. Maybe it is. Maybe everything else is a ball. Isn't that special that it's flat here? Wow. Kind of makes you think. Kind of makes you wonder. Everybody starts like going off on these tangents of, well, maybe the moon isn't a ball, maybe the sun isn't a ball, maybe maybe it is a disc, maybe it's a flat, maybe it's this, and it's like, maybe it is a ball, and it's called a non sequitur, guys. It's called a non sequitur. Oh, the moon is a ball. The sun is a ball. It's a non sequitur.
Elijah, why are you so extreme that you're pointing it out on measurements?
Sasha, you've known me for what, 2-3 years now, and
Yeah.
you know that I get agitated when I want to talk about measurements, and they straight up just
No,
they're
I
breakdancing
was
all
sarcastic,
around it.
Elijah. Listen, this I was sarcastic even now. If you
Yeah,
got
that's what I'm
fucking
saying. Because you always go, why don't you
Yeah.
answer the actual question? You're always there to say, why don't you just ask him why he thinks it's not a globe? Just ask him one time, just please.
because
And they literally won't.
he's typing there because he's typing now about you. You are an extremist, man. Fuck it. Can
Oh,
he
I
go
don't
on?
listen. I don't listen. I
Doesn't
don't
matter,
care.
But
I
yeah,
don't
of
care. But
course,
he might.
But,
I mean,
but listen,
you're not allowed to chat
you
skank,
pointed.
especially.
Yeah, but I know
Okay,
you
go ahead.
pointed out every time. Every time you're pointing out. Every time you're pointing out the point. And I'm listening you. I was listening you for 1 hour. Even I record you something, and I don't understand how person doesn't matter because he wrote that, but he's writing that bullshit, and he got the, let's say, most one of the good person who can explain, for example, who has a fucking patient. I'm speaking about you, Elijah. You have fucking patience in every fucking sense, but now no, after the time, of course. I don't understand how he can write about you. You are fucking extreme. Extreme in what? That you are pointing out the points, the argument, the measurement. Why are you so extreme? Fuck. I moved my daughter when you started to speak about a measurement. That was so extreme.
My bad.
Because
Oh, I said my bad for cursing and all. All right, all right. I'll chill him. I'll chill him.
Sasha, what the fuck, man?
I'm also outside working, and so that's another reason that I
and you are on a
usually when
podcast.
I'm out.
Do never ever speak about measurement, man. Are you crazy? How dare you?
Insane.
So, are folks just going to keep on being okay with chasing down non sequiturs?
Yeah, you're right. No.
Yeah.
Getting angry about non sequiturs?
Nobody's angry.
I don't know. Some people get really, really emotional about. Well, but we don't know if the sun is a ball, and you can't prove. It's like you're speculating about a non sequitur.
Well, I mean, I tried to address this point without going too deep into it. It wasn't meant to be, and this is why I'm annoyed because it's like, you said, well, the flat Earth theory and this, that, and the third, the ball and flat and this, that, and the third, and all I said was, you do know that heliocentrists refer to the sun and the moon as a disk specifically because they can't see all of its dimensions because of our vantage point. Is all I said, but he couldn't understand that. He couldn't go, I understand that's reasonable. What do you do with what do you do with that? And then I say something about, well, it's a light, and it's like that's the funniest shit you ever heard. Except that's what they are. I mean, you You see light coming from them.
Mhm.
How is that something to laugh at? I'm just saying something that's obvious.
He did understand it.
And
And but
told you
these
he did.
people come in and they gaslight you. They laugh as if what you're saying is like the most ridiculous thing they've ever. Well, to be fair, in a new person's mind, and I don't believe this person is new. I'm not because he's more of a troll. But new people might think that that's absurd. New people might think, wait a minute. Space. What do you mean space isn't? What does that mean? But an inquisitive person will stop and say, what do you mean? Because I know for a fact it sounds batshit crazy to me that what I'm looking up there is not, you're saying all of that's fake until you put it in perspective. It's like, no. They told us that that's a vacuum and that those things we're looking at, the stars in the sky, are balls of gas. That can't be true. But prior to saying all of that, I can see how a person would think something like, just like if you just mention, yeah, space is fake, it's like mind blowing, or a person will shut down at the thought of that because they can't really understand what you're saying. They only thought about the sky in one way for 2 decades
people need
and
to be
more.
taught why it's a non sequitur.
Well,
Let's just leave it at that.
he already demonstrated that he understood the premise. Part of the reason why there's so much frustration is that everybody just kept talking about it after he stated the premise, which is that he conceded that what he sees in the sky with his own eyes is circles. Now, that's not even true, because he was speaking of other quote-unquote planets, not specifically the moon or the sun. You don't see any of those things as circles. You just see them as dots of light. So he said, I see with my own eyes that the other things in the sky are circles, therefore they're spheres. Right there, he should have been skewered. Circle, therefore sphere. That's false.
It's still a non sequitur.
Exactly.
Even if sphere,
I get what you're saying.
irrelevant.
I totally get it. Because every time you make the point, we start talking about we're doing the thing that makes you repeat. Hey, we should just focus on the fact that this is a fallacy, and we keep not doing that. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
Is it really?
then
Let
he
me
said-
ask this question: is it really that hard to help people understand how it's a non sequitur? Is that really such a challenge?
I don't think they accept that it's a
Now-
non sequitur.
Let's
I don't think
give
it's
him
hard.
more. I'm copying you, Elijah. I'm copying you because there is no curvature in reality. Because of that, I'm copying you. Whatever you say, I'm copying you. But that point that there is no curvature in reality.
Let's give him and gospel a chance. Because I'm curious as to how this will go down. So, whatever your name is, you're off mute if you still care to speak. I mean, you're still in here, so I assume you'd be fine with speaking.
Oh, yes.
Did you
I'm
hear
sorry,
what Gospel
Mr.
Bearer just said?
Oh,
Go ahead, Gospel.
Sturdeberg, did you understand? Or do you disagree? Mm-hmm.
He's on a tea break.
Yeah, but I'm on tea break right now.
Oh man, is he low on tea? Has he got low tea?
You can't take this guy seriously. Like,
No, he'll talk you in circles. He's been around forever. He'll play both sides of the game and change his accent and change his account. He's been banned multiple times, so
Yeah.
he thinks he's undetectable.
Enemy spotted.
Oh my goodness.
Well, he's got a bold claim on the table, and that claim that he made is that he personally, with his own two eyes, experiences the Earth that he's standing on as a globe.
Purely meant
He
for
really admitted.
agitation purposes. He's what I'd like to call a habitual line stepper.
Yeah, and I ignore those and just expose logical contradictions from the person's mouth.
Fallacies, 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 fallacies.
That sounds like what Don Pettit would sound like if he was drunk.
That's Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad.
Unfamiliar.
Instead of coffee, it's vodka that he's chugging.
Yeah. Don Pettit, completely wasted.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the Corvid.
Oh my God.
Due to the what? He said?
Oh my God.
He adds an
Corvid.
R to the word.
The Corvette, man, because there was this Corvette situation where, what is it, Chevrolet, just mass-produced Corvettes and just was like putting them in everybody's driveway, and
Was
it
that
was
in
a weird.
2019? Was it the 19 version of the Corvette?
That's the model, but they didn't start putting them in people's driveways until like March or so, February or March, and they were like trying to give away free Corvettes to everybody. Weirdest thing.
Yeah, what they were going to do, the initial plan was to give them away for 15 days. But then it was so good that they decided to span that to 3 years. I'm going on 3 years now.
Yeah. But the gasoline, bro, but the gasoline. Maybe we could move on to Megaluxo. Would you like to say hello, Megaluxo? Right. Gave you a chance.
Well, to be fair, he was going to try the exact same thing the other guy did, and now that he saw it burn down in flames, he doesn't have any material.
Yeah.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
No, he's back.
Yeah, well, you had a chance, but you lost it. It's too bad. Anybody that follows Dr. Sam Bailey, Odyssey or YouTube, new video, informative, nice history on a certain topic. Just figured I'd throw a shout out.
The juice? Are we talking about the juice?
No.
Or amongst other things, maybe.
Dr. Sam, what was his name?
Yeah, it's a female. She's a Kiwi, and she has really good.
Oh yeah, I know about her. Yeah, I have seen a bit of her. Yeah. I'm listening more to Andrew Kaufman though.
Nice.
And also a lot of other stuff, other people. It's kind of like basically information for like if you haven't really delved into it, so it's like become boring to watch her. Yeah, no offense. Yeah.
Mhm.
So what about her?
Just if you want to look it up.
No.
Yeah, it's a good
That's-
good channel if you haven't looked too much into the juice and
Yeah,
stuff.
she just posted a new video on a specific topic, so it's a
Yeah,
it's a
I'll
good
check
one.
it out.
Yeah, I've been seeing one of her videos as well in the past. Kaufman, yeah, it's also one of the
Interesting there.
very
CB.
Kaufman.
It's worth raising an eyebrow, at the very least.
Andy Kaufman. Yeah, he's worth looking up as well regarding those topics.
I'll check that out. Tobacco and stuff. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't believe in viruses or germ theory.
Bro, you have
I
like
believe in-
no discretion or ability to be covert in your way of communicating. It's kind of frustrating, show some discretion. Okay.
Are you talking to me?
I'm just talking to you. Yes. I quite
What,
obviously was cryptic and discretionary in what I said and how I said it. Try better. Or
Yeah, you
try
gotta say
harder.
like the V or the narrative or the thing, the juice. You gotta speak in a little bit of
I
code.
don't remember what I said. I can't remember saying the actual words.
You said the
So
V
I think
word.
it should be. Did I actually? Okay, sure.
And really, again, back to the main subject of Discord toss. Nobody cares what you believe, right? The mainstream narrative is the truth, according to the Discord toss. Okay, so there you go.
When you say the juice, are you talking about the juice or the juice?
No, that's funny, but no.
Ay.
Teleportation analysis.
What are the methods to recreate that? Does anybody know? I understand, like, you take a scene from before, and then you have the new scene, and you have to transition. I guess the part that I'm talking about the teleportation on ISS GIF. The part that I'm having difficulty with is the if you look at the flags, like, you can see an overall light change. Oh, I think I understand what's going on.
Yeah.
It's a sweep from left to right. Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
But
even
you have
could
to
literally-
record on a green screen.
Well,
Yeah.
no, not
It could literally
necessarily.
be on a slider on live when you're doing or switching from camera to camera on live recording. The console very often will literally have a slider. You can go up, down, left, right, whatever way. You can literally control it handheld if you wanted. And you could just switch from layer to layer, from camera to camera in whatever effect, and it just slides over.
It's a layer effect, and it looks like it's a sweep from left to right. I was just trying to see any other pixel in the entire image that was also transitioning, and it's really hard to perceive any other pixel transitioning.
Because I think the idea would be that the actor there is on a green screen, so nothing theoretically should change except him being left to right. So all those flags should be on a green screen with no change.
Yeah, that is an idea, but if you look, for instance, at the pixels on the left side of what appears to be a door, the big one, the white one, if you look at those pixels, they move. It's very pixelated in the first place, right? But you can see those change from one pattern to the next. But again, I would just need to see the original footage to kind of, how would I do that with software that I have? I understand the layer transitions.
It could be that the door or the hatch or somehow was interactable and needed to be an on-set prop, and everything else was a green screen, so that the layer was, a faded around the actual circle.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a number of different things.
You don't need a green screen at all.
Well,
All you need is a static background filmed, right? And then the same background filmed with the guy in it, and then a fader transition.
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's how they did it back in like the good old days of film, even like in the 20s and 30s when they started to do movie magic, as they called it.
By the way, you can do that. You can do that live in the same set, in the same sequence. So all you do is you film, the frame pauses or gets on a loop. The person then enters the stage. You then execute the fader, and there he is.
Yeah. Yep, good point.
But why would they do that? Why would they lie?
Does anybody have a link for the time lapse where it shows the moon flattening on the horizon? Have you ever seen that video? Does anybody know about it? Can post it. I got pictures of it, but I don't actually have a good video.
What would be funny about that one we're talking about is if they were editing in post, and the guy just forgot to turn his like Premiere off of fader transitions. It's like, oh dang it! That's what happens when you leave work early to go to the beach, and you got to do it on the fly on your laptop.
Would you say that editing process is a real beach?
How much did it cost them to get the gorilla costume to the ISS? Or how much did the accountants pay, or not pay? How much like it was a line item somewhere. The accountant that handles the finances. What?
Dude, they made that gorilla costume out of the pubes that were in the coffee filters.
Oh yeah.
Oh, me brethren. Tea break is over. Let's jump back into it.
All right. So did you understand what I was talking about?
Reiterate.
The non sequitur of things in the sky as they correlate to our ground.
I didn't really understand that.
Okay. Balls exist.
Yeah, they do.
Fair enough statement?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that balls exist, does this demand that all things are balls?
No, that's just stupid.
Okay. It almost seemed like you had trouble answering that, but okay. Good.
Okay.
Good. So why are you demanding that the Earth is a ball?
Not demanding at all. It's common sense. I use my senses just like flat earthers use their senses. You observe the Earth as flat. Even when you walk out your door, you get on a plane or whatever, it's flat. But I observe with my senses as well, and so do the other globist, heliocentric, globe worshippers. We see it as we observe it as a sphere. We come to this conclusion because, like I said, the other celestial bodies around us, the ones that we can observe, of course, because some of us don't have the equipment to even observe other planets.
You're doing the same thing though that I already addressed.
You're not gonna let me finish, are you?
Nope.
Why not?
What do the things in the sky have to do with the things on the ground?
Are we floating?
I'll ask you a better question. I'll ask you the other question that I like to ask people. What on earth makes you think that Earth is a thing that is just like the things in the sky?
This song to get done playing. Yeah.
What?
Okay, there we go. That was a good song. Anyway, like I was saying.
No, answer the question.
I'm about to answer.
We need you to answer it. We're not going to listen to you.
I'm going to answer the question.
Okay. What on earth makes you think that the Earth is like a thing in the sky?
What do you mean makes me think? I'm not. What do you mean makes me think? You're making it a belief.
Listen, words have meaning. I'm asking you a question. The words I'm saying, just think about the words. Try to answer the question the best you can.
Oh, I've already thought about it. Go ahead.
What on earth makes you think that Earth is like anything that you see in the sky?
Because we're floating in space.
What
like these other celestial
on
bodies.
Earth?
On Earth.
What on Earth? On. Okay, not above. What on Earth makes you think that the Earth is like a thing that you see in the sky?
Really make me do this, aren't you? Put me in a corner here.
Yeah, it's a simple question though.
What on Earth?
Yep.
I do think it's
Mind, I'm not talking to you. Stop talking.
That was rude.
Dude,
no.
He just cut in. Sorry. Now, that was rude of him.
Schuterberg, I've asked the question more than enough times. So go ahead.
Okay, gospel, very good. Okay. What is it on Earth that makes me think that the Earth is a sphere?
No, that's not the question I asked you.
And then he changes it.
Schuterberg, what on Earth makes you think that Earth is like a thing that you see in the sky?
I don't know.
Fine answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
think about it. You don't need to answer now. Just keep on thinking about that.
I'm meditating.
Did you give him the pool ball analogy?
Sorry, go ahead, Gospel Bear. I was meditating on it. I'm meditating.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you give him the pool ball? Does he?
No.
It might just be above his understanding the way you're phrasing it.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, above, just like the moon. Go ahead.
I don't mean above.
The pool if you're standing on the pool table as a little miniature person on a pool table, the fact that you see the pool balls, does this demand that the pool table is also a pool ball?
Or a sphere.
The pool table is a limited space though. So if I really want to figure that out for myself, I could just walk around the pool table as a miniature person.
If you were like a super tiny like speck of dust, and it would take you a lifetime to go from one side to the other, and all you saw were big giant.
Don't change the hypothetical to fit your.
I mean,
your
I hear what
motive.
you're saying. So
But you did that.
imagine a much bigger pool table. Then you're missing the point of the entire analogy.
Yeah, well, it goes back to my simple question. What on earth makes you think that Earth is like a thing you see in the sky? It's a question you should think on. You can mock it and oh, I'm really meditating on it. Oh. I mean, does this trigger you? And if so, why?
Not triggered.
Well, you're the one that did the thing, mocking that question. Why does this question trigger you?
Why does me getting triggered about the question trigger you?
Wow. You're as bad as
An answer. What? Simple question, dude.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I'm sorry, Gospelberry. Like you're intentionally trying
There's
to just
no Y at the end of my screen name.
Gospel bearer 100%. I feel like you're trying to intentionally like just
hold your feet to the fire so that you don't obfuscate away from the simple non sequitur of the things in the sky being related somehow to the things on the ground or the ground itself. Your obfuscation through the land and journey of non sequiturs. I'm just trying to give you another way of looking at it so that you don't continue this foolish pursuit. I'm trying to help you out.
Foolish pursuit. Okay. Foolish pursuit. Okay, go ahead and explain to me because I'm all ears right now. I am just listening. Go ahead.
The things in the sky are a non sequitur, as in it does not follow that just because things are in the sky the way that they are, that the ground is the way that it is. They are not connected. They are not the same. The Earth is not the moon. The Earth is not a star, obviously. Okay, so your connection and belief that they are the same thing somehow, some way.
Not a belief. Stop it.
It
Stop
is
that
a
right
belief.
now. Not a belief. Stop it.
Yes.
We hold to our views just like you hold to ours. We don't like it called a belief.
Okay, if it's not a belief, if it's hold on, Justin. If it's not a belief, then what on earth makes you think that the Earth is like a thing in the sky?
It goes right back to the statement. Question.
You said it's not a belief. So what on earth makes you think that the Earth is like a thing in the sky?
Obviously, nothing. Nothing on Earth.
So why do you think that they're connected?
Mm-hmm. Why do I think they're connected?
Yes. Why do you think that they have any correlation whatsoever?
Okay, that's a good question. So, I think they're connected. No, not even I think. They are connected.
What on earth makes you think that the Earth is like a thing in the sky?
Okay, so you asked me a question that I was about to answer, and then you interrupt me to go back to another question that I already gave you an answer to.
You didn't answer it.
I just did.
You whistled past the graveyard.
You have Alzheimer's. I literally just answered your question.
He said nothing.
That's what thank you. That's what I said. I said nothing. That's what I said. That was my answer. I looked at you and I said nothing.
But I know you said nothing, but then you proceeded to act like nothing was something. That's the problem that I'm having.
Bingo.
You pretended that nothing was something, and that's a problem.
You are doing like acrobatics right now. Linguistic
Studeberg.
acrobatics, mental
Nah,
acrobatics.
actually,
You get
that's
what you
you.
want.
That's actually
Studeberg.
you doing
You-
that because
you
you
said
just told him that nothing in the sky makes you think that the Earth is something like in the
You
sky,
twisted the
and then
question.
proceeded to
You
say
said
how
nothing. You
it's
said
Said
on the
connected.
that,
ground.
Doctor. We all heard it. It's recorded.
Like, are you
I
serious?
know. Yes.
And then
Tell the viewers.
proceeded to say that it's connected. Nothing is connected, but it's
You
connected.
asked me a
But
question.
let me show you how it's connected, though. Like, come on, man.
Hey,
You asked me a question.
is your boat tied to the dock? No, there's nothing tying my
Nothing.
boat
It's
to the
wireless.
dock. Therefore, the way that my boat is connected to the dock is by nothing.
Wi-Fi. No, it's by Wi-Fi.
Strudeberg. You're throwing these words like Alzheimer's around and trying to throw ad homs in there. The problem is you're only exposing your own negligence.
Really? Okay.
Yes, quite so.
Just as a matter of interest, if someone was to say to you, what makes you think that the Earth is different to the things in the sky, what would your response to that be? I'm not saying that's necessarily the case, but what would the response be to that?
I don't see any lakes or trees up there.
Repeat the
That'd be a
question. I
good
was getting
answer.
the telegram. In the telegram. Repeat that.
Because I heard your question is fine. There's a lot of different answers for that. There are things
Sure.
that appear to have life here, the movement, different colors that exist here. Those aren't the only reasons, but yeah, there's things here that aren't elsewhere, so far as we can tell.
Does he?
Sure.
Does he know
Okay.
what a? Does he know what a? What Jesus? What did you say? What was the fallacy you used?
Non sequitur.
Non sequitur.
But I
Do you know
did
what that is
define
now?
it.
No, I know.
I
Does
said-
he understand it now, though?
Probably not, but
Well,
go ahead.
that's
Stop
good.
making
That's how we're in the
assumptions.
weeds.
Stop
with
making
it.
assumptions. You have no proof. Stop making assumptions. That's what you believe. Keep belief out of it.
Do you know what a non sequitur is? That was your question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you now understand how talking about the things in the sky are a non sequitur to our Earth?
It's not a non sequitur, though, bro. You just
Prove it.
don't want to listen.
Prove
You
it.
just don't want to listen to the
Prove
proof. You don't want to listen. You're
Prove it.
scared. You're
What
frightened.
proof? What
You're
proof?
frightened, my brother.
What proof?
It's not
Oh,
fear.
my
It's just like that's not something you can lean on. The things in the sky that you haven't verified, you're trying to use those as proof. You're trying to use things that haven't been proven as your proof, bro.
What proof, Strudeberg?
What, bro? Using your senses. I'm going off the same basis you guys go
So
off
you
of,
should
which is
easily be
using
able to
your
answer my
senses.
question. What on earth makes you think that the Earth is like a thing in the sky? You should easily be able to answer that question.
We're not going to go anywhere with that, my friend. I'm going to
Yeah,
stop you
see,
right there.
you're
We're
not
gonna
on
go
the
anywhere
same
with
page
that.
then. You're definitely not on the same page.
I'm not. You want to stay
You're
on
not
the ground?
even. You're not even following your own logic, bro.
Yeah.
Because you yourself said that nothing in the sky makes you think that the Earth is something like in the sky, but yet you're still continuing to try to connect that. When you yourself, when you said nothing, broke that connection. Do you not understand your own logic by your own answer? How it's faulty. They're trying to get you to stay on point, and you keep going into the sky, where you clearly said nothing up there makes you think that the Earth is something like up there. Do you get that? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah, you're
How-
good, chocolate.
How have we spent like 1 hour on this one question?
Well, yeah, maybe you just come back down to
No.
the Earth and we can have a discussion.
No, we haven't spent 1 hour on this simple question that I asked.
We have a question that I answered, by the way.
Invalidating all of your subsequent statements.
Okay.
I wish your tone was a little bit more convincing, but it doesn't sound like an actual concession.
My tone. Ignore my tone. Just ignore it. All right.
So you are conceding that you were illogical.
No, definitely not conceding.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
that's a problem.
Was that a problem?
Refusal to admit when you have a problem is called denial. It's not a healthy mode of operation.
So you're a psychiatrist now.
Actually, I am. I have a master's in clinical psychology.
I need to fucking fire you.
Actually, no, he's doing very well.
He can articulate what a non sequitur is. Could you, at this point, articulate why the Earth is not, in this case, a non sequitur? If you understand what a non sequitur is.
It's amazing how no one is actually replying to your comments as you are doing very well.
I'm saying let's give him a chance then. Anyone want to reply? Go ahead.
No, we've given you the chance, and all you've said is...
You haven't given them the chance.
We are giving you the chance.
You already gave me a chance, and I spoke.
And you've given us
Yeah,
nothing. Yeah, it just gives us nothing. So you have conceded. Yes.
You don't want to go anywhere. Literally don't want to go anywhere. You want to stay in one position and don't go anywhere.
Actually, they're trying to bring it back to Earth, right? Because that's what you were trying to talk about from the beginning, right? Earth.
Yeah.
Where's Earth? Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. It's funny, right? Because you want to talk about Earth, but you keep pointing up at the sky. Is the Earth in the sky? Nah, right? You're gonna laugh again?
In space.
Oh, the Earth is in space. Can you prove that?
Goes to belief.
Yes, I actually can prove that. I don't have
Okay.
imaging terms,
No,
but
you
I can
can't.
prove that. Yes, I can.
Okay.
No, you
Go
can't.
ahead. Use your words then.
So you want proof? I give you proof. I give you proof using your own model.
Nah.
We don't have a model. The only thing
In
you
all
need to
honesty, for you to prove that the Earth is in space would mean you have to prove that it's curved first. Because it would have to be a ball
On the
to be in
ground.
space, right?
Hold on.
Sorry,
Right.
what?
You're roboting
We'll just
AI.
go
AI, you're
from the
roboting,
table. You say yeah.
Oh, you're roboting out. Oh, me brethren.
Yeah, if you want to show the Earth is in space, you're going to have to show a demonstration of gas pressure without a container first as well. So
Please don't laugh more, because with laughing, I don't know. I don't understand how laugh can, I'm trying. I'm not psychologist. I'm baker. Doesn't
Hey,
matter,
happy people. I'm happy right
You
now.
know?
You hate me for laughing. Believe
No,
that.
you can laugh,
It's okay.
but
It's okay. It's okay.
you know,
It's
but
okay.
you
It's
can
okay.
laugh all the time. But after the
Okay.
laugh, you
Live
need
and
to
laugh love.
point.
Yeah.
Listen. This is very important. After the laugh, you need to show the curvature, and we will laugh all together. Come on. It's
Oh, the
easy.
cover. Oh.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we're also now we're arguing
Fear,
into his web of things that he can now talk and get away with the actual subject. Do you really not understand how a non sequitur works, and how that is very analogous to the pool balls and the billiard balls, and how you don't understand this, or do you? What's not making the connection?
I
You did say you know
understand
what
the
a non sequitur.
connection, my brethren. It's just killing me. I'm dying.
Done. Go for it. Go for it.
You want me to prove the curve?
well, that'd be a
No
good start, right?
Try to prove flatness if you cannot curve.
Oh, see, you make a good point there, Sasha. Try. See, I've tried multiple times, but you people want to be
I
assholes.
try also, every time when I try to measure water, every time it's curving, and never it's coming flat. That is incredible.
That is incredible. It's a funny joke.
Always, because water, water is doing what oil always will do. The water is natural thing. It will do what will do. Ever, always, not ever, always. That will keep. It will keep what.
Yeah.
Level. But some people saying, listen, this water is doing what this water is doing, keeping level. That's what water is doing because that's water. But some people saying that water doesn't doing that. Now we need to trust water or people. That's my question.
Do you
Well,
not
that
trust
water doesn't
people?
have a college degree, so certainly it's not qualified to be trusted.
Exactly. That piece of paper
Yeah.
means everything.
Okay. Okay.
And then mountains, man. We cannot measure mountains without that water.
Okay.
And we have the height of the mountain. How we have that? Because we have some base down. And what's that base? It's sea level base. But how we measure sea level base mountain on the east coast and mountain on the west coast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Very sea curvature, you know. In reality, I'm in reality, not on TV, of course. That's the only point. If, you know, in reality we have curvature, I will say these flat earthers are idiots, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no curvature in reality. That's the problem. In
Yeah,
reality.
you said that you observed, you see it, you use your senses, and you observe.
Here it comes.
Where do you observe Earth to be curved or a sphere?
Well, I look, brethren, brethren, look up. Don't just stay on the ground like you people do.
So, again, can you articulate what a non sequitur is?
You want to keep going. You want to go in circles, don't you? You love going
You
in circles.
just used the non sequitur, is why I asked.
You legit said look up again?
Yeah.
I'm straight on you, bro.
Did I just hear that again? Did he just say look up again? Oh my god.
Look up. Oh, what the fuck? You people don't look up?
Why are you looking up?
Why are you
pointing
looking
at the
up,
sky?
dude? Literally.
What do you mean? Why am I looking? I look at what the fuck? I look at the sky.
Oh,
every
okay,
day.
okay. Let's go a little deeper. What can you test yourself by looking in the sky?
Simple. Just like simple.
What is going on in your head, dude? You cannot
down.
test the sky. You can't.
Calm down.
I'm not calming down because you're not going to say anything here. When you look into the sky, it's not testing anything.
Ooh. Okay.
I have.
Oh fuck!
So,
Again, laugh.
Really, hold on. Check it out. So you
Checking
don't
it.
see. So if I'm standing on a pool table, I'm really small, and I see big balls of pool balls.
Big ball. Yes. Continue. I'm listening.
The pool table must also be a giant sphere, correct? I see pool balls above me, pool balls around me.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually it will start curving, yes.
If it's big enough, you can curve it.
You can curve it.
Does that logic stand by your understanding?
See, even in that situation, that can be proven wrong. Yes. You may have balls around you. But if I were standing on a pool table, I would clearly be able to see the barrier around me. No clue, you know.
Right, but imagine, so say it's a hockey rink. Say it's a hockey rink.
Balls don't go off.
Right? Say it's a hockey rink and you're super tiny and it's a really big area. And by the way, in order to test the theory that you're about to say about how just go to the edge and try to find out, well, the government made everything below the 66 parallel a whole lot of red tape and we can't really go. So that becomes a problem. So you saying that there's an edge that we can find and them saying that they've made that edge illegal for us to check out doesn't help your cause. The point also is that do you still see how that logic of a non sequitur doesn't stand?
No, because that can still be proven wrong. I can just join the government.
Yeah,
Right,
he's,
I'm all
not
part
here.
of.
He's definitely not here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have to comment the birds in the background. That's kind of like pleasing. Fuzzy, are you like in like an area of birds? Because that's
Yeah, I'm walking the dog and I'm at a
awesome.
pond and there's
I
a
knew
whole
you
bunch
were
of
like
frogs
outside.
and
That was
birds.
awesome. I
Yeah.
can feel it. I don't know why, but I felt it when I could hear like and then your breathing as well. It's kind of like you were walking, but it felt outside. That's what it felt to me.
All right.
Kind of get.
So I posted a picture of a mole. I see hearts, therefore the centerpiece is also a heart.
That is great.
It's retarded because you can observe that. You clearly can observe that that's a ball.
No, but you can use your senses to look out and see the hearts. Therefore, everything's a heart.
You can look around that though.
So
No,
yeah, when you look at night at the ground, can't you see it's not shining light like the stars do?
I think the point is that if you're small enough to be where that Earth was the size that you're claiming it to be with the radius 3959, that if you were that small and you looked out and saw all of those hearts, you could logically conclude that what you were standing on was also heart-shaped, correct? Because anywhere you look from that globe, you would see hearts.
You could non sequiturly, which I know isn't a word, but you could, in the mode of following non sequiturs, conclude that you're on a heart. But the point is, it's a non sequitur. It does not follow that the things that you see in the sky are also the thing that you're standing on.
Aw, I want to live on a heart.
Come on, man. Do If you you're like bored, unicorns? you can. Oh, listen. This we cannot. We don't need to. How to say? If he's bored or something, you can watch some movie, man, while you are here. And
yeah,
spiraling
I
some
hear that.
bullshit.
Oh, Sasha, I don't like that. No. No, come on now.
What you don't like, man? It's your free time, man. Go to watch movies. Why you are here? If you don't like this place, if you even you don't want to listen information, if you want to know about information, I don't know. Do you enjoy to be somewhere and to say bullshit? You think that it's funny? I'm telling you, it's better if you have some sex with some girl or whatever. Now.
It's not bullshit, my friend. It really isn't.
Oh my god.
I think his soul is telling him something.
Okay, but so
How are you so fast? That's all I want to know right now. How? That you didn't even have that in the queue.
CB on point, bro.
What's up, Elijah? My boy Elijah Muhammad. What's up, my boy?
What?
And I'm listening.
What?
can you please articulate what you think a non sequitur is, and then we'll take it from there. Because maybe you just.
I understand it's your mind is out of control. No offense, but I understand.
What? Bro, what?
Mind sobriety. Yeah, I totally get your mind sobriety. I think I get you. Get you, man.
Well, I have renamed you to the appropriate non sequiturologist.
Put doctor in front of that, please.
Yeah,
Doctor.
you're no doctor. You're no doctor
I am
of
a
any
doctor.
kind. No, you're not.
It means not in sequence.
It doesn't matter. When people click on my name, they'll see that my real name is Dr. Struderberg.
Yeah. Yeah. What was your dissertation on?
I'm not gonna tell you. No, I'm not gonna tell you that.
You couldn't categorically answer that question?
I won't answer that question.
Yeah, it's because you don't have an answer.
No, I do. I just keep it to myself.
No, you don't.
That's secret knowledge, my
Okay,
friend.
what about your master's thesis? What was that on?
Secret knowledge.
I'll tell you that. Secret knowledge.
How many pages? How many pages was your master's thesis? How about
33
that?
pages.
Huh?
33. 33.
Yeah, that's funny.
It was 33.
Master of nothing.
33.
I don't know where'd you go to Looney Tunes University to write a 33-page master's thesis?
I went to BSU.
Yeah, BS University.
Okay,
That makes
so
sense.
master and 33. All right, noted.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was listening to Elijah. Elijah, what would you say, my brother?
You're roboting somebody. I think it was AI.
Elijah. I guess he's left us. He's went to the planet Venus. We can't capture him anymore. He's out there with the star.
Like, why you keep calling him out, man?
Oh,
Yeah,
he was
what you
saying
wanna
something. I was
share with
listening.
him?
So that's my black brother right there. That's my black brother. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
He ain't your brother. Why you need to point that out?
Bro, you're closer to my skin color than Elijah's. Don't cap.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
I understand it's a mental breakdown. I have actually been there myself in the past when I was a communist and somebody argued with me.
You've been like him,
That's
you mean?
that's not a lie.
Damn.
I was a
Ouch.
communist because I was taken from my family and got into school where everyone
I'm still
was
communist.
taught that.
You know what?
I
I
want
gotta say
that
something. In the dark, we're all black.
I mean, the old Soviet will never leave our souls.
This is a really disjointed conversation, I tell you
Yeah,
what.
I'm still waiting on that articulation of a non sequitur. Please help me out.
We
Well,
do
I
have
looked up his
kind of
thesis
a
paper.
duality in our mind. We have like ego and we have like a smarter mind. And
Yeah, I was
sometimes the
talking
one
to
takes
the
over the other.
other
I
guy.
guess.
Oh boy. Somebody said they found his master's thesis.
Yeah, it's the care and management of free-range sequiturs and their breeding habits.
Organic free range sequiturs.
Yummy.
Murphy, you heard that? It was funny, wasn't it? Yeah, he heard it. Killing me, man. Killing me. It's a ray.
No, it's a form of self-destruction, pursuing illogical pathways.
Non sequitur. Don't tell me that you are from that person who are now 3 friends watching on YouTube and saying, "Look, our friend is live on YouTube." Don't tell me.
I'm sorry, your accent was very thick. You gotta repeat that.
Okay. Now, 3 of your friends watching live YouTube and saying this in a room. Look, our friend is live on YouTube. Can you believe that? Is that the story?
No, that's not the story.
Okay. What is the story?
The story?
Yeah. Are you alone?
It started in the year 1997. Mm-hmm.
You're alone from
Does his
1997.
brother have any actual good thing to say, or can we move on to somebody else if there's somebody else?
I mean, there's somebody else who would like to speak. Go ahead. I will gladly mute.
Anything to sequitur our way out of this.
Not sequiring our way out of this, my brethren.
Silence is better than talking to this known troll. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
No, you.
For example, any curvature, any rotation, anything.
Scientific fact or observation.
Any sphere in reality.
Yes, he said he had proof, but he needs pick perms. But we're not going to give him pick perms. So my friend, DM to me, AI, your evidence, and I'll present it for you.
I have a question for the Globers.
I want phone call.
50-50.
All right, but that's only the one you get.
Yeah, I will call my friend.
Yeah.
What I'm copying him.
So
So, what are dimensions of the Earth?
the dimensions of the ball.
That, yeah, of course.
The oblate spheroid pier.
That has no dimension. Only perfect sphere has dimension.
Are we able to touch your
Shut
ball?
up.
It's like
Wait, did you say it has no dimension? You just said.
No, for that we don't
Dimensionless.
have we don't have any measurements or dimensions or whatever numbers. But for perfect sphere we have numbers. And that number is but that doesn't matter.
How does a guy fall that fast?
How do you have a ball 6-axis inertially suspended in space?
Frames per second is the answer to that question.
Oh, all right.
Nerd.
Francs per second? Who's
FR.
Frank?
Oh my gosh, get for the love.
I'm joking.
He said, "How does somebody fall that fast?" Referring to the GIF. I answered that question with frames, not francs, not hot dogs. Frames per second.
Yeah. FPS.
Yes.
How many seconds we have in 1 cube meter?
All of them.
Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes.
It's a good quote. Really profound.
Yes.
Let's be simple. What is the radius of the Earth?
What radius?
Yeah, we will come to that.
Who is radius?
What would you need in order to first ask the question? What radius? What would you need first before you ask
Curvature.
what is the radius? Yeah, you would.
No, just assumptions of the globe.
Or circle. But we are looking for sphere.
You need the circumference.
Well, the minimum requirement for a radius is at least a arc. That's the minimum.
Elijah said properly.
Alrighty then. I guess it is good for the audience, though, to understand the depressingly pathetic caliber of the people coming in to have the conversation about defending the globe.
most people don't even know more than what we used to know when we believed in the globe. If not, we know more.
Yeah.
But even before, like,
no, we know.
You know, I used to watch.
We know.
You know, all of it. But
we know
into the space center. You know, and they're trying to tell us stuff that we used to know 35 years ago, as if we just didn't understand it.
Non sequitur. Okay, let's repeat the question. What is the radius of the Earth? And you said we know. Okay. What is it?
Sasha, come on now. You know I wasn't responding to that.
Okay. That means okay. We will say 3,959 miles. It's not so scary to say. It's that. What that mean for you? Is that mean something for you when somebody telling you that some radius it has some rate? It's 3,000.
Sasha. I'm done for today.
Can I try like this? Non sequitur, non sequitur, non sequitur.
Gotta go
And
get me a
if you say
hamburger.
now Sasha, and I repeat again, non sequitur, non
just told
sequitur,
you-
non sequitur.
I just told you.
Masha. You know,
Like-
you don't need to repeat my name 3 times. That's nothing. You know, that's like I can do that the same thing and where we are now.
You
know.
Can't have a civil conversation with you people at all.
Yeah, I'm.
Degrade people.
There he goes with you people again. Who the hell is you people?
Oh, okay, listen. This I'm not doctor. I'm baker. Listen, making bread. I'm not making anymore. But listen, this that value.
You're
That
just
value.
a puppet.
It's
You're a puppet, Sasha. A puppet to these idiots from. Mm-hmm.
Why you think like
Well,
that?
like I said an hour or so ago.
Why you think that I'm puppet?
And he's being disrespectful.
Oh, he's about to crack, Elijah. He's about to crack.
I asked if you guys agreed or disagreed. I'm just letting. I mean, this is uncool.
Elijah, really, man, is it? Okay.
Yep, he's right.
You're very
100%.
rude to me multiple times. Don't talk about fucking rude.
Listen, this I'm puppet. What that mean? What that mean? I don't.
You were the one who
what,
got on here and said. You were the one who got on and screamed, "I don't give a fuck." You know, I don't even give a fuck. Niggas, I tell you.
What?
Yeah, his consistent gaslighting and lack of logic is just. It's so bad that I don't even think it's real. I just think he's a troll. I don't know from where. I don't know for what purpose. I don't know how this could be any fun for him.
You must be smoking large amounts of copium, my friend. You smoking coke?
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's just a speck of dust in his story. So
Who the fuck that guy?
Oh my god. Soko zove javi se.
Sasha, we ain't gonna get nowhere with this conversation, man. Tried to be civil. I did, but
listen this, man. Radius of the earth that do ever in your life say to ask people about that because that's so rude, you know. And
what?
And it,
That's what you
know,
are. These people. You guys are just those people.
Yeah, adult people. Do you know? Every time when I hear somebody when saying what is the radius, I said, "What the fuck you want? What? How dare you, motherfucker? How? I cannot believe that you can ask me something like that."
Hold on. What depends on if they've looked into it or not. Who's the asshole talking, real quick?
What are you?
Not you, Sasha. Who's the guy who thinks that he's important enough to talk like he's talking?
He's up above.
Oh, that's me.
In the bees.
Oh, bike thief?
Yep, that's the one.
Bike thief. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Hey, are you having a bad day?
It's okay. Got some family stuff going on. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed or something? Is that why you're
Oh
acting like
hell
a
no! I got
7-year-old?
some good sleep last night, motherfucker.
Oh, good. Oh, good. And cursing too. That's great. Say, hey, real quick. I don't have a lot of time here, but do you think that the Earth is a spinning water ball in an infinite vacuum?
Unmute this person. I can't concentrate because. Anyway, go ahead. What'd you say?
I'll ask it simpler then.
Oh, you can just restate the question. I couldn't hear you over damn music. Go ahead.
Oh gosh, Andy's yelling. Crazy. Okay, well, this is the last time that I'm gonna speak to you. Hopefully, you've earned me to reply after you speak. So, see if you can answer this question: is the Earth a globe or not?
It is.
And when did you personally find that out yourself?
Personally.
Yeah, when did you go perform science on the Earth to figure out that it actually is a spinning globe in outer space?
Holy fuck. You know,
I know, dude. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy when people actually ask you to back up your shit with real life stuff, huh?
Damn, the cognitive diss is thick on this one.
It is, man.
So did you perform science, or are you just believing what someone else told you?
Mind level schizophrenic too. Huh? What'd you say? Oh, okay.
Did you
If
perform
I need somebody
science?
to tell you something otherwise, I'll tell you. There's
Hold on, guys. I gotta go after this, but did you perform science on the Earth to make sure that the Earth is what you believe it is? Right? Where'd you get the curvature? Where'd you get the spin measurements, detections, such? Where'd you get all that stuff?
Where did I get it?
Yep. Where did you get it personally?
From the grocery store.
So you got it at the grocery store. That's good. So real quick for the audience, a Glober can never tell us how they got the information that they believe other than having listened to someone else. No science. Belief.
Let's move
And
on.
he's gone.
Damn, I always do that. I'm sorry, guys.
No, that
You
was
crushed him.
Black. No, hello. It was me. I did it, not you,
Oh,
Black.
okay. Cool.
Oh,
well, thank you for
Alright,
anyway. Thanks for putting up with me for 20 seconds. I just wanted to ask him. He's giving
Alright,
attitude. It's
El
garbage.
Misa.
All of a sudden they do this, and they
El Misa.
and so that's what made me question. Oh, okay, well then how would you get the North Star thing if
El Misa, can you not hear us?
we
He said
have
rehearsing with himself.
Yeah, I think he is. I muted him, and he's literally talking.
I'm not gonna say it's flat because that's another stupid idea.
My brother.
I don't think it's here at all. I think that you are saying things like the same way.
Well, just listen to
All right, I'll just go ahead and mute that one because he's
You're recording
obviously not
some
paying
gold right there.
attention.
That was interesting.
He said he got it at a grocery store. How much did it cost, man?
Yeah, that's a good question. Pariah, have you had a conversation with us yet?
He didn't sound like the guy going to the grocery store. He sounded like the guy
Maybe that's
which
the guy who told
his
him.
mom goes to the grocery stores for.
Maybe that's the guy who told him.
All right.
Yeah.
We
I
can
think he
move-
went
we
to
can
the
move on.
$1 shop.
Oh my goodness.
99 cents.
Pariah scary.
Pariah.
Pariah scary is VC verified. All right, we'll give that Elmisa one more try here.
Been taken over. No, you're not tired of it. It's been taken over.
They're playing a video and not actually trying to communicate.
Yeah, he might.
Interesting.
They've done that so far. Yeah, I want to know how much it costs at the grocery store for spin. The man said he got. The man said he's. What the heck? That man said he got it at the grocery store. I want to know how much it costs.
That was a non-sequiturologist, an extremely rare occupation.
Non-sequiturologist.
Mostly because no one will pay you, so you have to do it pro bono. It's a hard life to be a non sequiturologist.
Maybe he meant the globe model in the store, the one you can purchase. That's what he got it from.
What's the price, man?
You all are playing along a little too hard, I would say.
I think it's you got to say it's $60 million a day for spin, curvature, and gas pressure without containing.
Right. That information costs $63 million a day.
Yeah.
I just searched up the non-secretarian thing. Yeah, I think it describes me very well. It's I'm not restricted by any religion or cult. So, but I'm not having that as a job. So I'm not wanting to be paid for that, obviously.
You seem to be confused about the meaning of a non sequitur.
Sure, I just searched it up on research and found a definition of non-sequitur. I forgot what it was. I'm just going to reopen the last
Here.
close tab.
Here. There you go. Claim A is made.
Non sequitur.
Evidence.
A conclusion
Evidence
or
is
statement that does not logically follow from the previous argument or statement.
Okay, that's retarded.
no.
That's
Well, yeah.
just-
Using non sequiturs is retarded. Yes. Claim A is
Yeah.
made. Evidence is presented for claim A. Therefore, claim C is true. That's a non sequitur.
That's just the top of stupidity. That's basically the globe model when I think about it. Yeah, that's like a logical fallacy type thing.
It is a logical
Irrelevant.
fallacy. Yes.
Yeah, irrelevant conclusion, I think it's called.
Yes, it has other names in different languages.
I speak English, so I chose the English name for it.
The English would be "it does not follow."
No, that's not the English name for it. The English name for it is what I said. I don't remember what I said.
Uh-huh.
What is that GIF? Git beget.
It's been a brutal afternoon, boys.
Yeah, I'm struggling to remain patient and calm with issues.
Just need to cool down a bit, I guess.
Non sequitur translates into English. It does not follow. Or does not follow if you don't want to have a dynamic translation and you want to be more literal. Or the most literal translation would be not following. But you have to dynamically translate it to help it have more meaning and not be confused with some other thing. So it does not follow is an appropriate dynamic translation for non sequitur.
Have we talked to
All right.
Elmita?
What was the question?
I think he is server muted.
The El Misa, yeah, they're just playing a video. Here. See. Oh, well, maybe they're not now. You want to say something now, El Misa?
I've been waiting for the world to fall apart so I can
Nope.
Probably
He's
why
still
you're
playing the
doing
video.
Yeah.
But you better be ready for this shit.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to? I can't hear anyone else.
Oh,
hey,
I'm
Gospel.
Yep.
If it does not follow, does it lead?
It does. It's called a presupposition. It was a funny joke, but I think that there's truth in it. But if you lead with a lie,
My joke's got depth.
Soothing.
See, I did it wrong. I didn't do it very well, but all I asked for was direct physical evidence of the Earth being a globe. And there's a scientific method, and there's lots of ways to get out there, right? Stop sitting behind the computer.
Almost 30 people in the chat and nobody's talking.
Why do you think there's an issue with that?
Get
That's
out from
funny 'cause
behind your computer.
You
Go out and
literally
measure.
talked over You literally talked over somebody to say that nobody's talking.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah. Anyway, so what we need is
are somebody muted for specifically me or
God,
something?
you should probably
I
not
can't hear
talk until
anyone
I'm done talking.
other than
That's
you,
okay. If you can handle that, that's something you can do. Cool. So we need evidence, physical evidence, not, hey, this peer-reviewed paper said globe stuff, or, hey, this gunnery table somehow mentions that they once, when they were building the guns, tested out accounting for curvature or something. I don't know, but none of that is a direct physical measurement of Earth curvature. That's number one. It's the biggest thing that you can bring to us, right? Excuse me. Because if it's a globe, or a spheroid, or a paroid, or an oblate, whatever the fuck, it's got some kind of curve somewhere. Just show us where that is, and we'll shut the server down. Thank you very much.
A little chubbier. A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Pear-shaped.
I wonder if Robert Simon missed the pear-shaped memo.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
I just love how the guy that he's talking to, Neil deGrasse, like subtly agrees. He's like, yeah, pear shaped, yeah. Like nigga, before today, you never thought that in your life. You're just gonna nod along when Neil deGrasse says it. Yeah, fair.
Was that the Reading Rainbow guy?
I'm not sure.
Or maybe he wasn't from Reading Rainbow.
I need to refresh my memory with that Reading Rainbow.
That was oh man, what was that guy's name? LeVar. But I think the guy but I think the guy interviewing may have been on the show for a short period of time.
Oh, really?
What's the guy's name that's interviewing him? I can't remember. Or where is he from?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I'll post a clip just to see if that helps. But I could look it up a little further. Do some homework.
Oh, totally different interview. My bad.
Oh, you're thinking of the Magic Speed guy that he's talking to with the Magic Speed on Star Talk.
Yeah, it was definitely not a white guy.
Yeah,
not an old bald white dude. You know which guy I'm talking about? Where's he from? What was he on?
Yeah, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. It was the Magic Speed quote where Neil deGrasse was talking to the guy that I think you're talking about. Star Talk. This guy. He does kind of look like the guy from Reading Rainbow. I don't think it's the same dude.
He was on something else though. I can't remember.
Chuck Nice.
Sasha. Is that our best rebuttal so far today?
Say his name 3 times and shall appear.
Candyman. Can't say the next one.
And I realize that I'm your puppet. That's not nice. People, why are you playing with me?
What's that, Sasha?
Why are you playing with me? Why you want that I believe that water keeps level? Why you want to believe me? Why you pushing your beliefs that when every time when you take a photo camera and every time you can see more in distance? Why are you pushing that belief every time when you empirically prove that?
Yeah, who do you think you are to think that evidence is evidence? I mean, what kind of person are you?
Do you have any evidence that evidence is evidence?
Can you prove to me that your evidence is actually evidence?
It's evidenced by the proof.
Evidence in my language even sound different.
Sounds a little different in your English too. I kid.
Non scherzare con me, cazzo.
Lo siento mucho.
Me gusta la mañana.
You
like
enjoy tomorrow?
The morning.
The morning.
Oh.
Me gustas tú.
Me gusta terra plana. I like
Sì,
flat earth.
sì, mi piace perché è vera, è quello che si presenta.
Io non parlo
House
italiano.
Prepper, you can say mañana for the morning that you are having at the moment, right? This morning, or you could say mañana for the next morning.
Thank you, Jimsy.
Yeah, you could talk about both the morning that you are at the moment, la mañana, esta mañana.
Ask Manu
Is
Chao.
the song? The song is the morning. The morning is the mañana. But then when you're talking about the next day, which is the next morning, when the sun comes up, that's why you could say mañana for that too.
Thank
Get
you.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
In Portuguese, we speak a little different. We say de manhã, in the morning, and tomorrow, amanhã. It's different. But sounds the same, the same sound.
La mattina.
There's something to that what he just said, yeah. Because you could say la mañana or mañana. You kind of like make it a little different when you're talking about the future, the present sense or the future sense.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning.
Jamesy, I searched in the other day for Discord channels in Spanish, but I did not find. I think they are more at Facebook and the other social networks.
Nobody wants to talk to Lino Tomo about his staunch globe belief?
Sorry, it was too fast for me.
Yeah, you've been beating the globe Earth drum for like 2 or 3 years now, right, Lino Tomo?
No, I don't beat the drum. I just listen to you guys. I want to say ciao to Sasha. I'm Italian too.
Bella ciao ciao ciao.
Ma io non sono italiano.
Ma lo so, sei coronato.
Oh my goodness.
Sì.
Bellissima la coronata.
Sì, anche Italia.
Alrighty then.
Excuse-moi.
Mi
Sorry
scusi if
for
we're going to
speaking.
talk Italian,
Sorry. No, let's speak English. We can speak English. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So, Lino, any proof of Earth being a globe?
Well, I have my proof that I already say a couple of times, where you just go to the beach and you look and you see the
horizon.
From left to right, a semicircle, and
You see
that's
a circle?
to me proof. A
It's not with your
semicircle,
eyes.
because no, like if you look straight, it's straight, right? But then you look left. Okay, let's do a little. It's difficult to explain, but let's say I'm on the beach, right? And I'm looking straight to me, and I see the horizon, right? Now, if I turn left, I see half of the beach, but then I see the horizon too, because it's at 3.5 miles from me.
I've got a
right?
question for you.
Go ahead.
I get what you're saying, Lino. So let me ask you a pertinent question. If you're turning your head in a circle, why wouldn't you expect to see a circle?
Well, if the horizon is straight, right, would you agree that is a circle around you or not?
Do you know what a
like
protractor is, Lino Tobo? Do you know what a protractor is?
a protractor.
Yeah.
I don't know in English. What's protractor?
Here,
Is a maybe we call it compass. No, like in your language is a protractor, but I think it's the one where you have a needle and then a pen on the other side, and you make a
yeah.
circle.
You
Okay,
got
yeah,
it.
we call it compass, compasso, we call it. Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, there's its picture. So that's flat, turning in a circle.
Yes.
Of course, that GIF is terrible because then it does all this weird. That is a terrible GIF. Oh my gosh. This GIF is pretty funny. This is basically, I'm glad I posted that GIF now. That's basically what people are doing, imagining that the circle that they see as they spin in a circle or turn their head in a circle becomes a ball.
No, I understand it's a flat because we like the amount that you can see, right, is 3.5 in every direction, right? Now, if you go, let's say 10 feet high, it's the same circle, but now you see maybe 7-10 feet all the way around. And that's, to me, like sounds like I'm on like a sphere, and as I go higher, I can see a little farther, but of a circle.
Is there any other explanation for what you're referring to?
Okay, let's say let's take a sphere, right? Like a ball, and you have
hold on. Yeah, just a second.
Yeah.
Take a flashlight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Take a flashlight.
Yep. Hold on. Hold it really close to your table. You know, your flat table that you probably have access to somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it really close. Lift it up higher, higher, higher. Is the light growing in circumference?
Yes, except
on a flat surface.
Yes.
Okay.
Except,
Do you understand?
No, I understand, but the reason is on is a ball is because when you go higher, it's taller.
Flat table.
But on the flat table, if I'm
I didn't ask you to find a ball. I asked you to find a flat table.
Yeah, I find a flat
as
table.
you get higher, the light shines further as you get higher. Yep.
Yes.
On the flat table.
Yes, but
yep.
you're
You
not
can see
on
more.
the flat.
You can see more around you as you get higher. Isn't that amazing?
Okay. Yes, but the problem is that it's not that you are. When I'm on the beach, it's not that I see a light around me. I see the horizon. Okay, the horizon is not the light. It's actually, to me, I know that the other bowler call it differently, the part of the of the horizon, it's geometrical where there is the water, right? Because the water is geometrical. You can actually go you can send a friend at the horizon. I can be there on the horizon. Okay. Now it's not a light that becomes bigger. It's a geometrical shape. So your example, I think I understand is smart, but I don't think is analog to this one, because you're saying if I'm on the table and I see a circle of light on top of me, and then the circle goes back and then I see bigger, but I don't need to move to see that. See, because you move in the light. I'm talking about you being on the table. If you're on the
You said when your elevation increased, you could see more.
Yes.
I was giving you an analogy by using a flashlight.
Yes, but you are not the flashlight. See, it's a different thing, because
flashlight represents your area of visibility. It's an analogy.
But it's not when you're looking at 3.5 miles, right?
The flashlight is analogous to your range of view, which is limited by a handful of different factors that limit your ability to see forever. Do you understand?
Well, then why you can see a mountain behind? Like, why can't you see the moon? I don't think that you have just a limited visibility around your eyes.
Okay, here, hold the phone. I've got a good one for you. Hold the phone. Mountains in the distance. Unless somebody beats me to it, what I'm looking for is an image or a photograph specifically of mountain. Here, perfect. Here it is. This is exactly what I'm looking for. This is the one. Here it is. All right. Look at the first mountain. Okay, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. What happens?
Yeah. What do you mean? What happens?
Are they
Like
equal? Are they equal in visibility?
No, you get like Foskia, like
here's another one. Are the mountains equal in visibility as they get further and further away?
No. In fact,
so why do you think that you could see forever?
I don't think I can see forever, but I think I can see at least 3.5 miles. And at least if I am on the beach, which I grew up really in front of the beach, so, and I saw like there is an island, it's right there, always at the horizon, and it's behind. If I go to the next floor upstairs, then I see a little farther. But it's not the same thing of it's not that I see a light and then you pull up the light and I see more. You're never gonna see like past that line unless you go up. So that's what I'm saying. Right now, sorry, but I have to leave maybe 5-10 minutes. I can come back. Sorry, I have to take a phone call.
Damn, right when he was getting to the Globe Trophy, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Yeah.
Dave.
Why my analogies? I keep trying to break through, and these folks keep disappointing me in their ability to understand.
But the thing he tried to describe with that he sees a circle when he turns left or right, that's the limitation of his perspective that creates that illusion, because we're programmed. Well, they're programmed. The ones who haven't breaking. My tongue is.
I feel like I have to repeat myself so many times. I said you're turning in a circle. And then I gave the protractor. So it's not a protractor. It's a compass. Apparently, a protractor can be used as a compass.
Well.
So I guess I did use the wrong word. Why is this so hard? See, it's because there's two different types of compasses. Is that what it is? What's the scribe thing called in English? A scribing compass? What is this thing called? Drawing compass. Scribing compass. I'm looking for its official name. Apparently, scribing compass is its official name. Spacing compass scribe tool. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
You're talking about the thing.
I look at gospel. I look at for protector. You said in my language, and it's saying that it's that things for measuring angles.
Yeah, you're right, and I was wrong. I used the wrong word. It apparently you can use a protractor to do the same thing, but it's not the tool I was referencing. The tool I was referencing is called a compass scribe, as opposed to what a compass is. A compass scribe is this. That what was shown in the GIF, but it's right there. That is a compass scribe.
Okay.
And this is what I was trying to use as the tool to help him understand how when you're standing and turning in a circle, you're drawing a circle of what you're limited. Yes, the compass and.
Yeah, he didn't understand that. He thought about real compass. That pointing north. And
Yeah. Well, I put the GIF in the thing, and I think he was following along. But anyway, you're drawing a circle, just like shining a light, and I was using it as an analogy.
yeah, but you're drawing a circle on the flat page and making the radius of that and nothing else. Yeah.
Fiber support bounce at google.com. How weird. Google Fiber is growing, and we're not slowing down.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so I want to rehash a little bit. When you're standing on the surface, wherever you're standing, the surface of Earth, and you're turning your head or turning in a circle, whatever you can see, the limit of what you can see is drawing some type of circle. Okay? As there might be topographical limitations or whatever, but when you're turning, you're going to see a circle. The higher up you get, the more you see because of perspective, and you're still drawing a circle. You need to go an extra step in order to change that circle into an arc or a dome or some type of curved nature. So what is it that makes you think that there's some curvature there?
Well, like I say, like do you live near a beach?
I've lived in many places.
But I'm just saying, like, can you go?
Who is speaking? I can't hear that other person speaking.
Well, turn them up or don't interrupt. Lino Tomo is the one speaking.
So
I've made many observations, Lino Tomo. Just make your point.
Yeah, no. The thing is, when you if I'm at the beach level, it's easier to see the curve than from a plane. You know, like I hear people from a plane, but from a plane you need like a super like clear day. On the beach, if you go and is a good day, like you have like a sharp horizon, it's very easy to see not a complete circle, because if you're on the beach, of course, in the back of you probably there are like mountains or something else, but you can see a semicircle, and you look left and you see the angle of that horizon, and you look right and you see the angle of that horizon, and you see that is a semicircle. And I understand what you're saying about the light, but to me, it's it would be like you are on, let's say, on under a hotspot, and you see around you, and then the hotspot goes higher, and you see more light. So I understand what you're saying, but in my example, you don't move the light, so you don't move the sun, but you move yourself, the position. So let's say that you have a
But before you
light,
go
a
on,
spot.
Lino, before you go on,
I just want to finish.
the light is the analogy to you.
Right, but let me finish just this point. If I am under a hotspot, right? I don't, and there is a hotspot, let's say, as a circumference of like, I don't know, 20 meters, okay? Now, if I go up, it's not gonna move the circle, because it's still 20 meters or whatever around me, right?
All right, hold
So
on,
you
hold
have
on,
to move the light.
hold on.
Yeah.
Put your face down on the table, face down. Don't gently. Don't hurt yourself. Right. Put your eyes right at the table, and then slowly stand up. The further away you get from the table, the more of the table you can see. And it's
Yeah, but
still
you're
flat.
looking top down. You're looking top down. I'm talking about looking horizontally.
And I understand. The same thing is true. Yeah, you can't pretend to like shrink down, right? You can't pretend to like get tiny on your table, right? I'm giving you I understand the top down. Just you can only see what you can see from where you're at. You can't see everything all at the same time. Okay?
Right, because
our perspective is limited based on where we're at and what we can see
it's
from where
actually
we're at.
It's more the perspective, I would call it, of the field of view.
Yes, and you do not have an infinite field of view on a plane.
Right. I agree, and that's why you have to turn your head so you can see
a plane, as in a flat surface. You cannot see forever if on any surface.
But if you are on the beach, you never see farther than the limitation of the horizon. I am listening.
You also cannot see forever on a flat plane.
Not forever, but definitely not always 3.5 miles. Sometimes, some days you could see
always 3.5 miles.
It's when on a good day, it's about 5.6 kilometer, because I know kilometers, but it's about 3.55.
Okay. What if you see 18 kilometers from the exact same elevation? Would that make you confused?
No, because for example, I live sometimes in the Bay Area, and
what about 60 kilometers from the same elevation?
If it's a mountain, you can definitely see it.
No, they're the base of the mountain.
Base of the mountain, no, it's gonna go down.
Oh, what if there's evidence to the contrary?
Well, I took some pictures. I bought a P900 a long time ago because, to do my own experiment, like you guys suggest.
Observation. It's not an experiment. You're not manipulating any variables.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So I did some observation, and in my picture that I took was missing about the right amount that they say on the curve calculator. And then I also film like the moon rising, and I see that the actually rise is not a point, is actually big already when it comes up. And that is another thing.
Do you have that picture?
That picture of let me see, of the Bay Area. If you guys wanna go ahead and keep talking, I have to find it because
I also posted one picture. Also, can you see that picture?
let me check.
You said we can see.
Yeah, no, I know that picture. I know the picture.
And what about that? What about that video? What about that
okay.
video?
Yeah,
What
I saw
about
the
that?
video.
What
I
about
think
it?
that's very weird to me too. And I have actually I'm here at Newport Beach now, so I have some of these. I have to go and take picture of because there are some of those oil whatever it's called platform. But so I'm gonna do that too. Yeah, this picture to me it is definitely an anomaly. That's why I name it the albino crocodile instead the black
Okay.
swan,
Okay. Why is anomaly?
because it's not supposed to be like this. And I agree with you guys. If this is really 1 foot from the observer, definitely should be much closer than thing. So I honestly, and I say the refraction thing, I'm not very familiar with. I understand. I listen to all the argument. It's
It will
still
not help.
difficult for me to
It will not
understand.
help.
Yeah.
It will not help to see more for sure.
Okay.
That
Like I see sometimes sheep that looks like they're flying, right? Because
yeah, but
there are some.
we are speaking about horizon, not about anything. This oil rigs, it's only pointing how much distance is, nothing else.
Yeah, no, I admit this is an anomaly. Like sometimes atmospheric effects can give
Listen, this is good, but can this be a reality?
They're anomaly in reality, right? Like I say, sometimes you see a sheep flying.
I will try again. Simple question: can this be reality? Reality without anomaly?
This picture?
Yeah.
It is reality, of course, but like I say, I think the atmospheric sometimes effect makes you see
but never
sheep flying.
horizon.
If you look,
Yeah,
have you ever
but
seen
never.
a sheep flying?
Yeah,
Have you ever seen a sheep flying?
but listen to me. But never horizon.
Do you think sheep fly?
But listen, I will try again. Never horizon. Only object on horizon.
Like I say, it's an to me, my opinion.
Again, I will repeat. Never, ever happen with the horizon itself. You don't have any kind of phenomena moving the horizon. That's not possible. That's not happening. That's not written.
And that's why I call it. Okay, to me, is an anomaly. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, can that be reality, like a normal reality? We see that far what we can see, and it's what it is.
Can repeat it 10 times. Yes, it's an anomaly. I recognize it. Now let me check for the picture.
Or this is like a. Let's say we have that guy who is Guinness record of photo. It's like a 400 kilometers, man. He shot the mountain.
Okay, let me put
And that
this
mountain,
picture.
and that mountain should be like 1 mile down behind the curvature.
Let me see if it works. Do you see this picture? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, what with that picture?
Okay. So this picture it was taken from 4 feet from Sausalito, which is in the Bay Area. The distance from this building, it's about 13 miles. Now, what you don't see here, behind the water, there is an entire freeway, which is the 80 East. And this building, when you go on the other side, which I took also some picture on the other side, it's is missing about like 50 feet, something like that. And I took this picture, and I took picture all around the Bay Area. I can send some more. Because when you are in the Bay, you have like something in the back to see.
Okay.
And I took so this, I show you another one.
But listen to my
Okay, so
question
this
now.
one
This
is from Sausalito, looking towards Alameda, and these are like sheep, big sheep under the thing. You can see also like, so the horizon is about less than 3 miles, because I was at 4 feet, so it's about 3 miles, and the one that you see sharp, that's the horizon, and all this behind, you can still see it, so your eyes can still see farther, but they're always under the horizon.
Okay.
In,
Can you
in
tell
my
me?
observation, in my observation.
Let's say this line, what I see, let's say this is horizon line, okay? This, I'm watching your picture. This line, horizon line, okay. How much is distance to that horizon line?
It's about 2.9 miles.
Okay. How much is from that horizon to that building distance?
Those are sheep. It's, I believe, some are sheep, yeah. There are,
Where is the land?
it's around 20 miles. There is no land because you can see it. It's behind the horizon.
No, yeah, great. But I'm interested. Where is the land in that? How much? Where is the beach? How much distance it's from that horizon? It's a beach. How much distance?
I think the entire distance is about 17 miles, 17, 18 miles. So you would miss probably 100 feet or something.
Just in this question now. Now that means that this is now curving down to the beach. Is that true? Do you know?
Let me see. So,
I'm asking you, does that curving that it started from that horizon and it's curving and it's going down to the beach. It's curving
yeah,
to the beach.
yeah. You basically you see
Okay,
until
great. And
2.9 miles.
Yeah, and
So
but
this
I'm coming
big.
to.
I just want to show you.
I'm leading you now. Listen, from that horizon now it's curving to the beach.
Yeah.
Okay, we are now on the beach. Look at that mountains behind. Does they have name?
Name? I'm sure they do, but I don't know what name
Okay,
are
can
they.
you check the names of every mountain behind? You know, and then ask yourself how they measure that mountain. But every mount is behind every mountain. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4 behind them. You know, this top is this top is this, and think about what you spoke about me, because we were coming from the beach, from the horizon. Earth is curving, and we are approaching the mountains. Now we are measuring mountains, and that what is curving, water, will start to curve now through the air. Is that true?
I don't really understand what you mean, but
When we come, look, there is a curve. You are saying it's curving. I can see there because it's hiding the ship. That curve will touch the ground, the beach, and then we start to curve through the ground. How we will measure mountains if we don't know how it's curving through the ground?
But it's not gonna it's gonna still see the mountain because they're high, much higher than like the
No, I'm
beach. So that's
speaking
why you see the
about
mountain.
this curving point. It's curving straight, or it's curving down, down, down through the mountains. Look at the mountains behind.
Eventually they are turning, but they're, like I say, they're I'm at 4 feet high, so
I'm
I
telling
can't.
you,
Everything's
I'm making only comparison with the beach. With that water will stop to curve on the beach and will go on to curve because you need to curve. But we have baseline level and we are measuring mountains. But that curve must go down through the earth if it's curving on that rate. What you show with your picture, you understand that?
So what do you think? What do you think we should see if it was a ball? That the mountain goes down.
No, I think that you see refraction there on that, yeah, and that level of water is up, yeah. I can show you that during the day that level will change every hour. It will go up and down, and that ship or whatever will shrink
Some
up
of
and
that
down.
for sure. For sure is happening because the bay has a high tide and low tide. But this picture to me, like I said, to me, like the last one that I showed, for example, is a good example because if you look in the foreground, if you zoom in, there is a little rock with
Is posted the GIF.
Yeah, then Atoma, both of the images you posted have inferior mirages in them, so you're not seeing the true horizon.
and wherever I look, and no matter in which angle I was, pretty much like let's say 260 degree, everywhere there was like this missing, how you say, a bottom of stuff, like of the land and all the other stuff. So
Yeah, you're looking at a mirage.
it's not really a mirage. I look at the horizon at a certain point, and then everything in the back
you
is
don't see the
lower
horizon.
than the horizon.
No, you don't see the
Well,
horizon.
listen, these are my.
Your pictures both show inferior mirages, therefore you cannot see the horizon. It's blocked by the mirage.
Okay, to me they look like the background is lower than the foreground, doing to
Have
curvature.
you
But
heard of
that's
atmospheric
my point of
lensing?
view.
Have you heard of atmospheric
I've
lensing?
heard of everything that
So
you
why
guys
are you not
propose,
accounting for that?
because when you see this much missing, I mean, we're talking about 50, sometimes 100 feet missing,
Yeah,
because
you can't assume that. You don't know how much is actually missing here because there is an inferior mirage and there's obvious effects happening to the light here. So you can't just
okay, you
assume.
can tell me, you can tell that you think like that, but you don't, like, I think different from you, okay? I think this is what, like, my observation are. Now, I don't, like, Gospel Bear asked me a question for my observation. I did, like you guys always say,
Look at
bring
the picture of
observation. I never see anybody bring
look at the
observation.
picture of your
Now,
white building. Look at the picture of your white building. Look near the horizon. Look at the windows.
yeah,
Look at
no,
how
that's what
all
I
the
say.
windows are
That's,
compressed
yeah,
into a single
exactly,
line. But then when you
exactly.
look
You know,
over at the rest of it, there's also mirroring at the bottom here. At the bottom line, there's
right.
mirroring.
I'm
So
with
that's an
you, but
inferior
only in
mirage.
the, yes, but only in the background. Like I
Yeah, at
say,
the
the
horizon
rock,
where you claim there's Earth curve.
the rocks that you're seeing is 2.9 miles away, and there is no mirror effect. The mirror effect happened in the background. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
fine.
it's
The rock
because you're
in the
farther.
foreground.
There's more atmosphere, and so
Yeah,
it
the
gives
rock.
you that
That's
effect.
yeah, exactly. So there's no Earth curve here. It's just the air and the light traveling through the air causing that.
And this is your opinion. In my
Well, I can see it
opinion,
in the
in
picture.
no, in the picture you see exactly what I said. That the rock is
No,
in
no, that's
focus.
just your opinion. See how that's not a
Okay,
proof of
yeah, it's
anything?
my opinion. That's my opinion. It's my observation. If you guys don't care, I don't care either. Like I listen to you guys. Somebody asked me if I wanna like talk, and I say okay, maybe I'll talk. I'll show my observation that I did, and because it's an interesting topic to me, I took the camera, the P900. I went in the Bay Area because I used to live close by. Now, like I did this picture and in different days, and it's always missing like the back.
Yeah,
So
I know what
I
your problem
understand.
is. You need to try it at different times of the day and not
Like I
during
say,
the
different
same time.
days.
No,
Yes.
not different days, different times of the day. So the
In the
temperature
different
gradient
times of
is
the day,
different.
what you're gonna notice it's the tide, because in San Francisco can go up and down like 5 or 6 feet. So, but it doesn't matter because your point of observation is on land. So yeah, you can see a little more, but it's still.
Is anyone speaking? Yes,
Hello?
who speak?
Yeah, he was speaking.
Still can't hear Linotumo.
Is Gospel Bear still there or no? He left.
Lena Tomo, so your picture that has the building with all the windows, various floors. What's going on with the bottom floors of that building?
Yeah,
Do they
like I
have
was explaining.
bigger windows down there?
Okay, like I was explaining, if you look the rock in front of it, would you say that looks like it's on the horizon?
I don't know where the horizon is in the picture. It looks like there's some miraging going on past the rock.
Yeah, past the rock, I'll give it to you. I'm asking, the rock, does it look to you pretty much level with the horizon? And do you see distortion on the rock? Or you see distortion behind the rock?
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
No,
Look at the
so
picture I just
yeah.
posted. Just look at the picture I just posted. Imagine there's a rock just on the sand there, right where the mirage starts. That does not mean the sand stops there.
Yeah, the rock just
Yeah.
happens to be in front of where the miraging starts, right? So that's not the horizon. It appears to be the horizon, but it's not the horizon. It's just an atmospheric effect. What you're
Are we
seeing
talking
here
about which
is a
picture? My
mirage.
picture or his picture? Are you talking about my picture or his picture?
Your picture with the rock. Like the rock just happens to be before where the miraging takes place, right?
Yes, but you know another thing that I did, a measurement. I measure from where I was to that rock is 2.9 miles. And I look in the curve calculator, that's exactly where the horizon supposed to be. And then after that rock, you see the building that has definitely like oblong because it's got like heat. And behind there, like on the bottom, you can see is like a huge highway that is the 80s, the East 80 in the Bay Area. So
What was
you not
your
only
observation height?
my observation height was 4 feet. I was in Sausalito, which is in front of Emeryville, and
Cool. Gotcha. So
and
4 foot observation height.
yeah, 4 foot observation height.
Cool. So you think this is definitive proof that something's hidden behind curvature, even though there's obvious miraging taking place?
I don't think is a definite proof, but it's enough for me personally to think that that's the curve. Yes, because I didn't take just that picture. Imagine you are on a bay, and then I take picture at a different angle, right? So I have tons of picture where you just see the horizon is pretty much at that level, like at 0.9 miles, you can actually see sharp. In some picture, there is a boat right there. And then you see behind, which is like Auckland,
Linotomo.
Alameda. Yes.
Linotomo.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of air refraction index?
Yeah, and that's what we were talking
is
about.
What is that?
No, I just heard about it, but in this peak, like everything is behind this
No, I'm not
2.9
talking about the
horizon.
picture. What is the air refraction index? What is it?
Oh, the index, I don't know. I know that the air refract because it can be different reason. In this case, in this particular case, you can see that mirroring effect after the 2.9 miles. So after that, then you see at the very bottom a distortion because there is like probably water evaporation, something like that, distortion like you see
You are
on a hot
assuming
day.
some things which you do not see them. Do you see any clouds in there, like vapor?
No, but I know for experience that if you see something,
Do you know when you boil water, you can see the steam rising, yeah?
yeah, that's
That's
kind of
water
like
evaporation.
yeah,
Can you
like
tell me
that's kind.
where do you see that in that picture?
Well, you wouldn't see smoke, but you can see like little
Smoke?
particles. No, you don't see
Oh,
smoke or vapor.
we have
You see,
smoke rising from the water?
okay, if we're playing this game, I'm not interested. So
No, I
I
mean,
was
you
talking,
are using these terms.
I was talking with
Yeah, but you see,
Gospel
my question
Bear.
was simple. My question was simple. I asked you something, and you didn't want to honestly say that you don't know. And you kept going, explaining all sorts of things, what you think it is. I simply ask, what is the air refraction index? What is it?
I say I don't know exactly the index.
Okay.
What you mean by
Yeah.
index? I
Well,
know
I want to
that.
tell you that.
All right. Yeah, okay.
Listen, I want to tell you
Stai
that
bravo, dai, minchia, cazzo.
when you discuss about this picture that you posted, yeah, you have to talk
I
about
post many picture.
the
I post many
air.
picture. In all of them, you see a sharp horizon
Yeah, the
and
picture
the
with the
background.
rock and
Okay,
the
I put
building
like 4 or
behind.
5.
Yeah, I was talking about the exact same picture you were talking about, the one with the rock.
Okay, the one
Yeah.
with the rock is a good
So,
one because the rock I know at
well,
the
in
distance.
that picture, you have air refraction phenomena going on.
After the rock, don't forget to say that because before at
Irrelevant,
2.9,
irrelevant.
no, it is relevant because the building in the
No,
back
you cannot
is
say,
about
listen,
13
listen.
miles. Listen to me a
Li-
second, Jesus Christ.
Stop. You
At
said after the
2.9,
rock, but the
man.
air refraction is
Yeah.
between the observer and the last
Yeah.
building.
Would you agree
The
that it
building and
gets
the rock.
increased with distance, this index? Huh?
Do you
The
see the rock
index
clear? Listen, when
is pretty
you...
clear. It's pretty clear. It's not greatly clear.
it's not
It's
clear.
clearer than the back. It's clearer than
No,
the back,
if there
right?
was a duck,
Because
if there was a duck on that rock, you don't see it.
whatever, duck. I can see seagulls. There are seagulls. They're flying.
If there
Zoom
was
in,
a
dude.
snake on that rock, you can't
Yeah,
tell me where
if
that
there was a
snake is.
flea, I don't see it. Yes, you can see
Yeah?
flea from 2.9 miles,
You can't
but you
see
can
it.
see
Do
clearly.
you know why
You can
you
see,
can't see it?
yeah, because you're too far.
No.
Yeah, you can see get like a flea on a rock at 2.9 miles, but as you can see seagulls on it,
You
and you
can't
can
see a
see
flea
seagulls
on a
poop
rock
too.
from 2.9 miles. You cannot
I
see.
know. Then look at it. Look at it. I can see
But
there
why
isn't
do you
even one
say that you
slide. There
can't
isn't one
see it then?
slide.
Why do you
Huh?
say that you can see it
I
if you
can.
can't?
I say I can. I can see the rock, and there is no distortion. And then
Well,
when you go back,
I just told you there is a duck on that rock. Can you tell me where it is?
no, there is no duck. There are seagulls. It's all over the places. There is even one landing, if you can see. Do you have a
No,
big
it's a
screen or
black
you're looking
duck.
on your phone?
There is a black duck on the rock.
Yeah.
So, what is the air refraction index?
You see
You
it
can
in the
Google it.
back of the rock. It's right
You
there. You
can
can see it.
Google it.
It's like
Listen,
a
listen.
mirroring.
Let's take it simple and like people with interest to give the correct answer to questions. Yeah, we are seeking the correct answers to the questions.
No, you're seeking what you want to hear. Just tell me so
No,
I answer to you.
I
What do
ask
you want me
you.
to do?
I ask
What do
you.
you want me to tell? What do you want me to tell?
What?
Tell me.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
Google. What is air refraction index? Google that.
The what? I don't care.
You don't care. So you don't care what the air refraction index is when you see a picture that
Yeah.
looks like, oh, that could be my geometric horizon. What are you going to say if we show you the black swan? Are you going to bring up air refraction
You
index?
already saw. I saw
Yeah.
the black swan. Like I say, have you ever seen
Bring up
a
refraction if we
swan?
show you the black swan?
I saw the black swan, dude. I've been here longer
Are you
than
going
you
to
are.
bring up
Okay?
refraction if we show you that?
I'm not gonna say anything. I think that's an anomaly. I never saw in person something like that. And more than a black swan, I call it albino crocodile, which are more rare. Sometimes it happens that there is but the black swan they exist, and that doesn't mean that white swan don't exist. So the only black swan thing to me doesn't matter.
Nobody said white swan don't exist.
What it means, though, is that you don't have a geometric horizon, because how many times is it possible to see a 10-mile horizon from a 1-foot observer height on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles? How many times can that happen?
Have you ever seen a ship fly?
How many times can that happen? On a ball with a
Can you
radius
see
of
in a huge
3959
flat?
miles, how many times can you see a horizon at 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height? How many times is that possible?
At least one.
No. The answer is 0.
No, because
So whatever you're
obviously you
pointing to
can
in
see
that
it in
picture
that
that you
picture.
showed us, whatever you're
You can
pointing
see
to,
it in that picture.
whatever you're showing us in your picture, it's not Earth curvature because that's already been ruled out by the black swan.
Good, good. You all your credo is in that one picture. Come on, dude.
We've got other black swans too. We can show you any number of them.
Yeah, show me 15 black swan.
Sure.
Well, the longest distance photography is
Yeah, the
also
longest
a
distance
black
is
swan
taken
in
from
itself.
9,000 miles. You can see whatever you want from 9,000 miles or whatever 9,000 feet.
What
Well, the problem is that
9,000
we
Look
can
at
see
miles?
since you guys let me
9,000 miles
tell you
high.
something.
Sorry, 9,000 feet high.
You
9,000
guys
Hey.
you guys says that the world record, right? Is a world record. Okay?
Yeah.
So do you believe a Guinness World Record?
Okay.
Then
Well,
look at Lisa Blair, which she did a solo circumnavigation of Antarctica. That's also a Guinness record. And that can only happen on a globe.
so what I believe is that we don't see a horizon at 116 miles in that picture, which means again that your geometric horizon has been debunked. There isn't one. The Earth isn't curving at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. That's all ruled out. So whatever you're showing us, it has nothing to do with Earth curvature because those other observations that we've made wouldn't be possible if it did have to do with Earth curvature.
Okay, what would be my observation be possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course it is because it's been
Yeah.
measured to be flat.
Well, then yours can be in mine because
You
it's
just
fun.
did your picture. You just did that picture on a high refractive index, on
Yeah,
a
right.
day with higher refraction index. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just keep.
I took your pictures and I drew the lines where the miraging starts. If you notice, there's miraging below that line, right?
Let me see. Where did you take that? How do you draw that picture? Like, don't you see the sharper edge where everything goes behind it?
Where the miraging starts? Yeah.
It's not a miraging. If anything, is like
So you're claiming it's a geometric
distortion.
horizon? Is that a geometric
Yes.
horizon?
To me, yes. I know that people don't like to say that, but I assure you that if you fall on the horizon, you're gonna get killed. Like if you fall from like 10 kilometers on the horizon that I'm looking, it's pretty much physical.
So why does the geometric horizon for me change from day to day, hour to hour based on atmospheric conditions? Is the Earth breathing? Does the Earth change shapes?
No, there are atmospheric. I don't say that there is no atmospheric
Okay.
phenomenon.
Why are you
but,
so quick to forget about atmospheric conditions as soon as you see something that looks like it could be where your geometric horizon is supposed to be?
I don't know. Listen, I honestly now I'm a little. I understand. I just wanted to show like the picture that I took. Don't wanna prove anybody anything. I took them a while ago. I didn't bring them up. Somebody asked me, you have some picture? I show it to you. I can't do any more than that. I don't want to convince anybody of my beliefs or whatever. So right now, I go back to listen.
Lena Tomo, I give you all props for actually going out and doing something. It's very rare that
Oh,
people
thank you very
do
much.
that.
Because everybody
So,
here say go to take some picture, and I went. I bought a P900, and
yeah,
I went to take
that's
picture,
very
and then
commendable,
I
man.
show it. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
We just
Now I go
disagree
back.
on the interpretation of the observations, but it's commendable that you've actually gone out and done something. That's much more than most Globers do. So
I commend you on
Okay, I
that.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Just look at that picture you posted. It's insane, Napalm. Like you look at it and it's like, yeah, okay. It does look weird, but at the same time, it doesn't look like the background is a continuation of a curve. Like it's that's insane, man.
You're saying my interpretation's insane or his?
No, you look at that and you're like, oh, that's Earth curve, and then you look at the rest of the background. Like, just look at it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a continuation of a curving of a dropping in elevation fall. It's insane. If anything, it looks like that's a hill.
Yeah, and I drew a
If
line
anything.
on. I drew a line across the picture to show where the obvious miraging starts, right? So you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, you could see what is that? What is that called? Is it mirroring? Because it's like elongated, but it's really not. It's just a double image of the bottom from the top. Like, you can see it. It's a mirror image because well, that's everything other than something physical. I'll tell you that. Look at it. You zoom into the second picture, and it's like when you look at the buildings, you can see that effect that's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that that effect is taking place. Globers just like to see what they perceive as the leading edge of a sphere and put a stamp on that as geometric, you know. But it changes from, like I said, day to day, hour to hour, constantly. I live by the water. I observe it all the time.
The humidity is high on that day he was doing it as well. I believe.
All right, gentlemen, their next glober is Balix. Maybe. Go, Balix.
I don't have anything to discuss.
All righty, let us know when you got that Earth curve and all that other stuff. All right, go ahead, go.
What are your thoughts on the geometric or apparent horizon, Balix?
No thoughts. Haven't done any observations. Both sides claim observations. Wouldn't know. Did you get that?
10-4. So you're just kind of skeptical at this moment, just kind of peeking in on the conversation, starting your research, or you've been doing it for a while?
Oh, a while.
Yeah.
A long while. Yeah, a long while, like a year or something.
Oh, okay. So after a year, you're still sitting on the fence, or have you hopped over to one side? Which has the greener grass for you?
Oh, so I haven't actually done research for a year. It's just that I got into the topic a year ago and just did it for a week and then do it for a week again, if you know what I mean. So, and yeah, on the fence.
Yeah, I used to have girlfriends like that, but you know what? At some point in time, I made a commitment.
Yeah, I don't really care that much.
Yeah, chicks realize it when you don't care that much.
Yeah, luckily the Earth is not a chick.
Some of them like it. Some of them really like when you don't care that much.
Okay.
That's when it's easy. It's not as rewarding when it's easy.
I ask you one quick question, Balix. You believe you live on a globe, right?
Yeah.
What value has the globe added to your life at all, if any?
None.
So why keep believing other people's stories?
You don't have to believe in something just for its value.
All right, I guess that's a fair enough answer. Y'all go ahead.
Felt like he was
All
kind of
right.
cherry picking.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Quits.
Oh, sorry, no. Go ahead. You were saying? I think it was Ellie.
Very less important than whatever you're going to say. So you talk.
No, I was just pointing out. I felt like he was cherry picking in his picture of observation, neglecting the fact what's happening in the background, basically. And
what he was seeing there was a mirage, right?
Well,
Now
yeah,
the other guy.
Oh, the other guy. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Well, still, like Napalm said, props for him doing that work. But he should be documenting throughout different days, different atmospheric conditions as well to see the difference. And I'm sure he will see the difference. Then his opinion will be changing if he's being honest with himself. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
What you mean, rookie? Come on.
I think it's a fool's errand. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's just an opinion. It's fine. We're all entitled to our opinions.
I've got an idea.
I was thinking the same. The gauntlet.
You first.
Oh, sorry, rookie. I was talking about the GIF you sent. What were you saying?
Nothing. I'm just goofing around.
All right.
Sorry, it's the only really, truly thing I'm really, really good at is being a pain in the ass. Just exercise.
Yeah, I'll vouch for that.
I got a door-to-door sales job for you.
See, told you. Everybody agrees.
Hey. Exercising your rights. That's good.
Better exercise him when you still got him anyway.
So
Is
this is
somebody
off
looking
topic.
for employment?
Yeah.
Know how to use a weed whacker and a trimmer, edger, leaf blower?
I do, but it depends on what kind it is.
Are you recruiting nationwide for your landscaping service?
Yeah, if somebody's close by and wants to help out, but it's also good to note with a little bit of money, small investment, you can just get out there and do it yourself.
That is true.
If you live up north, if you invest in a 3/4 ton truck as your landscaping truck, you can throw a snow plow on the front of that bad boy, and then you can double or triple your money just shoveling snow in the wintertime. And shovel snow. Yourself solo.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like clearing snow does pay pretty well, but it's one of those, even in the north, it's kind of like a toss up. You don't really know if it's going to be a snowy year or not. Some guys end up relying a lot on that money for the snowfalls, and the snow never comes. But on snowy years, they make bank.
The key is trying to secure guaranteed contracts for a specified amount.
Yeah, big like parking lots for businesses, or even if like apartment complexes and condo projects and shit like that.
Yeah, my buddy has 2 Lowe's facilities and 3 or 4 firehouses that he does, and they're all guaranteed contracts. He doesn't take on any more work. It's guaranteed money. There is times when the snow comes in where he might have to work basically 24 hours straight, but during the winter time, it's not like you're working that much anyway. So putting in a 24-hour day is nothing if you haven't worked in a month.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who plow up here, like that normally, during the summer, a lot of the construction guys, like that do what I do, signers, they've already got trucks and stuff. And yeah, a lot of them have a plow, do some plowing over the winter to help make ends meet or whatever. I know we're supposed to not get too much on the off-topic stuff, but I posted a little article earlier about furries in high schools and stuff, middle schools, and like they're saying it's a rumor, like an urban myth or whatever, but it's not. It's just that it didn't get written into their it's not like a written rule. It's an unwritten rule that they've been coddling these kids, these furries. I think they identify as kitties and stuff, And in Wisconsin schools, there's a couple of them in particular that they're naming by name, like where they've literally got litter boxes in the bathrooms for these furries, and they're allowed. They've told the teachers that that they're not supposed to scold. They're not supposed to scold these kids for doing this stuff. They're allowed to just get up and run up and down the hallways and scream whenever they want, or if they want to go and nestle up and purr at the teacher's feet while they're teaching and rubbing up on their leg or whatever, the teacher's supposed to just allow it. They're not supposed to shame them or ridicule them or tell them to stop. They're just supposed to let them do it.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about furries in schools, man. Freaking kids who pretend they're cats and stuff. Okay.
Furries?
Yeah, that's what they call them, furries.
The big question is, Lou, who cleans the litter box?
That's what I'm saying. Does a janitor go in there and clean that litter? I asked. Okay, so it's supposedly all rumor, but one of the guys I work with, he has a niece who goes to Kettle Moraine High School around here, and I was kind of calling bullshit on them having litter boxes in the bathrooms, and he was like, but the thing is it's true. His niece who attends this high school told him that there was indeed litter boxes in the bathrooms. So, and I was like, so does that mean are kids using them? Are they squatting in the litter box? And he's like, I don't know. I didn't even ask. I didn't,
There is definitely
I would
something
have had
seriously
very
fucking wrong
pertinent-
with this price.
I would have had very pertinent questions like, is the litter scoopable? Is it clumping? Is it scented?
Who's going to
Does
help
it
them
have
get the
the
cat
same-
litter off their
does it
butt if
have
they
the
touch
same-
their butt to it?
Does it have the same reflectivity as the moon?
Is it a half moon or a full moon?
But no, it's kind of crazy. So there's this they're writing this off like it's a rumor. They're even saying it's happening in other states too. So it's this nationwide thing where they're calling this out about them making furry protocols in the public schools, and where they're supposed to just allow it to happen. But now there's this other group coming out and saying that that's just urban myth, legend, whatever. It's a rumor. It's not true. But the thing is it is true. It's just not a written rule. Some schools are doing this.
Man, what I would have done with crap when I was in school, oh my god, I would have made it so fucking miserable for every teacher in the whole school.
You got to be accommodating to the kids, Lou. These are going to be productive members of society one day.
Whatever. Everybody asked for this
Hopefully
shit.
society doesn't last that long.
We asked for this shit. With all this, I identify as this and I identify as that, blah, 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 and I can be whatever I want to be. Fine. All the rules are out. There's no more rules, period. So today I get to be a chainsaw. Tomorrow I can be a woman. Day after that I get to be a kitty, and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. And if you tell me no, then we're going to have some fucking issues.
Hey, Lou, those chainsaw days you come down here, I put you to work, brother.
Yeah. I think I'm not going to do too many chainsaw days this year, but I'll let you know.
Can I interrupt the Furry Lives Matter discussion to announce that there's a new person here we could try to talk to, maybe? Auburn. Furry lives do matter, though, Luke.
Did you just say furry lives matter?
Of course they do. prove me wrong. Anybody going to try to unmute Aubrey or tell him to go to VC check in? What are we doing here, guys?
No rolls. Let's find out if Aubrey's a furry. Aubrey, you there? Hello, hello, Aubrey. All right, never mind. Nice try, though.
Yeah, good try, bud. Back to how do furries work on a globe? Is that what y'all were discussing?
Well, it was more. I think we were both. I think me and Napalm were probably more concerned about like who's cleaning that freaking litter box. Seriously.
If they're actually using a litter box, they still use toilet paper, or how does that work?
Do they kick? Are they kicking litter all over the place when they
No,
finish?
I was going to say, what happens if they get it on their bottom?
Do they? Yeah, this kid that 20-year-old at work. We were talking about this today, and like he didn't even know what a furry was, which is hard to believe. Like I'm like, what are you talking about? Like half of your graduating class was furries, probably. He's like, we described it. And he's like, oh yeah, those kids. We just called them. I forget what he said. He's like, yeah, they would be just in the hallway, like laying down, like squatting, like pretending to be a cat, and I would just like push him over as I was walking down the hallway with my foot, just kick him over, and like just kicking furries over as you're walking down the hallway all day at school. I mean, part of me kind of wishes we had furries when I was in high school for that reason.
Like I said, I would have had so much fun.
Yeah. It would have been so easy to be a bully, like a really good bully. Like
No, I
you
wouldn't have got picked on at all if people like that existed. Shit. I mean, I got picked on because I was smarter and because I didn't pay attention in class and I goofed around, but I still passed all my tests, and they hated me for that. So I got picked on for that. If there would have been kids around that pretended to be cats and dogs, that would have been too much. I would have been, I definitely would have been a bully.
All you got to do to be one of the cool kids now is not be a furry.
I want to know if I can get that done at work. Like, I need a cat box at work.
Dude, start going in wearing freaking costumes and shit.
You think they would fire me for that?
They're not allowed to, probably. And be like, look, I know it's weird, but we're going to have to all live with this. Like, try not to make
How's
a
a
big
lesbian
deal
dress
on
up again? I know, I've been working that joke all week. I'm sorry. I should let it
These moments of silence brought to you by the lack of evidence for the heliocentric model of our cosmology.
Mm-hmm.
If that existed, this server wouldn't exist. But anyway.
Please provide your curvature.
Well, since you said something and it's dead air, Quetzal, I've been wanting to ask you, what the hell does Quetzal mean? Anything?
Quetzalcoatl is a
It's
mythical,
mythical creature.
It's a snipping tool?
It's a creature that eats men.
The great serpent of the sky that swallows the sun.
Oh, okay.
Gives birth to a new one. Yeah.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah, it's just mythical stories. Creatures are behind the name, I guess. Aztec, from the Aztecs, culture of Aztecs, I think it was, yeah. Aztecians. And also plays in Mexico. There's a name called Quetzalcoatl as well.
Yeah, I was going to say there's also a city called that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in Mexico, they have a city named after a mythical monster. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, San Jose is also a monster, isn't it? Forget it.
Something critical thinkers sitting here and nobody's got anything to say. Come on, man.
I got a lot to say, but I'm trying to start this smoker up. I got to smoke some ribs.
So we got 20-something critical thinkers sitting here in this room. Nobody has anything to say. Come on, man.
I guess someone has to fetch this stick. Got nothing to bite on.
Here, Sparky. Here, boy.
What the hell did you just say?
Here, Sparky. Here, boy. Sit, Boo Boo. Sit. Good dog. Roof. You said you wanted somebody to say something. I'm saying something, damn it.
How about something coherent and related to the subject matter of the server?
Ah, geez. Now you're getting picky on me.
Okay.
All right. I'll shut up then.
While it's dead there, I'll go ahead and mention something that should be mentioned as often as possible anyway. At least last time I checked, your first result on a Google search for Flat Earth, one of the first results is that video for when they were at the Salton Sea and they're showing the stripes disappear on a boat after so much distance, and they're claiming curvature. But the problem is you can see the horizon way behind the boat, so there's your best globe proof for people that believe in the globe. Hopefully somebody knows what I'm talking about. I butchered it probably.
What are you talking about? No, you didn't butcher it that bad. It was all right. I know.
Okay.
We got page one ministry. Hello there.
Hello. Howdy,
What?
everyone. I haven't been on here in a while.
Oh, how long have you been here?
I've been here for like a couple months. What's the live stream for this? If I'm looking it up on the tube.
Just Google the name 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and you'll find it.
I'm on your tube right now, Googling the name 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Thank you.
There's a 2.0 at the end.
It will probably pop up.
Oh wow, look at that. Oh,
What's your opinion of the subject matter, page one ministry?
of Flat Earth?
Do you
No,
think he
about
lives in
Enemy
transmitting.
Seattle?
spotted.
I'm sorry, there's too many people talking. I couldn't hear.
Isn't this food server? Oh, sorry, I made it.
He's being sarcastic. Yeah, the flat Earth.
Oh, my opinion of flat Earth.
No, your opinion about globe Earth.
Oh, globe Earth. I mean, it's just for this. I don't like to use opinions. It's not a matter of belief. It's a matter of observations, and there's just no observable curvature or motion of the Earth. And we have every scientific reason to believe that it's flat and stationary, and every scientific reason to not believe that we're curving or spinning or in some weird gas pressure vacuum system that perpetually violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's weird. But yeah, I mean,
You sound like one of those crazy globe deniers. What's wrong with you?
Doesn't the sun break
left-handed.
the second law of thermodynamics by putting energy into a system that comes from where? Where does the energy from the sun come from? And where does it go?
And what do you mean?
That breaks entropy, doesn't it?
It's a good question. Uh, what they tell us about the sun isn't true, or at the very least, there's just no way to confirm it. But I think that, well, actually, no, not I think. You can prove that the sun has electromagnetic energy, and this is oddly enough, and it's interesting as the sun goes about in its solstices throughout the year. You know how people have like seasonal emotional patterns, like women get really like lonely, needy in the winter time, and in spring like other seasons. But because the body is affected by electromagnetic energy on an emotional and spiritual and physical level, that's why there are emotional seasonal patterns, I think. But yeah, the sun just has that energy, and I think they also they used it in old world buildings. I'm sure everyone here is aware of that they would use it for electricity in buildings like way back in the day. You guys ever seen the Lost History of Flat Earth documentary?
Yeah, some of us have.
That's a pretty
Yeah, I've
amazing.
seen it all the way through about 4 times.
That one blew my mind. It was insane. I actually watched that one after having taken a break from. I don't really like watch truther stuff anymore. I'm just kind of here.
I figure you've already got it down.
Yeah. All the old history is fascinating. Wait, you say post that video and then you post the video? Sasha.
No, that was second mistake. I find the video, but the copy paste was wrong.
Okay.
They might be now 3 and 4G. You might just be right, because my phone lets me go and slower every day and keep on trying to load stuff.
We
Robocop, what do you want?
roboting. We keep roboting.
Robocop, what do you want?
I'd buy that for $1.
Oh.
That was concise.
4G, huh? Avoid the 5G.
Yeah, I guess using this live stream thing takes up so much data that my YouTube videos can't load and play at the same time.
Oh, definitely not on 4G. That's
It's a
way
damn
too
shame.
slow. You need 5G.
I need to know how to use this pellet smoker now.
Did you find the video, Sasha?
Oh, that one. He was speaking the lost history of flat Earth. Yeah, 6
yeah.
hours.
Yes. You got many episodes going on there, but yeah, 6 hours, something like that. Yeah, I actually liked it. It was a whole lot of stuff to go through, dissect as well. Amazing. The buildings, the construction of it. With no known man tool at that time. How did you go up there, Mind? Did you pass the gauntlet?
Well, I didn't know that flat earther role you had to actually back up your arguments and stuff. I thought you just had to be a flat earther or quote unquote identify as a flat earther. So yeah, I didn't past that, I'm not that well researched. I mostly, up until now, I've just researched this for myself. But I realized I should probably research this so I can explain it to my global friends and relatives. So I'm probably gonna research this a lot more. So I got the Globe Skeptic tag. So that's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, that's a start. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Globe Skeptic is the best thing.
Yeah. It's good to be a skeptic.
Yeah, like that you will research the globe, see what globe has to say.
Yeah.
Without pointing
That's how I
out,
start.
oh, look, flat there, flat there.
It's okay. It sounded like you said no, okay, never mind.
No, it sounds. You know why? Because the people coming, they heard that flat there, and immediately what is coming, I don't know, with many people through the mind, this is so retarded, and then you come inside and you ask, if Earth is flat, why would that did that? But that's not a good approach. Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I've actually never ridiculed flat Earth, even when I was in school. They tried to make us ridicule flat Earth in school. Actually, they like posted stuff from the Flat Earth Society or something, I think, and it was like an unusual atmosphere in the room at that time. Like we had to laugh or mock it and something or something. But I was like the only one who said like, but what if, even though we found out it's a globe, I said at the time, what if maybe it's wrong, or I don't I think I said something around about something very skeptical though, but I was but they weren't so happy about that I said that at the time though. They were like they kind of laughed at me and stuff. Wasn't that nice. And they didn't laugh, but they said really said they said, yeah. Sorry, I'm not that good at English.
Neither me.
No, we
Yeah.
understand you. It's fine.
And when I first saw an interview with Dave Weiss, when I first was really exposed to flat Earth, I immediately bought it. Immediately made sense to me. So that's cool, I guess. It's because I always had a mindset of being open-minded. That has kind of helped me a lot in life. And always using the internet for what it's supposed to be used for.
Hey, mind sobriety. Who's the guy in your picture?
That's Nathaniel Charles Jacob Rothschild, I think his name is. Or Lord, I guess its first title is the Lord. Nathaniel Charles Jacob Rothschild.
Is he one of your idols or your heroes or something?
Not my hero, definitely. He's a weirdo. He's a banker, rich, very rich guy, controlling most of the central banks. Or at least his family does and stuff. I'm not too sure if he and his family or who he's connected to or whatever are pure evil, or it's just they are like more fucked up than normal people nowadays. So I don't know what to think of them. They're kind of strange. Yeah. But as it stands, I'm not a big fan as a voluntarist who don't like central control of finance and stuff.
Okay, good answer. I was just curious who that was.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I mean, I don't know all the Rothschilds by seeing them, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there are like Zionist people connected to the Queen and everything, and the family have like funded wars like ever since very early wars, maybe Napoleon and stuff. And yeah, they are the Illuminati, I guess. They're older. I don't know if Illuminati it probably still exists. I guess it's a lodge in Freemasonry or something. I don't know actually, but
Whoever they are, they're in the big club, and we ain't in it, like George Carlin used to say.
yeah, that's true. I hear some people say we have more power than them. Maybe we do. I don't know.
Actually, we do if you think about it, because everybody has the individual power to put their attention to whatever they want. If we start ignoring people like him and these bankers and shit, maybe things would change,
But maybe they also have individual power to do stuff. But also they also have mind control over many people. So in my opinion, it would kind of make more sense that they have more power. But I don't know. I don't know how to measure power when you bring all these different ways of looking at it.
I mean, measuring power will be seeing how much control they have.
Yes, that's one way to measure it, and yeah, that's probably the way to measure it, I guess.
Yeah.
You divide space-time with freedom, and you can measure power.
Space-time.
I don't know about this time thing. I've heard a lot of wise old people studying the old texts of Vedic and stuff, and it seems to be like time is like in certain eras or something, time is like very strict and like now basically, or up until now, and in other eras it's like can go back and forth in time or something like that, or like you can be like timeless or close to that or something. I don't know. I haven't seen any like real proofs of that, but it's like interesting to think about and stuff. But it would be very nice with some actual evidence with this spiritual talk and astrology and whatever.
Astrology can talk forever.
What do you say?
Astrology can talk forever.
What do you mean by that?
That means the pseudoscience can speak forever.
Okay. I'd say I don't know. I would be more aggressive with calling the mainstream science pseudoscience, but
No, I'm calling astrology pseudoscience.
sure. Yeah, it isn't, as far as I know. I don't. It doesn't seem like they. I have not looked deeply into it, but it doesn't seem like they base stuff in evidences, or
The
proofs.
problem
But
is because we use bird science for everything, and that's not correct.
they use, what do you say?
Science is a
Sorry.
method. It's a. It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, they use a different method, I guess. But
No, science is a
maybe,
method.
yeah.
We cannot
Okay,
call
yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. Good
When you
point.
say
Yeah,
science,
yeah. Then it's
it
to the.
means.
I understand. I understand what you
Yeah,
say.
yeah,
That
yeah.
that actually makes a lot of sense. I just had to process that information, what I just said. So yeah. Would be nice to look into if these things, astrology symbols mean according to your birth date and stuff, actually line up more than just random guessing. That would be a nice experiment, but I haven't seen one. But would be very nice if somebody could do that, because a lot of people in the truth community are very into that stuff and stuff. So and very old, apparently old ancient civilizations used something as like astrology. So it must be a reason why they did that. It doesn't really make sense that they just made up some stuff that doesn't really even do anything. That because like they were so advanced with so many other things like the buildings and everything, so why would they waste time with something that doesn't really have any ground in reality? That doesn't make any sense to me.
You know what medical tools they used? They didn't work either. They still use them.
I guess some of them, yeah, but many
All
of
of them, at least in
no
civilization.
fermented. One thing that I'm doing myself right now is fermenting foods, and that's very good medicine, and it's very good for your stomach. And many, especially sauerkraut's full of vitamin C, and it has a lot of probiotics and prebiotics in it. That's a very good invention they have come up with. I call it medicine because it's very healthy. You can eat a lot of it too. It's no problem as long as you don't have severe gut issues. But and probably other stuff, certain spices, and probably their diet was a lot better. I think our diet, the normal diet now, or the standard American diet, or whatever you want to call it, it's not good for your health. If you look at the ingredients and stuff, you can actually find some, I think, graphene in like McDonald's and stuff. I've heard that. I've not double checked it or anything, but it's not healthy though. It's with the carbohydrates and stuff. It's not good in that amount that we eat it now, and especially maltodextrin and a lot
And
of other
the
stuff that
life
they add in.
expectancy in the Middle Ages was 33 years. It's like
That's what this.
70
Okay,
now.
okay. Think about that. Who wrote that? And you hear that number 33. Who do you think is the ones writing the history here?
Yeah, you
Think
just
about
use
that.
history in your
Yeah,
argument.
history is probably a lie. It's as
Yeah,
far
but
as
you
I
just used it as
researched.
an argument.
When did you do that? Did I do that?
When you were saying they use astrology
Ah, okay,
for their
sure,
buildings.
sure. I didn't say they used astrology for the buildings. That
Yeah,
I
whatever.
didn't say.
You use history.
I said like they were advanced because of the buildings, and yeah, I assumed that they used astrology. Maybe they didn't, I guess, but the mainstream likes to mock things that are true, like flat Earth and a lot of other stuff, and they also like to mock astrology. Doesn't mean astrology is true. That's not what I'm saying, but it could uh, like it's like the thing that points to it maybe being more possibly true. And okay, so that wasn't really a good evidence for it, but yeah. What was I gonna say? But at least much of the medicine and probably the diet they ate was probably better than what we eat today. So,
Well, I
and
highly doubt that. They give children beer, right?
I don't know.
They
I have
just
not.
dump their shit on the streets.
I think
The water was
some.
polluted.
I think some civilizations after certain resets or maybe great resets at the time, but probably were very unsophisticated. At least the pictures you can see after 1850 and around that time, you can see people walking around in mud and the buildings are like super big, but their buildings, building are like small, like wooden shelters, I guess, at the start of it. So I don't think they were advanced. You can actually see fat people at the time too, so that's interesting. And yeah, probably existed for a long time, but the people who built these magnificent structures you can see all across our realm, like the so-called cathedrals and so-called mosques and stuff. The really old ones, they look really magnificent and are very detailed in the details, and they are made of stone too. And I don't think that they were like dumb people.
No,
get what
certainly not.
So so that's why I say at least if they had astrology, it was probably based in reality in my opinion. Also
So do you
alchemy.
mean astrology or astronomy?
Astronomy came, it's a term actually astrology is what like the literal meaning of astrology, if I'm not mistaken, is what they try to make astronomy. This is like the modern definition of astronomy. If you see the literal definition, like it's the science of the sky, or
No, that's astronomy. Astrology is making predictions, as in having an influence on humans, with the cause being the sky. So astronomy is the actual study of the movement and the kinematics and the forces.
Okay, so I think maybe if they used astrology, I think they the powers that shouldn't be have maybe erased the evidence they had to back that up. That was based in reality. Maybe they have twisted the science of astrology. That's actually quite plausible when I
Astrology
think about
isn't a science.
I don't know. Maybe the original one was
Maybe
based in that. Yes, maybe.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
So yeah, they to build the cathedrals, yeah, they had to use some pretty advanced things. They used probably a lot of mathematics, a lot of organization.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think it would be very widespread with a culture that was so sophisticated to have like a fantasy thing that is based on nothing but like fairy dust, So
yeah, that happens all the time.
One interesting observation you can do on those pictures back then is, as you said, the ground is muddy, the buildings are fantastic, but they had no known power tool at that time to make those buildings. So ask yourself,
that's what they say, yes.
Yeah, they had
maybe
police. That's all they had.
There's some evidence
like
suggesting that they could they can move stuff with sound, and they can maybe also do other stuff with
horse, a
sound,
buggy.
like cutting and.
Yeah.
I don't think it was also buggy, as the official explanation says it was, and that some of them were built in 1 year or so. You have the fort in an island on Florida that's was allegedly built in 1 year, and it's like a gigantic, full of red bricks. It's like the most impossible thing to do at the time. So yeah, the official narrative is certainly not true or based in reality, I guess.
I mean, yeah, like I said, the power tool was not even invented when they built those structures. That was before the power tool.
I'm
That's something
unsure
you can
of
look
what technology they actually had. They may have.
We don't know.
You can also see in certain hieroglyphs or stone engravings or whatever we want to call it. You can see like laptops and things that might be cell phones and stuff. So
Can you
they
send that?
might
Because I'm
have.
very curious to that.
Yeah, I've seen. Well, yeah. I think you can find stuff like that on stolenhistory.net. I'm not sure if it's like very prominent on very high up in the stuff. I've guaranteed seen it in videos, and I've also seen it on Stolen History. I remember. I don't know what to search for, unfortunately. So you can take that for as you wish.
Search
I'm
for
sorry, I
what?
don't have it on my PC.
You talking about the lost history?
Yeah, it's a forum on the internet. If you go to stolenhistory.net in one word or one, yeah.
Stolen. Okay. Well, you can look up the old civilization called Tartaria in the mud floods. You probably find a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, I know a lot about that. Have delved into a lot of what that is, the Phoenicians and everything. Yeah. I think I have an image on my PC about cars in it's like stone engravings and stuff. You can apropos, you can actually find this thing. I think it's pretty easy to find, like helicopter. You can see an actual Egyptian hieroglyph of a helicopter and I think submarine and stuff. I think it should be pretty easy to search up. Okay, I have the car one actually. Here we go. I think it's this the right chat. Let me see. Yes, I'm in the right chat. If you look in the chat, you can see one. I don't have the source for the original photograph, but okay, it might also be fake actually. Actually, this image might be fake. I don't think the other one with the laptop was fake because I've seen it a lot of places. This one I just found
Oh,
once,
you've seen
and
it
I
in multiple
just.
places, so it isn't fake.
It's no. That's yeah. That's it's. I mean, it's probably not fake. Because of the people I watch. It's not good proof for you. Just okay. Anyways, forget about that. I guess
Just a fun
you
thing
can.
to look at.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
yeah. Just wish.
I don't think they would build a car at that time that
No,
resemblance
that
of
makes
modern day.
definitely not a
This
smartphone.
image, yeah. I saw the Mercedes logo and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, someone
This
made
is
that
too good
probably.
to be true.
Yeah.
It probably is too good to be true, but it might also not be. I'm like 80% sure it's not true, but it might be.
The immense
My view.
logistics required to even make a smartphone.
I think
There's no
also
way.
they might be able to travel in time and stuff, so they might have like seen the Mercedes logo. That might
That's
be, and
impossible.
also Mercedes could have taken this clay thing and modeled their car after it. That's the theory. Probably very unlikely.
Yeah, it's a entertaining idea, I guess.
Yeah.
I think you would have to look into the ancient records, see what kind of pattern there is from them carving, so to say, these kind of things. What the, archaeologists have been finding this kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
you shouldn't listen to the like high paid ones and stuff. You because they like try to ignore everything alternative. At least Egyptologists, the ones that are known and doesn't get censored and stuff. But yeah, there are probably a lot of good archaeologists that are independent and stuff. Just my advice, I guess.
Yeah, I would just say look into it all. Come up with a conclusion, basically. See whichever fits the narrative, the true narrative, basically, and not the official
Definitely
one.
do that.
Because
Totally
they
agree.
want to show us sometimes what they want to show us, not what is really true, just to mislead us in the time of history.
Yes. Gonna show some interesting pictures if you haven't seen the mud flood evidence and stuff, or meltology stuff.
I've seen the mud floods, yeah. The excavations, when they dig out the lower parts of the ground, like
What do you want?
expose the lower parts of the buildings as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting time of the period that would happen.
Yeah.
If you want to find like more uncensored information, you can use Telegram. If you heard of that one, there are
Okay, I'm sorry. The thing with Telegram is it's nothing special. It's it's nothing different than WhatsApp and stuff. But yeah, it may have good information, but it's like centrally controlled and it's not open source like they claim it is. They don't update the source code to the binary that they're releasing, and the server code is not open source either. and you can watch Luke Smith's video about it. It's basically actually less safe than WhatsApp, because like it's probably the governments will probably look more there for evil. No, I mean, people who do wrong thing, I guess, like us, doing wrong thing. So,
Brandon,
but like
you're
you
hot
have
micing.
you have also much better alternative chatting platforms like
Yeah, I
Matrix
understand the security.
and
I
XMPP.
understand. Yeah, I understand the security part, but I'm just.
And
giving
also,
you
I can't create a
option to look for.
Telegram account because my phone is can't take apps and stuff because it's like old.
You can install it on the computer, Telegram.
Yeah, I did, but it required phone number, and
yeah.
I have a phone number, but it doesn't work without like the app on the phone, and I can't install shit like that on my phone.
Oh, they needs to verify that way as well. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. I don't like Telegram. I kind of hate it because so many truth channels are on there, but I can't use it because I have to buy a shitty phone. I guess I could somehow get a SIM card reader for my PC and then emulate Android on my Linux
What?
system, but
You can
that's and
you
then
can use
install
Telegram
the
on your computer, and you can get a Telegram account with a
Did
text
you
now
hear?
number.
Did you hear what I said? I
Get a
have to
text now
make an
number.
account.
Get a text
I have
now
to make
number.
an account.
Get a
What did
text
you
now
say?
number. Text now. Text now.
Yeah. I did actually do that. Ask for it. Could you do that? But it didn't come any message from. I tried every
let me
option
see.
they had for on the PC. So yeah.
Let me see. There's these phone
Little-
verification things here. Here's one of them.
Oh,
I know
you
this
mean
one's
like
legit.
yeah, okay. I forgot about that. Thank you.
Yeah, those
That's
exist.
yeah, I have used them before, but it didn't work, so I forgot about it for the application I used. I needed it for before. Yeah.
Yeah, those work fine, and they let you bypass the thing. So, I typically
Nice.
I thought you could make a Telegram account without a phone number. Or am I wrong? I thought, or you can just have a username, so people don't have to add you on your phone number.
Definitely cannot. I tried everything I could with the desktop application. Okay, maybe, but like everything you could do on the desktop didn't let me do it. So you had to use a phone number, as far as I know. The same is with
That's weird.
Odyssey too. You have to have a phone number. I'm pretty sure. I at least had to do it. But with Odyssey, it's like it makes a little more sense because they just store a hash for it. And okay, so I don't know the actual technical stuff, but security people say it's just that. It's like it doesn't like store it in plain text and stuff. Your phone number. So
Yeah.
that's like the only personal stuff you have to give to Odyssey or the LBRI to do that. Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Sorry,
really know
I
why.
just very into that technical stuff. And
Yeah,
it's
it's cool.
and it's also very sad that so many truthers still use the crappy Windows or Mac OS. It's like it makes me
I
cringe.
mean, it's really
like
all you
using
can really use in this like ecosystem. So
not at all. Not at all. Linux is
yeah, it's like, but what if I want to use
comparable in the
Photoshop?
worst.
What if I want to use any professional software? It's not going to be on Linux, which is
What
the
are you
problem.
talking about? You have GIMP, you have Kden
GIMP
Live,
is
you have
nowhere near Photoshop.
Oh wow!
You know
So when
that.
I talk about operating
You
system,
can okay, if you really care about that, you can actually install it now on I think the new the Ubuntu, and you can also install it on you can also even install Microsoft Word, but why would you use that instead of LibreOffice or anything else?
Yeah,
But like yeah, you can everything. You can work on the Linux if you like absolutely.
Yeah, it
need
can
to have
work
it
if
with
you like
the
fiddle
Wine
with it. But
emulation.
what people want is, okay, I just install it, I run it, okay, it's done.
Yeah,
right?
I think you can do that in Ubuntu and
Linux is
some
still
other
very
distributions.
fiddly. What is good about Linux, though, is when you do actually have problems, if you're somewhat competent, you can actually Google them and find useful information that tells you how to solve the problems. Unlike fucking Windows, where you like Google a problem and you get like a billion driver download
Yeah, that's
websites.
the thing with you. That's the thing with Ubuntu too, kinda. If you try to get solve a problem with Ubuntu, it's like I don't remember, but like
Really? I find that like one
it doesn't
person on
have
Stack
good it doesn't
Overflow.
have good documentation on.
Yeah, I think it does. It's like with whatever problem you have, there's always like a one command fix on Stack Overflow.
Stack Overflow, I mean, yeah, but like the Ubuntu, like wiki or something. The Arch wiki is a lot better for that stuff.
Yeah,
and also Gentoo wiki, that's also a very useful one.
Gentoo is even harder to use.
I wasn't talking about I wasn't talking about the meta distro Gentoo, but
excuse me, guys. I hate to break up the technical discussion, but can we try to get back on topic?
Yeah,
welcome Bitcoin.
We were just talking about it because it was nobody talked about anything else
Well,
because it was.
that's what I'm here to do. Is get back on topic. You're good. I'm not.
Wait a minute.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I take that back. I guess.
Bitcoin Brandon, is the Earth a spinning ball, sir?
What'd you say?
Is the Earth a spinning ball?
I haven't really seen great evidence to disprove that it is not.
Is that a yes or no?
As far as I understand, yes, it is a spinning ball.
Okay, what's your number one evidence for your spinning ball globe you think you live on?
It's not really that I have a number one evidence, it's just that every single thing that you can do has some kind of physical explanation, right? All the explanations like gravity, you know, like density, they all work together, right? It all makes sense, and it can be described mathematically, right?
I can describe how Superman flies mathematically too. Is that real?
I don't really think you can describe how Superman flies mathematically.
Yeah, I've seen it done. You can do a lot of stuff with
I don't think you can.
Well,
Superman would need to have some force to make him fly, right? And that
Somebody
force
else
can't come
take
from
over here. I'm going into the dead zone. Sorry, but I'm getting ready to lose connection.
So I could calculate. Hold on. So I could calculate it, Bitcoin. I could calculate how much force that Superman needs to jump over.
Yeah, but there would also be like the problem.
I did not finish speaking.
Okay.
I didn't finish speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chill out, man.
Yeah, well, you chill out, man. You know how to have a conversation, right? You know, you wait until somebody else finishes, then you respond. All right, so I can calculate how much force that Superman needs to jump over the Empire State Building. Does that make Superman real?
No, but you just have a like point, and it's like, okay, I just need this much initial velocity.
Right. So exactly my point.
Yeah.
So exactly the point. So you because math is abstract, you know, it's based on just a concept. You can describe anything with math. Now the problem is mathematics isn't real. So,
well, it's describing real situations. I mean,
it can, but it also
math
can.
Is just pure logic.
It's not like I'm describing like a conversation I had with my friend with math. I'm describing a point moving through space, right?
Math is just a language.
Yeah.
All right. So in language, you can lie.
And also for math, you need
that's like what a proof is. You can't like lie in a proof.
Well, for math, you typically need an unchanging quantity to count. As far as we can tell, space doesn't have a quantity to count. So if you're trying to use math for space or for this ball, show the unchanging unit first. Otherwise, your math is kind of unjustified.
What do you mean a quantity?
Well, they say that the Earth is a big hunk of rock that's a big unchanging quantity. So are we seeing 8 inches per mile squared of curvature on this rock of Earth? We don't appear to be seeing that relative to a laser mathematically or anything like that. So it looks like the globe is pretty much falsified geometrically. If you're going to use geometric math claims
Is
to say
anybody
that it's a
claiming
ball,
that it's a perfect sphere? Like I just like dropped a sphere on like a
it
Blender
doesn't even need to be
project and-
perfect. It would be 8 inches up to 500 miles above the surface, and most observations are made well within that range. So I think we're good.
I mean, it's like somebody
It's
was
an
literally
oblique.
showing me something that made like no fucking sense at all here. They were like, look, when I zoom in on the boat, I can see it. Oh my god, there's no curve, right? Like that doesn't make any sense because
go over a curve when you're standing on a lake. You see a curve because boats go over it. That's what you said. Zoom in on them, and you were like, "I don't understand what I'm looking."
Go ahead and post that again. Go ahead and post that
Scroll
again.
something and exited by accident.
Go ahead and post that link I just sent.
Well, basically, we falsified the globe geometrically using geometric math. So at that point, how do we have a ball at all if it's falsified geometrically?
So, I mean, so do we have satellites?
Satelloons floating over a flat, motionless surface. Sure, satelloons.
How are they staying in place?
Satelloons, helium, probably just floating up there like a big balloon. If they're not a drone, something else.
What is keeping them from falling? What?
They're probably floating up in some sort of layer up there, some sort of air layer or something like
Plus,
that.
I just showed you one that fell to the ground, so they don't just stay floating. Obviously, they just
yeah, that one probably
screwed up there, huh?
Yeah, the only thing that changes Bitcoin, Brandon, is we think that gravity is holding these satellites, fast to the ball and slinging it over the ball like a slingshot. If it's a flat, motionless plane, it's probably floating up there or floating by some form of propulsion like helium, rocket, airplane, drone, or something like that.
Oh, what is Project
Yeah,
Ring?
NASA has admitted they use balloons for certain satellites, so it's at least true to some degree and probably true.
Yeah, NASA's like the largest purchaser of helium. It makes a lot of sense. And we've seen satelloons fall out of the sky attached to a balloon. So it makes a lot of sense that this satellite is not being slingshot over the ball Earth by gravity. It's probably being propelled by something else.
Yeah,
but how would they stay perfectly in place? How would that be happening?
Maybe there's no wind up there. Maybe it's a really calm day and it's like the balloon after. That's
So
floating
why would there be no wind up there, but there's wind
It's
down
just floating
here?
in a relative dead zone of not a whole lot of wind or current or something. Who knows?
But why would they have wind down
Brandon,
here,
have
but
you
not
been
up
up
there?
there? Have you been way up there to measure the wind?
Well, why would they not be moving?
They
Have
claim
you
that
been
there are
up there
layers
to
up there
measure
where
the wind?
Why would they not be moving?
They claim there are layers up there, like the stratopause and the menopause.
Bitcoin, you're giving a bunch of questions, but you're not really participating. So Bitcoin, that's fine. But let's follow the logic of that question that was given to you. That's pretty logical. You haven't been up there to measure the wind, so you implying that there's going to be some wind up there is kind of baseless.
No, I'm not implying there's going to be some wind up there. I'm asking why would there not be wind up there if there's wind down here?
Why would there
Because
be
there are currents? There are currents in the ocean. In the ocean, there are currents that run faster and slower on top of each other. Even in the fluid medium of the ocean, the air would be no different. There are currents here. There are currents there.
So why are there currents?
Varying speed.
Convection.
That's a non-sequitur question, man. So can you get back to the point?
Because I was told that wind causes currents, and now you're telling me that currents cause wind.
So you're saying that?
No.
Hold on. So you're saying that in the water, the wind causes that current?
Huh? That is what I was told by somebody.
So inside the water, the wind causes that current.
No. Above the water, the wind is pushing the water.
The pushing's on
Bitcoin, that's not the only cause.
Get your story straight, because I was in there. I'm the one who said air pressure makes the waves. You're like, what?
How does air pressure make waves?
Wind makes waves? You said wind makes waves?
You said wind. You said wind.
Have you ever been to a lake on a windy day and then you just started stuttering?
Bitcoin. You obviously know that other things other than wind cause currents. Heat causes currents. Differences in density causes currents. Differences in salinity causes currents. Geothermal currents from underneath the ocean cause currents. Obviously, there's more causes than just wind. That's just disingenuous to say that wind causes currents for the water. Therefore, wind can't cause wind up in the air. Or something like
but
that.
why do
It could be
we get
something
high
electromagnetic.
tide? Why do we get high tide? Why is there high
High
tide?
tide, probably electromagnetism. Rub a balloon staticky.
Electromagnetism.
Yeah, rub a balloon staticky, hold it next to a trickle of water, watch the trickle of water be attracted to the staticky balloon. That's probably a better explanation than gravity, since you can see the effect.
Okay.
Actually,
also,
about the tides.
Before you go on, it's also, by the way, documented, and they explain in their documents how they manipulate the balloons to go up or down. They charge a wire on the balloons and manipulate the electrostatics. It's the same way that a spider can levitate using a thread.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Okay, but how? What is being electrically, or what is like water electrostatically attracted to?
The electromagnetic sun or moon or whatever, who knows? Or maybe it's, just bobbing up and down.
Electrostatic moon? So you're telling me the moon has static electricity that only attracts water?
Well, you asked for another alternative, so there you go. You rub a balloon.
Well, that just doesn't make any sense.
The balloon, so maybe the moon and or sun are electromagnetic or something like that, or who knows? There could be some other possibility. Don't know what else to tell you.
You think your gravity makes sense?
Don't you need to be? Doesn't that like fundamentally make no fucking sense? Because I thought you need to be grounded to have.
Let me ask you: do you
static
think?
Electricity?
Well, unfortunately, everything is in nature is electrostatic.
Yeah, everything has an electromagnetic charge.
Yeah, there is an electrostatic charge everywhere.
Everywhere. So it looks like
why would if it was electrostatic forces, why would it be only attracting the water?
I don't know. I guess it's the field strength or whatever. The field interacts with this object, but not this object. I mean, electrostatics can get kind of complicated.
Can we demonstrate that? Demonstrate an electrostatic charge that only affects water?
I don't know if it necessarily only affects water. It probably affects everything else differently, just a differing amount. You're acting like the same field has
it's enough to make giant tides, but it's not enough to like lift my hair? How does that make any sense?
Yeah, fields affect different objects differently.
No, I see the problem. He still thinks the tidal theory is correct, that he got taught as a child. But the problem is that's not how tides work. Look into tides and know that tides circle around tidal nodes. They do not move in a giant wave around the globe.
That is
the thing about fields is different objects in the field can be affected differently. So you're kind of implying that, same field, same effect on all objects. I don't know if that necessarily follows.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. So why? So what is pulling the water? What is pulling the water?
Pulling the water.
We already answered that, and your questions are.
So you're saying it's electrostatic electricity,
and you're getting to a frustrating level of questioning right now. Please show that you're processing our responses and not just spitballing, questions at us. Thank you.
So what in the sphinctosphere is allowing Redshield 5 to hate niggers, niggers. I hate niggers, I hate niggers, I hate.
What an intelligent question, man.
Nice.
Oh, we should be
I
heard.
love that. I didn't expect that at all.
Alright. That sounds
like
the
came
same
out
guy
of nowhere.
that tried to chicken earlier.
No, not really.
Oof. That's the most intelligent question I've heard in a while.
Bitcoin Brandon, look into Monero and Pirate Chain.
That's unfortunate. I actually was kind of enjoying listening to his cartoony voice.
Well, I mean, he did have some decent questions, but it was just like, kind of spitballing and stuff. So it's like he's not really processing anything we're saying, which is a little frustrating. But, good questions, though.
I suppose.
Oh,
look into Monero.
Hey, to get him for a few minutes anyway. Got to give him credit for that, I guess.
That's sad. Didn't last long.
I mean, he's just going to keep on asking questions until we say we don't know. So at that point, it's just kind of pointless. I mean, do we know everything? No. We're still trying to figure stuff out ourselves. But, we have other possibilities that could work over a flat motionless plane.
Yeah, he sounded very much like a guy I tried to check in earlier, and we're like almost at the end of the check-in process, and he did the exact same thing, and it sounded like the same guy. I only just realized that, but yeah, like now when I was listening.
Gotta love those globe zealots.
It's all
But,
good. Well, these guys have figured out how to get past the VC stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I think you mute him. That makes sense. But why do you make him not be able to listen? That doesn't make any sense.
Because fuck him. That's why.
Well, he can't go to the live stream if he actually wants to listen. But where did the conversation go before he N-bombed it? Was it going in any productive direction?
No. I'm not saying that, but it's like doesn't make any sense to, in my opinion, to make him not be able to listen.
He is server banned, so what does it matter?
Okay. All right.
I just can't disconnect them.
Then?
I just can't disconnect them.
All right.
I think we were talking about the electrostatic charge, but we left off saying, you can rub a balloon staticky, hold it next to a trickle of water, and see the water quite literally be attracted to the balloon because of the electrostatic charge. So if you want at least a demonstrable effect, it looks like it's probably electrostatics as opposed to just quote-unquote gravity.
We're not under any obligation to replace any model or anything like that. He claimed a cause and effect relationship. He'd have to provide the scientific experiment which validated that.
Fair enough, but I think when people say we don't know, that's fine. But then they're like, okay, what can we go forward and figure out? What sort of framework is there available to figure out what, if anything, is going on? And electromagnetics appears to be the best bet beside gravity.
It's definitely worth investigating, I agree.
Another new person here, King Zan. Somebody wants to unmute him. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, before we move on, let's be clear. They haven't proven any of the causations that they claim for any of the phenomenon. For example, what causes the seasons? All they have is correlations at best and an explanation. They don't have any proof. So what causes the seasons on the globe Earth? Relative position of the sun and the Earth. What causes the seasons on any other shaped Earth? The relative position of the sun and the Earth. It's the same reason for both. Wow.
Well, that's not the official reason for seasons. It's
yes,
like
it is.
Yeah, it is.
Imaginary axis.
Right, the relative position of the two things, correct?
By tilt, I guess. Sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good.
Because it's like it's supposed to be in the northern hemisphere. It's supposed to be closer to the sun.
Right. Exactly. So follow along. I'm just pointing out that their explanation is just that the sun is doing something and the earth is doing something in relation to each other. Right?
Yes.
Same thing with the tides. The moon is doing something and the earth is doing something.
But that's
So
observational.
it's just correlation.
Different, yeah.
So I see that Brandon Nude got the S-band. I knew it wouldn't take long. AI. Fucking. What did he do? How did he get that big a sentence?
N-word bomb.
He realized there were alternate explanations for the tides, and then when asked how the tides actually are claimed to work in the globe model, he realized he had absolutely no clue, so he had to do the N-bomb.
Oh, he started N-bombing. Damn. Well done. Classy.
We have a lot of similar explanations, even from the flat side. It's just a slight tweaking, is all. Like you say, with the sun explanation for the seasons, the sun just circles over a flat plane and gets further out toward the outer southern perimeter, taking the seasons with it as it cycles in, cycles out, basically.
Yeah, that's the most accepted flat Earth model, yes. But I've seen some people document different things in, for example, Tasmania. I saw a video of the guy about the sun not going the way it's supposed to go in the flat Earth. But yeah, it might be wrong, of course. Yeah.
What didn't match or what didn't work about the way the sun was going?
The path, it went from like a little bit south to a little bit north and then south again.
Rising southeast, setting southwest. Gotcha. There's a Spanish dude who shows a video of concentric circles, which represent the star trails on paper going in concentric circles around the central North Pole. They put a hemispheric glass dome over the paper, and the star trails warp and distort. They appear to bend to the left and bend to the right. That would basically be the sun over a flat plane deformed by firmament, atmosphere, glass, refraction, or something like that. So that looks like, based off of that demonstration, that the sun could be refracted with its true path, looking warped and distorted, opposite to what it actually is. I'll put it in the chat, and you could go with that as a possible explanation for why, quote unquote, the sun appears to rise northeast and set southwest, or whatever they say about that.
Not only that, I mean, nobody knows a true layout of the Earth. So how do we know?
I was gonna ask: is there any sort of experimental proof of the dome, like the actual round dome?
Observations, sundogs and parhelions look like a similar effect of light shining off of what appears to be a curved glass surface. You can duplicate the effect by holding a match under a curved glass bowl, and you get things that look a lot like sundogs and parhelions. So I guess similarity of observation is more than enough for people to go with something dome-like.
Okay, I have my own theory about the dome, actually.
And then not all flat earthers claim that there is a dome, because there definitely we're contained somehow. So
yeah, what I propose is like it's a sort of a flat dome on
whoa. Is that you're saying
that the stars are in, but above it, it's a round dome as well, like the ones that makes the sun have this weird spotlight type shape, not the normal circular,
That's contradictory. You're using two contradictory terms, flat and dome. It's contradictory.
Okay, I mean it's a flat kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it, because I don't know what it is. Where the stars are, because you have seen a video of some amateur astronomers. They crashed like the rocket in something. So I guess that is like a glass ceiling.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine and dandy, but I mean, all that's a speculation. We can't really tell you or explain anything.
But also, like sextants, as far as I understood how sextants work, they assumed a flat, like sky, where the stars are.
Hold on,
as far
friend.
as I know.
Hold on. Can't let you go any further, friend. So, question needs to be asked. When was the last time you saw a solid object going hundreds of miles an hour crash into another solid object without being obliterated?
What? I don't. I'm not a globe earther.
No. Just follow along.
Okay.
You're mentioning the Go Fast rocket where it appeared to hit something. If it was a solid object that it hit, would it not have been obliterated instantly?
Oh yeah, good point. I have not thought about that. Maybe it was like a gradient of something. Like it was.
It stopped dead. It stopped dead, man. It was fucking flying at full speed, and then bang, it instantly stopped, and then it revolved slightly.
Yeah, that's maybe it's a force field, or maybe it's like a gradient of pressure of some liquid or whatever until it basically gets solid or something. That's
Nah,
just what the hypothesis.
it looks fake to me, man. I mean, like, how come there's no videos of it? Like, once it's stuck there, the video just ends. Like, how did they gain the? Like, how did they get the footage
It
back? How
didn't
did
end.
they actually? No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't. The video
no,
doesn't
it
end
didn't
there.
end.
What? When do you actually see it coming back to Earth?
Well, it you can see a little bit afterwards. I know that for certain. I have seen that. You can also see like the moon when it rotates and falls down. I don't know if they have video of the entire fall down or when it falls down, but at least they showed a bit of it.
Nah.
Yeah.
The only videos I've seen of that Go Fast Rocket, the official one anyway, it goes up, stops, it holds there for however long, and then the video ends. It doesn't actually release from its hold. You don't see it falling back down. Like, surely the video would be it lifting off, going up, getting stuck there for however long, and then falling back down. Surely that should be all in the video if they're going to give you a true representation.
I've seen that, and there was another guy hopping in and also saying that. Could you elaborate?
Can you send the link?
No, I didn't. No.
That's what I mean. It looks fake to me.
Why did we bring that up? Oh yeah, because of I used it as no. Wait a minute. I forget that. But that's just a hypothesis I have. Would like to have somebody disprove it. That we have like a circular, not like a spherical dome, half circle dome above us. That makes the sun and stuff do what they do, and also have a flat like ceiling for the stars.
But you haven't proven anything. So why were we gonna disprove something?
No,
that
I
we
haven't proven anything. No, sorry, I haven't proven anything. Just wanted to say that. Sorry.
So the
Can
Earth's
talk
still
about
flat,
something
isn't
else.
it? We're going to talk about why you believe you live on a ball, barreling in multiple different ways at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum. Like, what's the evidence for that apart from TV?
Are you talking to me?
Well, if you're a globe earther, my friend, yes.
No, I'm not a globe earther. I'm a flat earther.
You didn't sound like one. What made you a flat earther?
Well, if you understood what I was saying, I was proposing a theory for the dome of the flat Earth. Because I don't think you can have a dome for the globe Earth. Oh, you maybe you could, but then it would have to be like circle. Anyways, I'm not a globe Earther.
Look, you bring up a good point. You bring up a good point. You bring up a very good point, which both globe earthers and flat earthers fall to, which is many people assume that a single phenomenon and a single cause for that phenomenon, or a single structure to that phenomenon, when a lot of times two things working together could explain it as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That's just a hypothesis.
I will give you a good example in the flat Earth arena. Okay, so globe earthers will say that we have a singular star field, right? And the Earth is rotating within it. And if you go to different parts of the Earth, you see it in different ways. And how could you possibly explain that on a flat Earth? Well, a lot of flat Earth models, quote unquote, when they're trying to represent this, try to use one thing to explain it. But I've seen guys explain it with two things, where there's an inner star field and an outer star field, which are shaped completely differently. Yet through the medium of the atmosphere, whatever, we see it as if it appears to be one. And it solves some of those problems.
Nice. I haven't heard that one, but kinda sort of similar to what I hypothesized, theorized. Yes. But yeah,
Another
it
faulty
wouldn't.
thing.
It
Another
wouldn't
faulty
really make
thing.
sense.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it wouldn't really make sense if the stars were in a spherical half dome or a dome, you know, because then you should have been able to see all the stars, because you could have zoomed that far in. Maybe the atmospheric depth of
Perspective would make
opacity
the stars eventually disappear if they get too far away or circle too far away. So what you say doesn't follow. Eventually, if you look down a really long hallway, the ceiling and all the objects and lights within it appear to merge with the ground. The stars would be no
Yeah,
different as they circle over the
that
flat
is
plane. So if you're too
yeah
far from the stars, you're not
yeah
going to
that
see them.
yeah. Well, I didn't say that. That is if it's flat top or
It works
ceiling.
from the flat plane,
I
though.
yeah. I was speaking that it wouldn't make sense if the stars were in a rounded dome that much, because then you would have been able to see like the other stars on the other side. If you looked in that direction, like you could
That
like
doesn't necessarily
in that.
follow. Perspective
Okay.
would take over, and eventually the stars would be invisible or unresolvable. They just merge with the floor as they
Yeah, but
circle
then
overhead.
you couldn't. A part of your angular vision wouldn't be visible with stars. Then, if you get what I'm saying.
Eventually, if you
If
look down a
like
really long hallway or a really long flat plane, the ceiling appears to merge with the floor, or the
yeah, but
stars in the ceiling
I'm not
appear to merge
talking
with the floor.
about that. I'm talking about a rounded dome where the stars are situated on the rounded dome. You get what I'm saying, right? Then
It
it's
appears
not
to work
like a
fine.
hallway.
We see circular paths that imply some sort of circularity up there. And also, the sundogs, parhelions, and elf sprites and jets and other electrical phenomena look like they're cascading off of some sort of solid
Yeah,
surface up there
that's why I
that even appears
proposed
to be round.
that's why I proposed my hypothesis of like there being like two different types of s- uh, like not domes but like ceilings, I guess. One that is flat for the stars that does the hallway thing, you know, and the other that does the thing with the sun.
As far as I
That
can tell, you
makes
can
that.
have a multi-layer dome that could be round or whatever. As far as I can tell, there's no problem. I mean, the circular stars overhead would just disappear due to perspective, like looking down a really long hallway with a round dome instead. It's the same
Yeah.
deal.
So another thing I was saying too is that it it doesn't work if you have like a if you assume like an open dome, like not an open dome, but like it's open up until you get to the rounded dome, which is like a half sphere, you know, and the stars are on that thing, you know. So then you would either, if you can't see that far, you wouldn't see any stars. That it would just be black or something, you know, and
Not
or
necessarily. Lights break the rules for angular size. They can be seen much longer than objects that are
okay.
not lit. You can see a candle for like 2 or 3 times as long as you
All right.
can when the
Okay.
candle
Okay.
is lit
Okay.
versus when it's
If
not
it is
lit.
that way, then you should be able to see all the stars at the same time. But you can't do
Perspective
that
still applies. Eventually, the light will merge with the floor if it gets too far away.
got any proof of that?
Look down a hallway. The ceiling appears to ramp down. The floor appears to ramp up. These two zones would be
Oh,
expected to merge into a line.
yeah, but that's assuming a flat ceiling. You know,
Well, the hallway
now
appears to be flat. If the hallway wasn't flat, then you'd see stuff rolling down the hallway, or flooding, showing that the water is pooling on one side of the hallway versus the other if it wasn't flat and level. So most of the
Hold on
time,
a
people
second.
have hallways that are flat,
Hold
at least
on.
within.
Why
Hold
are you
on.
talking about water?
Before you continue, if the ceiling was curved and if that curve was angling down towards the floor in the hallway example, then the effect would be exaggerated and happen even sooner. So it'd just be worse. You'd have less visibility.
So as far as I can tell, it works.
Well, Are you guys like visualizing it in 3D? You know, if you put a man inside like the middle or somewhere on the AE flat map, and he like looked in all directions, you know, and you maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying or something, but if you are using like a miniature model, you would see all the stars. If you were in like a half dome, you would see all of them. If you couldn't, you should see maybe blackness or like opacity or whatever. You couldn't see stars. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what you are trying to explain to me.
Well, there's a video that goes over how perspective would work over a flat plane, and eventually the ceiling would merge with the floor and make the objects unresolvable, including the lights in the ceiling, the stars in this case. I'll link that in the chat.
Okay, I'll check that out because that's pretty confusing in my opinion.
What's a triangle? You just imagine a triangle from the point of observation, right? If you have two rays coming out from the acute angle at the point of observation, they're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger as they get away from you, would they not? And they're going to envelop more and more space. And all that space would be unresolvable. You know, it's going to be like 1 foot a while in front of you, then it's going to be 2 feet, then it's going to be 3, then 4, then 5, and eventually it's going to be 1,000 miles of unresolvable space.
The video's in the chat.
Yeah. So you, yeah, I know. Like you, the farther the thing is from you, the smaller it will seem. It seems like you said the opposite, but is that what you're saying?
No, it's not just that. That is true, but it's also that the angles of propagation from the source won't be able to enter at an angle that the optic can resolve. So it'll just be a big dead zone in the field of view.
Okay, so like, yeah, you can't see it because it's that far away, you know, right? That's what you're saying.
Right. So, for example, let me ask you this question. It's very simple.
Angular resolution.
If all light information comes in at 0 degrees, would you be able to tell it apart?
No, because it would just be a zero-dimensional dot. Yes.
There you go. So obviously nothing can see. Yep, you got it. So nothing can see at 0 degrees. Right. So nothing can see at 0 degrees. Everything has a little bit of an angle from 0 to what it can resolve. So the same principle of not being able to see at 0 applies to that angle. So if it's 0.02 like the human eye, everything that enters in at that angle as it approaches 0 degrees in your field of view is going to disappear. It's that simple.
Yeah, but how does that explain? Like if that my there's assumption of stars like
stars
being on the circumference, being on the 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional circumference of the dome.
The stars would approach that angle as they circle away. Eventually, they would get further and further away, and like looking down a hallway with the ceiling ramping down toward a limiting angle of like 0.2 degrees or 0.02 degrees or whatever the angular resolution limit is. Eventually, it will just appear to merge with the floor and become unresolvable. It's the same thing with the stars that circle overhead. Eventually, they circle too far away and become unresolvable.
Okay, I probably have to watch the video. We can probably move on to another topic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Just checking.
No, I'm not. I can't hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear.
We would like to hear more.
Is she trying to say something, or what's going on?
Oh no, I was just checking.
Oh, okay.
Spake face. Yeah, that was me.
I'll give you the role just now. I've heard you speaking before anyway, Australia. I just noticed that you never had the role. That's strange
You're
that you're
good.
able to speak.
I didn't even know. I was like, I think I do, because I can talk.
You're here for quite a while, yeah? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just get it.
Thank you.
Sure. So what other roles give voice permission in Livestream? That doesn't make sense.
The shape roles give it automatically, I believe. So like, or that's the way it used to be
I
anyway.
thought.
So it, on the
I
fence,
thought, but we
Glover,
changed it.
huh?
I thought we changed.
I could be wrong. Maybe it's outdated, but yeah, the way it used to work was Glover, flat earther, on the fence,
To get the
skeptic,
Earth roll, or yeah, but you used to have to get the Earth roll to get image perms, but we changed that. But I've never heard of it giving voice perms, man. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, for voice perms. Yeah, I thought it was about it. You were talking about the image. For voice, yeah. No, I thought
Nah,
no voice. It's supposed to be automatically attached to those also. So as long as you have an Earth shaped role, you don't need VC verified anymore.
nah. Oh well. News to me.
Okay, so the video explains a local dome, it seems, and like the way you see a flat ceiling, and that was not what I was talking about. I was talking about a dome over the entire AE map, and the stars were situated on the surface of that dome. So that was my assumption, because I have seen many
Yeah, you're
illustrations or
correct.
models of
Friend,
that,
friend,
and
you're
my
correct.
point
You're
is that
correct.
yeah, thank you.
The problem is that whatever permutation out there, right, physically, you must see it through your personal optical dome. So whatever you see in your physical field is interpreted through your field of view and the optic which you're using, which in your case is your eyeballs or a camera.
Yeah, and that
And
would
those
be a
see,
kind of a dome kind. That would be kind of a dome, yeah, in a way.
yeah. So in your
Yeah.
example,
So
where you
yeah.
in your example where you have a flat ceiling and then a dome on top of the flat ceiling, so you have the dome on top of the flat ceiling, then the flat ceiling, and then the personal optical dome between you and it. So you have 3 layers there. You see what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, okay. So that was one assumption. That was my hypothesis. But I also made a different assumption. Well, there was based on the images I have, several images I have seen, that in my opinion, misrepresents how it works, or it at least doesn't make sense to me, that the stars are directly situated on the circumference of the bigger dome, and they don't show a flat ceiling under that, like my hypothesis. So that was my assumption. Yeah, I don't know what I was gonna say next. But did you get what I was saying there? Did I? Does my internet work? Hello, is
I can
anybody
hear
there?
you. I can hear you.
I can hear you,
We
son.
hear you, mind sobriety. All good. Any new people on here? Anybody think they live on a ball?
I'm new.
Paz is here. He lives on a ball. Why do you live on a ball? Come on.
Pause. I think deep down he knows he's a flat earther.
Cats got his
Like,
tongue. Y'all continue.
did you guys like give up on arguing me? Did I like was it too? good
No.
expose.
Well, we did
No,
no,
okay.
but we did start a GoFundMe for you to take some art classes, so you could draw us a cool picture. It's so much easier for us to understand each other.
All right. I guess I can make it in GIMP right now, or something. I guess I'm not used to GIMP actually.
Yeah, it's a fine discussion there, mind sobriety, but it's totally speculation. We try to stay on empirical stuff on the live stream.
Yeah, and I don't like how the way many images of flat Earths like show a dome where the stars are situated on the circumference of the dome, and I explained why in my mind that doesn't really make sense, because then you would either have to in my view you had to see all the stars at the same time if you looked 360 around you, or you couldn't see the farthest away stars because of the atmosphere or whatever. But that isn't what we see. So, but yeah.
How far are the stars? And how big is the Earth?
What do you mean in those images you can see the stars
Are those? Let me ask you another question. Are those images reality?
No, they are trying to explain reality. That's what
They're not. They're conceptuals. So that's what they found out there, that they looked, okay, the Earth might be this way, but how do you know that? How do you validate that?
Yeah, so I'm trying to like disprove that, or like
nobody ever used that as a claim that that's what they are. But it is what it is. I mean, at least no flat earther has said this is how it looks, because we don't.
But isn't it nice to like have a more accurate model than less?
No, because we don't live in a model. So unless you can see the whole Earth, and
we don't live in a model, but the model is there to explain what type of reality we are in and how it works and how it functions. That's what the model is. And isn't it better if the model is more accurate to explain that? Because that's what a model is.
The only way you can be accurate is if we have knowledge of the whole Earth.
Yeah, but like, couldn't we use the knowledge we already had to like fine tune the parts that may not be as accurate with discussions like we have now?
What knowledge do we have? All we have is believing in whatever they told us.
We know that we can't see all the stars at the same time. I've seen that myself. I can't see the stars that are in a different time of year here when I should be able to see them, you know.
Well, first you got to start with the Earth, right? So because you're gonna make a model of the, let's say, quote unquote flat Earth, you gotta start with the Earth to depict where is everything situated. In other words, every piece of land, all pieces of water, right? So you could tell, okay, now let's map the stars, and then all you have is a projection, because you can't really verify where the stars are actually at.
That's true, but yeah, so I was trying to say that it doesn't make sense, that model. So but another model that would make more sense if it's like this, the stars are situated in a flat ceiling, because that would make more sense with that hallway type example somebody was giving here.
Then my question is, how would you validate this?
By logic and what we already know.
So
and
more pseudoscience and more beliefs.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, because we came out of a belief system. We don't want to go to another belief system.
No, I'm trying to like make the model more accurate.
You're trying to make an explanation of what you are not going to validate.
Yeah, you're not making any model more accurate. No, you're not making any model more accurate.
Please, you don't. You know,
no, just listen.
You're trying to be.
Just listen before you continue. You're not making any model more accurate because we're not presenting a model.
Yeah. Yeah. We are talking about flat Earth though, and isn't this a okay topic?
Well, I do see a gap in your knowledge, which can only be solved by 5 repetitious playings of Curious Life is Short perspective. Now, it's a 5-episode series. That's an hour and a half, and Life is Short is 5.5 hours. So after about 10 times watching that back to back, you'll then be able to understand perspective better to apply to your interpretation.
Okay. Sure. I guess.
Listen, tongue in cheek. That's an inside joke because I've been playing that back to back whenever people don't talk. They're sick of it by now.
Like 10 times.
Yeah, life is short. Is doesn't do short videos. That's for sure.
That's why it's called Life is Short, because by the time you watch it, you have to reassess how you spent your time, and you're like, "Oh man, I'm almost dead." Oh man, I'm almost dead.
He does have one though where it's like a 20-minute video that does a pretty good job of like, breaking it down in 20 minutes anyway.
The point is, if you're talking
one
about,
thing, though, it's not good to have an explanation or a way to show the flat Earth that doesn't hold up to basic observations.
I mean,
No, that's what Life is Short does. Is he does these real life observations. He goes to the same places over and over again, different days, different times of day, shows different like just how from the exact same position you'll see drastic changes in where the horizon appears to be and stuff like that. Like you can compare the effects of refraction from one day to another and different what I don't know, whatever. He does a nice job of this and he breaks it down and he puts it into I don't know.
So are the a question, are the stars, are they kind of getting the distance
He's
between them?
he's not focusing on the stars though, so that might if you're focused purely on what's going on in the heavens, yeah, he won't be for you. But that AI wants you to watch him so that you can understand perspective better and then have that in mind when then thinking about the stars.
Yeah, I thought so. Perspective isn't as simple as angular resolution and how we learn perspective in art class and such. It's more complex and it's more bendy or whatever. Is that what you're saying? And that's what he's saying in the videos?
Slightly more complex. If you want, you can watch a lecture from a professor named Walter Lewin from MIT, one of the most prestigious schools in the United States. And you can watch his lecture on angular resolution and the Riley criterion. It's about an hour long, something like that. Give you a little bit more idea if you want to dig into the nitty-gritty of the maths.
Okay.
Wow, what is the odds that I just finished watching a clip from Nathan's about it, and I just came in here and you guys are talking about it?
Bro, I just rewatched it again today. Just on my own, randomly. Not directed in any way. Weird.
Yeah.
I see I don't know how to spell that creature name, but He says, "How are we going to create a model in the first place when we are not allowed to go anywhere from the globe restriction applied on the humanity, and we can only observe the sky and not get up there."
It's a good point. That's like, hey,
Sorry,
bro,
my bad.
Can get up there.
Somebody just did that to me. My bad. I should have remembered to hold it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Sorry.
Quetzalcoatl makes a good point, right? He's basically saying we don't have all the information needed to construct a model, right? So that would be like me saying I have an image of a house in my head and I know every single detail of that house down to every single screw, every nail, everything, every light fixture, everything, and I say,
Okay.
hey, go ahead and
Here's
make the model of that house for me.
I understand.
Ready, set, go. How
I
accurate
understand.
do you think your model would be of the house that's
Not
in my head?
very
You have
accurate.
very little information.
Not very accurate at all. But here's an idea. What if we create a model where we use everything that is known and apply it to it, and the things that we don't know, we just take an assumption or don't pay much attention to it, you know. That's what many flat earth maps are kind of like. So we can also refine the things. If we find new things about the things that we didn't have information about, we can add that in. And the things that might be changed, that are like different from what we observed or thought earlier or whatever, we could like tweak that. That was my kind of idea. Yes.
Mine's sobriety. Can you show me a flat Earth map?
Yeah. What? Why do you ask?
You're claiming that there's a flat Earth map. I haven't seen one. I've seen projections of maps, but not an actual flat Earth map.
Yeah, there's no definitive claim of accurate maps either for the globe, flat Earth, whatever. There's no claims of accurate maps
We
anywhere.
don't seem to have a very accurate, completely accurate map, but we have kind of approximations and stuff. But that's better than nothing. So if we use the best map or one of the best,
it's better than nothing. It's like it seems like you want a replacement for the globe map or for the globe model.
Well, I just like to have a nice miniature or a nice representation that you can show in your PC or in the books or whatever.
You're talking about a visualization.
Yeah.
Of what?
That could make understanding our world a little bit easier, you know. So that was my idea behind the assumption of the dome, as many simulations of the flat Earth shows, and I pointed out that it didn't really represent reality, as I know. But yeah, you said it was. Forget.
Again, you said it as you know it, but you really don't have any knowledge of what you're actually standing on. You have a belief of what you think you know.
Yeah.
So how are you going to get accurate for something you actually don't know?
I don't believe it will be accurate.
So what will be the point?
But more accurate.
Of what? Of knowledge? If you don't have knowledge of something, how can you be accurate?
We have knowledge of, like, as I said, that you can see all the stars of the sky at the same time from the same point. That's a fact most people agree with, I think.
Yeah, we don't know
Am
the
I right?
distances.
Am I right?
We don't know the distances for the stars, right? So all we're gonna have to try to do is make assumptions, right? Like, why would we do that shit? That's what the globe did. They made a bunch of assumptions.
Can we rewind?
So
Can we rewind?
so we have two models.
Yo. Thank you. So let's rewind for a second. When Elbanico asked you about how you gonna have an approximation when you have nothing to judge that against, right? So you said, well, we can't see all the stars. Yeah. How is that relevant? How's that relevant?
It's okay. Well, I have explained that many times, but like look at it in a different way.
No.
Two models.
Before we
We have
speak,
two models.
before we speak for 5 minutes, I only want to know the thing I'm asking you about. Then I'll shut up and you can talk for 1,000 years.
Okay. What was the
I
question
only
again?
want to know when Alberico asked you about an approximation and you said we can't see all the stars. How is that response relevant to what Alberico is asking you?
Because a model that is frequently shown for the flat Earth shows a dome where the stars are on the surface of it, and that wouldn't make sense if you can't see all the stars at the same time.
You'll never be able to see all the stars at the same time, but we do use a fixed Earth with the stars fixed to a celestial sphere that is moving about the Earth, and that's exactly how we navigate. So we already have something like that works. Navigators have been doing this for hundreds of years. Probably, I mean, forever.
Is it observed that you can see that the stars closer to the north
The fact
are
that
higher up?
the fact that you can't see them all, I don't get. Okay, so we can't see them. Nothing is gonna change that fact. So what are you wanting to do about it? I'm trying to figure out why you're bringing it up. So we can't see them all. Okay, so
Okay,
what?
so we have two models. We have two models that I frequently frequently see, like a flat sky plane, and the other one which is a domed sky plane, and sky, yeah, and the one that makes the most sense according to our senses when we look at the stars is the one that is flat on the sky ceiling, and
Yeah, but guess what? Guess what? The reason that it's a dome is not because it's literally a dome, is because of perspective. Because as things get away from you in the distance, they tend to move lower towards the center of your view. And so, specifically when you're navigating and you have something at a specific degree in the sky, that's the arc. It's not that it's actually arcing as if it's a dome. We already know that. We
a
already know.
blatant misrepresentation. Then those maps are a
No,
blatant
listen,
misrepresentation of the.
there's no, listen, the bottom line is we navigate just fine. I don't understand you're not, what are you talking about creating a model to do what? The thing that we already do?
A model to more properly represent like how the physical flat Earth functions.
Everything that's available is exactly a result of the flat Earth. The measurements taken, the positions of the celestial bodies over the Earth.
You said it yourself. You said it yourself. It's not an actual dome that is that big and encompasses the entire
Yeah,
Earth.
and if you understand that, there's nothing to change. That it's a misunderstanding on the layman. It's not actually a real intellectual issue.
Well, it would make more sense for maybe people.
It actually wouldn't, because if the sky was flat, if the sky was flat, matter of fact, no, it's only representative of it's trying to represent perspective correctly.
Yeah, but
Even though we know things are actually changing in altitude. It's perspective.
Yeah, so
You're not going to change. You're not going to change measuring angles to these things.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that it's not a very accurate model because it's.
We don't have. See, this is kind of like a straw man, though. He's straw manning with a model. There isn't a model.
Okay.
Everything that's available, utilizes the fact that we live on a plane. The fact that everybody else doesn't know that doesn't necessitate us going out there and creating something that people can understand.
You are right. You are completely right. That's. I don't disagree with that a single second. I'm just moving further than that, like trying to.
But you're not really saying you're not really saying it. We have maps already. You're like.
Yeah, we have maps. Yeah, that's they.
Okay, they're not globe maps because we don't live on a globe. They're just maps. What do you think a map is? It's not a model. Well, what do you think it is? We already have maps.
A model I'm talking about is like the map and the things above and or perhaps below it, like the sun and the moon and the stars and perhaps the dome and stuff. That's.
I'm sorry, bro. I
That's what I mean by
disengaged.
model.
I've spoken enough.
But does anyone relate to what I'm saying at all? I can't be alone in this.
No,
sure.
I can understand where you're coming from. I went to the same phase in 2015. Like you can make countless models, and all of them can reflect what we see, but each one requires assumptions that we cannot verify at this time. We do not want to fall into the same hole the Globers did, so instead of making those assumptions, we are open to every potential.
Yeah. I'm open to that too, but they should also be open to scrutiny and testing.
Yeah, the problem here is you're not actually scrutinizing any of our arguments. You have looked at some picture somewhere, and you're making an assumption about that picture that we hold as that is some kind of representation of reality. That's just an artwork.
That was what I assumed when I first came to Flat Earth, and I thought it was kind of weird, like how I couldn't see all the stars at the same time when it was a dome like that. I just didn't want to look, didn't want to. I mean, it seemed like dumb. It seemed very dumb to me, but it made more sense when I saw somebody explain it with a flat ceiling. So I would think other people who come from the globe would think the same, and maybe it would help.
Look,
that's my view.
I'm one of the few people who thinks that the sky is actually flat and not domed.
I get you.
Drace as well. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm saying the thing that this might be driven by, your personal experiences with people rejecting the information that we're giving, that you might be giving. That's never going to change with a picture. The problem is how we were all brought up. The problem is people's cognitive abilities being ground into dust when they were children. So when I ask someone, when I ask someone to read a definition, and then I ask them to apply it, like for instance, like we have gas laws, and then I'm like, okay, well, we're breathing air, and then they're like, well, that's different because of a religious belief that they have. You can't fix that. A picture, a model is not going to change that. Because tomorrow, if the government came out and all of the countries was basically saying, hey, this is actually what's happening, everyone would just believe that. And you would have to start all over again because it's not really about people actually thinking. At this point, we're realizing that people are actually broken and we kind of don't know what to do about it other than be frustrated and reach the people who are willing to
I'd
listen
at least okay,
and
okay,
look
at
for
least
themselves.
yeah, I at least say that it would probably be more efficient to show them a flat Earth where the sky is flat first, and then maybe show them the other one.
How's that? How? Well, I mean,
How?
you said someone. I mean, doesn't it already exist?
It does, but many get
Okay, so what's the problem?
first see the other one. The many see firstly the other one, and that might put them off and think, oh, that this doesn't make any sense
So
because
what are you?
I
So
can't
what are
see all the
you gonna
problems that
do
you
about
find.
that? How are you gonna? What are you gonna do about that?
No, I'm just trying to
Because the thing with the plane and the dome, we didn't put that out there in the first place to begin with. Like none of this stuff that's on Google, none of the stuff that's on Google was any of our idea. It's just another paradigm trap for people, or it's just a dead end for people who
Yeah, but
have
now
a
you
surface
understand
level
where I'm
interest in
coming
things.
from.
Yeah,
I
but
do
Mike,
understand where you're coming from. I'm not. It's just you'll never make first of all, see that's
Yeah, it's exactly my point. Exactly my point.
if we're trying to tell people that thinking about the world in terms of a model and calling that the reality is a logical fallacy.
Yes,
Okay, no, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. What you're arguing for is a logical fallacy. But so long as it describes what you want it to describe, it's fine. No, it's not. What people should be learning is how to think for themselves, not how to look at a model that represents how they feel.
Yeah. So
it's also the biggest
I
problem here for
completely
me
agree
is
with what you say about.
you're arguing against us with this as if we have ever promoted the artwork that is on Google when we expressly told you that we do not have a model and we do
I
not
don't,
promote
but
that stuff.
perhaps some of you thought that maybe it was a good model because I see it so often. I'm not saying any of you are. I'm just saying that perhaps, and I was trying to.
Yeah. I have to undo that notion for all of the flat earthers who think that that's a good idea, and you're arguing against me saying it's a bad idea because it's steeped in fallacious reasoning.
I was just
Instead of saying you know
defending.
what, you're right. You're saying yeah, I hear what you're saying, but wouldn't it be cool if we did it anyway? No, it wouldn't be cool. As a matter of fact, it draws a wedge between me and the flat earthers that I do like, who want things simpler than it actually is. No, the reality is we were all indoctrinated as kids.
Yeah.
I rebelled. Bro.
You're saying the same thing.
So what?
Well, it's not needed. Anyways, just
all
say
right.
what
So
you
if
were
I'm
gonna
mutual
say.
and tell you listening to you is not needed, how would you feel?
Are
you the only one listening to this conversation?
No.
How selfish is that? At least when I mute people like I did the guy earlier, I asked everybody if I was being fair or crazy as hell.
Okay.
Can you
That's rude, man.
What he was saying to you?
Oh, fucking hell. Hate this.
So I'm a beta because I'm calling you rude for being rude.
No, I'm
so
not
people
saying
should,
that at all.
So people should just be. So people should be allowed to just be rude, obnoxious, and just bad for society. No one should do anything about that, right?
I was no. Okay? Let's rewind a bit about stuff. I'm gonna say I agree with the that people should think for
No.
themselves. That is the primary thing. Yes, I agree.
Hey, mind.
And it's like a very minuscule thing. I was like trying
Mind.
to
You
advocate
want to
for. We
progress
can
the
forget it.
conversation?
It's not important at all. Can we please
All
stop
right.
it? I hate this.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fucking
we are going to stop. We're going to progress.
frustrating me to the core.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so the map and model that we really need, okay, has nothing to do with the shape of anything. It has to do with how optics and the perspective map within an optical field of view work. That map and that model doesn't exist. Now, if you want to be a part of that, you're going to have to learn about this subject. Based on what you've previously said, I can tell you're very behind. So I will send you an 1.5-hour video, okay, with 5 episodes, right? So you don't have to watch it all at once. They're very entertaining. By the time you're done with that, you're going to have a lot more to work with. All right, I'll post it right now. This is very beginner level stuff, but it's actually, some of the points are very advanced.
Yeah, I do think that's a good thing to get started with. Yes. You see, I have mostly done flat Earth just to prove stuff to myself. Not so I don't have good knowledge of so many of everything. Yeah. Anyways.
All right, perfect. So, so I posted a video, and Drace posted a video. I would recommend watching my video first because it's pretty comprehensive and it's very small tidbits. The guy that he posted is much more in depth, and he has a 5-hour episode that talks about the math, the physics, and has demonstrable experiments and observations about this topic. Okay, once you watch those, you'll find that your ability to talk about this subject is going to go into the, upper level.
All right. Thank you. I'm opening. I haven't done open in tabs. Yes.
Now, I will say this. Will say this before you go on. The majority of physical models that are derived from observations were made under erroneous assumptions about the physical nature of objects in free space based on where you're seeing them, because never was applied the laws of perspective, diffraction, which, by the way, there's more than one kind, and all these other factors. They just weren't applied. They just made these geometrical assumptions, used a little bit of math, and reverse engineered conclusions from that math.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Like, for example, I can give you math. Like, I can give you math that says something is in front of you, 100 miles away, but technically it's actually to the left of you. Because optically it's in front of you, but geometrically it's to the left of you.
Yeah.
How would you know? How would you know which is which with no frame of reference?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Okay, so now I have a better way to explain why I was saying what I was saying. I was advocating for a geometric Earth, not a kind of perspective or whatever. So that was
exactly
where I was. Yeah.
And a lot of the problems that we're in today is because a lot of people did all these geometries, orthographic views, law of triangles, blah, 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 ideal perspective, everything that exists in mathematics only.
Well, I think he said, right. You missed what he said. Yeah. The thing you're asking for, we already have that.
Yeah, no, it already exists.
Oh
It
my
was
god.
just
Oh my god. I don't know.
Look, I'm going to take out stock in Prozac if you keep irritating Elijah here.
I'm just saying what's my mind logically wants me to say. I'm not. Fuck.
No problem, dude. You're not taking my free
You know, it's not
mulligan.
easy to
He's
make Elijah
talking
do that.
about it until you do a little more research and come up with a better way to explain your points rather than try to go over them again here when everybody's already frustrated with you. In other words, take a chill pill for a while on that topic.
Yeah, it's not that we don't understand. You're asking for things that already exist. You're like, wouldn't it be cool if we had something cold and milky served in something like a cone? Yeah, we already have that. It's called an ice cream cone. And then you follow that up with yeah, but that's frustrating.
Yeah, but what if it's cold?
I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm. You know, when
Hey,
I talk to
I
people,
got one.
I'm
I got
trying
one,
to
Elijah.
respond to. When
I
I'm
got one,
speaking,
Elijah.
I'm trying to respond directly to what someone is inquiring about, because that's how you help. You help people by helping information get along.
I got one, Elijah. What if it looks flat but it's curved?
I don't even Helio. Somebody paid you. Why?
I mean, they want the Earth to be this big curved ball, third rock from the sun, so bad that they just make up anything. Weird. I mean, they'll flip around mathematics. They'll even make up another math that has to do with a sphere that we never physically observe called. We were talking about geometry earlier. But geometry is really
I would
that's
say
all level stuff. Straight lines, and they're going to make another non-Euclidean geometry to say, well, the Earth is probably a globe because we want it to be a globe. Basically, that's what
I
non-Euclidean
would say
geometry is. Go ahead.
I'd say
I'll
that
shut
it's
up. I'll
more
shut up
like
now.
someone asking for directions, and it's like you begin giving them directions, and they're like, "Yeah, but what if I went this way and did this? Did you want my help or not? Did you ask me for a reason or?"
Yeah, they pretty much shut you
But you know
down
what?
before. It's like, I know
Yeah.
this place, but they shut you down before you ever give them a chance to understand it. It's like, I haven't been here before, but how about I interrupt you as soon as you start to explain what we understand about this place? Like, wow, that's a good analogy there, Elijah. It's like, I've never been to Arkansas before, but how about I'm in a new place. Can you tell me about this? And then as soon as I start to tell them, well, if you go here, go there, and they start to interrupt me as soon as I try to explain the place where they are. It's like, well, if you want to go this way, it's really strange why people are very confused about the place that they live. Nobody in this room has ever experienced the globe Earth. The people that think it's a globe, they just believe it. There's no evidence for it.
Did the guy have any good arguments for the globe Earth?
See, this is the problem. Okay, he's not a globe earther. But how would you know?
He's a me, right?
He's just still suffering from model affliction. He's not quite had it cured from his system yet.
I mean, I guess we can go through this now. I mean, like model affliction. I like that AI. So the model proves something you never experience, which is kind of kind of is adapted to the math idea of the maths prove that the Earth is a globe when no one ever experiences that unless they believe that rockets go into space and orbit and all that kind of. They have all of it's kind of connected in their non-Euclidean geometry and all that kind of stuff, right? But everything that you experience here on Earth it exactly explains what we're talking about. Navigation across Earth. That's triangulation. You can't have a triangle with a curved adjacent. With a sextant or, when you're navigating. Right triangle is a right triangle. There you go, Drace. Yeah. Just. They're going to have to
All right, everybody needs to slide in the tampons and chill out, okay?
Yeah, they're going to have to accept at some point, that they just believe it. They've never experienced it. They just believe it because someone told them that it's true. Until they come up with concrete proof.
I was kind of hinting to the everybody being like in a mood today. It seems like everybody's kind of irritated about Glovers today. Or maybe they're just getting better at irritating us. It seems like
but
people got on my nerves today too. I'm not, it's not like I'm saying I'm not part of it.
I usually give you a hard time, but that was legitimately funny. Yeah, good one, rookie.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, it's got to be said, right?
I guess I missed that part.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, no. Are they getting better? Are they just getting better at irritating us? Yeah, I think.
Right. Yeah,
I think,
that's what I think it really is.
Their goal. Yeah.
It kind of seem like it's a mood sometimes, right? It's like everybody's in a good mood for a few days because there's like nobody in here that really argues with us and really gets on our nerves, and then one comes in and it's like it just destroys our whole week. It's like, damn it, everybody's in a mood for after that. It's like,
fucking close this fucking door! You're letting the Glovers in. God fucking damn it!
No, we're not going to close the door at all.
This damn channel. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but
I know that's why we're here, but sometimes you kind of do feel like why can't we just get off on a rant once in a while? Like I hear it. I know, like what that guy was saying. Like that whole conversation there. I was listening to all that, and I try not to say anything. You know what I mean? Because I really wanted to say something to him, but it was like I realized at some point it's like I think he's just kind of like I think something happened or he's lost a friend or something because of flat Earth or because of some situation, and it's really bothering him, and it's probably a psychological thing where he's hung up on that. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm just observing.
Do you guys ever wonder if
but he seems honest and kind of like how he was pursuing wanted to learn.
Do you think guys think that Globers lose friends because they're talking to flat earthers?
No, but I think that they eventually start to turn, and when they do, they try to explain it to their friends. They want to explain it to their family. They want people to make sense of it. They want it to make sense to everybody, not
what
just
I'm
them.
saying, I mean, it's just like
you know what I mean. You remember what that was like, right?
A lot of the Globers that come in, they're obsessed with talking to us, about flat Earth.
Yeah,
so
I don't
they
think
lose friends and family because even though they claim to be on the globe side, they might lose friends because they're just obsessed with talking.
I don't think so. Here's why. All right, like most likely they're gonna be like. So I was talking to some flat earthers, and then their family or friends, or they're gonna talk some shit and go, yeah, even though they had some pretty good points. Yeah, it's really funny. They fucking suck, and like, so you know what I mean. They're just gonna go along with everybody else, and they're not losing any friends and family because they're just laughing along with it. Yeah, basically, like
I know what you mean, but at the same time, why are they so obsessed with talking to flat earthers? It's just like, if it's not true, just fucking move on, you know. Just like the Globies, which that's cool, man. Hey, we have people to talk to about this instead of each other, because we all have a lot of stuff in common, but we also have differences, and we talk a lot of. But why are these guys wanting to talk or debate or just say,
because they're somehow emotionally attached to this fantasy of space and stuff like that. That's my best guess. That covers the majority of them, I would say.
Really? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
It's hard for me to really grasp that, but yeah, sure. And maybe they think the same thing about us, you know, I guess. Could be. Hey, who's Gary? Is that a new guy? Yeah, VC verified Gary. Gary
Fairly new.
Who talked to Gary?
The thing that frustrates me is the more you spend hours learning, the more you realize you really didn't have to, because you're filling up your mind with all of this useless information for something that ultimately is so simple. Because the more you learn, the more you realize, well, I'm definitely right then. Oh, so what's the point of all of this then? And then,
well, I
yes, I do. I do always talk about. And I guess it's been good long stretch now, maybe 6 months, but I do talk about flat earthers getting out of touch, and not remembering the journey, like how they started on their journey. I'm never trying to get out of touch. It's just it. It's really simple, and to see the indoctrination work right before your eyes, it's almost like sometimes you don't have time to sit there and pretend that it's not as bad as it is. And it's like sometimes you just want to shake a motherfucker awake, like, bruh, open your eyes, man.
And I'll tell you, Elijah, a lot of the globe side, you know, they've talked to us a lot, and they'll say the same thing about us. Oh, you've been indoctrinated into a certain understanding about shape of Earth, which
justify
Earth
it
doesn't
is
have a shape.
literally the only.
That's their argument too, and
No,
I'll
but
agree
see,
with
I
you.
can
But they
justify it when I say it. If I
no,
ask them to
I can too.
justify it, what are they gonna justify it with? The
No,
proof
this
of a
is their
globe?
idea.
Because I wouldn't be here then.
Yeah, me either. But what I'm saying is that they want the globe to be so true, you know, because they don't understand our argument. They're
Thank you.
so just like flipped off of the
They
weird.
don't want the globe to be true. The the globe is just a
I mean, the
part
flat Earth to be
of
true.
this.
Whatever.
Oh well, I mean they don't want to believe that. It's not that they don't want to know that the globe is a lie. Honestly, it really is space. Like I really feel
Yeah,
it
they're
has
stuck.
to be
They're
space.
stuck on that
The
one. They're
globe
stuck
is
on
like,
that.
that's like, yeah, we live on the globe, whatever. It's really how we came to be. The hours and hour that probably spent a year of thinking. Oh no, shit, I must be crazy. I must have spent I don't know how many years of thinking about space in the way I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
don't
then
know why it wasn't hard for me to give up, but I can see why that would be hard for others to give up. But the problem is they don't realize it's not about the globe, it's about the entire religion, space, Einstein, all of these things that we've seen, the cartoon form, the documentary form, all these things that we watch for knowledge because we all feel, well, we're too dumb, but somebody knows, and I like to watch the interesting scientists talk.
Yeah,
That was, when actually we all had the capability to think and do incredible things and know things. It's
and
just we thought, well, we're dumb because there's all this other stuff that we don't know. But all that's actually bullshit. There to make us feel like it's kind of exactly like the internet and Instagram and TikTok, where you see all of these people with these filters, happy, living lives that they don't really live, this money that they don't really have, these relationships that they don't really have. And when you see that, the more you consume it, the more you feel like your life is inferior. And the more you react to people around you with that view, your disdain for yourself. And that's what it's like with space. It's like all of that, knowing all of that, nothing. Someone coming along and saying that's not real. I fucked up the analogy somewhere. Maybe it was a bad analogy.
No, it's cool. It comes to the creation story. How do we have minds? How do we exist? How did this Earth ever exist in the first place? And this is, to be honest, I mean, flat Earth versus globe. That's sort of a version of what we can explain through study and everything like that of Earth. But it really comes down to a spiritual and an intellectual argument between the it's a dichotomy. To be honest, everyone here on Earth, and just like I've explained many times, Earth is the way it presents itself. Now, if you want to pretend that the Earth is a globe third rock from the sun, that's on you. That's your creation story. But if because they're go ahead, shit, go ahead and interrupt me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Finish it, Lou. Sorry.
No, I don't want. No, I want you. I want to hear what you have to say. Honestly, to be honest,
I wasn't. I heard what you said, but I was focused on what's his name saying that he feels by look. I've thought about how hard it might, because if there's one thing where you can understand your physical limits, because well, if you can't lift something a certain weight, well, that's your limit. Okay, that's too goddamn heavy. People don't think that thinking is the same way. So when they try to just think however they want, and you're like, well, that doesn't logically follow. I as simple as that is to me, like if someone says that to me, it's like I have to stop and consider whether or not I'm thinking logically. That's something that I would do, but other people see it as a hindrance, like it's locking them down from expressing what they're really trying to say. But what they're really trying to say is a convoluted mess, because their mind is a convoluted mess.
Yeah, anyone that would actually consider logic
because they don't work out mentally.
Yeah. I mean,
how could you feel cornered because I'm saying you really don't want people to just get locked in another? Like, wouldn't it be better if if we pointed out to people, hey, this is actually fallacious reasoning. Take this course. This will do wonders. This right here. Like if I just show you a picture, that's like giving you a fish versus me teaching you how to fish, so you can go out there and learn whatever it is you want. You get a brand new mind after you clean it the fuck out. Why would anybody be in opposition to that?
No, I just saying how this it was going on. Yeah.
I don't want to. Well, you know what? If I made you feel like that, I apologize. It's definitely not my intent.
It just on me, I guess. But yeah, I'm just saying it how it felt and such, and it's not your fault, I guess.
My best friend,
maybe
my best friend came in here. Like after I was into politics, I would show him things. All I had to do is pay attention. And I'd come to him. I say, look what they're saying right here. Right, remember this. 6 months later, they'd say something that was directly in contradiction with that. Like, they'd try to scrub it, make it hard to find, but I'd always have it backed up. I'd be like, look, you see this? Remember what they said before? And I told you to remember that shit? See what they're saying now? Look, it's all bullshit. And he would always, at some point, he's like, yo, every time I go try to like verify what you're saying, it'd actually be on point. I'm like, yeah, because I'm giving you the source. Again, I'm taking you straight to the source versus someone on TV explaining to you information. You can just look at the information that they're talking about and come up with your own conclusion. And from there, when I got into the flat earth, I was like, yo, bro. So now I get why everything is a fucking lie and a fucking joke. Guess what? The earth is not a globe. And with the things that I was able to articulate to him at that time, and I was much further down the road than now, and I still got a long ways to go, but he was on board, and then he came here, and I don't know, I think it was too tough on him, and he just said, yo, I that flat earth stuff is crazy and this, that, and the third. And then it was like a month or so after that, because I totally left it alone because I'm like, whatever. We were just speaking one day. He was like, "Can you still believe in that flat earth nonsense? We've went to the moon. We already know these things." And I just looked at him and I said, "Yeah, all right." And he got mad because I was, all right, whatever. Okay, believe what you want. Like he wants me to believe in the globe. Like I'm crazy. Like he needs to save me. Like he needs to help me. That broke my heart. That wasn't the first time my heart got broken. This is not an easy situation. We're talking about literally, we've all been traumatized. We've all been forced to think in certain terms and then think in terms that contradict those terms so that we don't know what to make of what happens when we have cognitive dissonance. It's just the thing that we live with now that we
Well,
don't
it's like
understand how
I
to
was
deal
talking to
with.
my mom. I was talking to my mom, and she was start for some reason. I don't know why. She probably messing with me, but she already knows what I'm about. She brought up, hey, I saw on the news they dug down on Mars. The rover dug down in Mars, and they found something maybe that could be some form of life that existed on Mars. And
Wow.
my obviously, she knows what I do, and so I was like, Mom, there is no rovers on Mars, and but after that, I was just like, no, go ahead and believe if you want me. She's older. I mean, there's no. I'm not gonna change her mind, but she already knows. But I think she did that on purpose. Like she already knew what I was gonna say. I don't think there's any rovers on Mars, Mom. I mean, I'm not gonna get in an argument with my mom about this. But in any of the Glovers that come in here, show us the evidence that there is a rover on Mars. You know, for the real people that think that they know space. Show us the rovers on Mars. My mom can't do anything to defend me. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. I know there's no rovers on Mars. I think it's complete nonsense. It's a story that she found on TV. You know. Now everybody's like, "You actually said that to your mom? You're mean." No, I told my mom about flat Earth several years ago. She knows what I do.
Hey, Helio.
What?
Were you trying to say hi to Gary? Because I think I recognize that name. I think he's an OG.
No, sure.
Gary,
Well,
Gary Wabanga.
Is he in here? Yeah, I think I recommend recognize that name as well. But he has.
Yeah, I'm in here. I was just listening.
You've been around for a while, haven't you, Gary? I think I saw you on some hangouts back in the day.
Yeah, I sit there and argue with the Globies.
Yeah, I recognize the name. So welcome to the server. Is this your first time here?
I was here just for a little while, but I was just sitting in my backyard having a cup of coffee and tuned in. I was just listening, and then I was commenting on Globie channels.
Gary, how did you find this server, Gary?
You know what? I'd heard about it. I just never bothered to look for it. not that it's a bother. I usually spend most of my time arguing with them on their channels. So
Really, so I mean that's kind of a difference. It's like we have a kind of a regulated stream here. We actually talk flat Earth versus globe in a format. It's semi format where we have a focused conversation. But where do you go? Do you go to Jim server or Jim Panda server and
I've tuned in there a couple times, but I never really go.
Yeah,
I'm usually on Jose JG's show, or I just made a video about slice parking.
Oh, you go to the Jose's server?
I go there most of the time, but I haven't been going on there lately.
Okay.
They've just gone beyond crazy.
Oh, I think I remember you now. Yeah, never mind. I know what you.
See, I used to hang out there more frequent. Because I was trying to figure shit out. Because even though I had a strong belief that the Earth was flat, every time I would get into a back and forth, it left me doubting until I began to learn. Okay, that's actually the questions that I set out to get answered, and I'm sure people feel the same way. But the questions that I set out to get answered don't actually get answered. They get reworked. And sometimes the burden of proof is thrown back at you to the point where you're on your heels trying to explain some shit. And it's like, how the fuck did I get into a position of explaining when I came here wanting to know? Right? So it wasn't that I was being asked questions that to me didn't seem related, because eventually I would realize that they were pointing out a flaw in my logic. They were just telling me, no, you have to think in these terms. Whereas when we say, well, you know what? Let's take your logic to its outrageous conclusion. Here's a parallel. It is like, so I used to go over there because I wanted to, I had this hunger for talking about flat Earth, then arguing about it. And then I realized, well, I know things now. And now they're just either not addressing the things that I've come across, the literature that I've come across, or they just completely reject it, as if I'm the one that's making up the information. All I'm doing is bringing it to you, shedding light on the information, and you're telling me, well, actually, you're interpreting it wrong.
Yeah,
it's
all
like,
you have to. It's like it's kind of similar to here, but not as bad. But if you show up in that server, they're gonna throw like 20 straw men at you and say, "Flat Earther, answer this. Flat Earther, answer this question. Flat Earther, answer this question." Every time,
if you try to say anything it's either that or so you're a Nathan Oakley puppet.
Yeah,
So you're a TV puppet.
That's another logical fallacy as well too. It's just like, did I say that? Or are you just attributing that to me, even though I didn't fucking say a word, you dumbass? It's fucking retarded. That's why I don't even go over there. As soon as I jump in a room, they're gonna start saying shit that I never said.
Nope. It's gotten to a point where things are too ridiculous. Like I checked out. I'm here because this is kind of, I see this as a home, a beacon for those that this is like the honest to God, as far as I'm aware, this is one of the few spaces that you can randomly happen upon it and come and talk to people and get your mind blown about this subject and what's really related and why a flat earth is even a thing. Like you might go somewhere else and not understand why it's a thing. you know this is the only place you guys can come have a conversation about it. But when it comes to going there, I don't have a desire to argue things that just are. I'm not going to argue with somebody about a tree. That's just, I don't even know how. Let me not say I don't know how, because I get into arguments pretty much every day when I'm trying not to. And then it's like, how did you turn this into an argument? So, man, I don't know. We're in a shitty situation. It'd be great and jovial if everyone just said, you know what? What are you guys actually saying? Oh shit, the Earth is flat. Party on the way to burn down NASA. But that might never happen.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you go to some place like Japan, they're just gonna be like, even if you don't say anything, they see you in the room and it's like, oh, so they're just gonna start with all the straw men. And it's just like, bro, can I actually say something before you start accusing me of something that I haven't said yet? Fucking hey, man, what the fuck is wrong with you? They're just desperate to strawman every flat earther, and because nobody wants to talk to them anymore, because they're so dumb. I wouldn't say they're dumb. They're just religious zealots for the globe. I don't even know where they're at this point of it. I don't even know if they're relevant. And they would say the same thing about us, but that's okay. But that's just two competing servers. But there's a broader perspective that we don't have to even fuck with Jam Panda, and I don't. To be honest, I don't fuck with Jam Panda's server anymore.
I know where they're at. They're so desperate that they want to avoid the, shape of the earth argument, the flat versus round, right? They're so desperate that they've tricked us into arguing over stupid things like flat means curved and level means curved. That's how desperate they are. To whatever they got to do to, get the conversation back to where they want it, which is not on the topic.
Absolutely, Hank. Someone just said today, they said, was it you, AI? I don't know if you're still in here, but I think it was AI that said, it's not that it's not really their intention to mock flat earth, it's to hide that heliocentrism is a mockery. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, they're doing their, and it's working because people are so distracted into just the word flat earth itself is a spell. Because the moment you mention it, everyone is thinking about this idea of a flat earth like an object, like a snow globe, or so you can't not think it. Because it was input into your mind instead of thinking, oh, because the earth exhibits or doesn't exhibit these these globular
Characteristics.
thank you characteristics. Thank you. It's instead of thinking about the globe actually, because nobody really thinks about it, because everything there is to think has also been input into our mind. So we've seen it all, we've thought it all. So instead of thinking critically about that, like, why do I think that? Why is the image of a ball in my mind? Why, like, how does that actually work? What is the origin of, like, what, how'd they figure it out? Instead of, I don't, that's where I went with it. But other people, they allowed themselves to be distracted. The moment I saw what YouTubers were doing, I was like, huh? But I have questions, and you guys aren't answering those questions. You're just bringing up shit about flat Earth, and I don't know shit about flat Earth. I'm just asking about the globe. What the fuck is all this shit about flat Earth?
Good point. I mean, yeah. That's how discussions I have sometimes too. When I just try to disprove the globe.
Yeah, so I was in Jim's server earlier today, and we were having a discussion about stars and parallax and all that fun jazz. And I made the point, I was like, because they were trying to say, oh, we know that the Earth orbits this, that, or the other and has the spin because we can measure the parallax 6 months apart. It's measurable. This comports to X, Y, and Z model. And I said, yeah, that's all based on assumptions because you don't have distances to these stars, all that stuff. I'm saying, if you throw out your assumptions and I use my assumptions, that what I see is that the stars move above me and I'm stationary, and I don't make any other assumptions other than the observations that I see. If I measure parallax in 2 stars 6 months from now, all I can say is that the movement of those stars over my head changed over the past 6 months. And you can say your story, and your story could work out, but there's just as much evidence for my story. The two ideas, right? The only difference between mine and theirs is mine is based off my actual observations, what I see and what I experience. I experience flat and stationary and star movement. Everything in their assumption or everything in their idea is assumption built on assumption built on assumption built on assumption to explain something that we can visually observe. I don't need to make assumptions to the stars, an assumption to the orbit, an assumption to the curve, an assumption to all this other stuff that they make assumptions to. When what I see in reality is the stars move above me. If it's true that there's stellar parallax 6 months from now, if I measure it, cool. So the patterns of the stars as they move in the sky change in 6 months. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has no proof of rotundity. It has no proof of your model. Because my observation and your observation are the same. The only difference is the amount of assumptions that you make.
The only thing it doesn't disprove the globe, and that is a rarity when it comes to this kind of stuff.
It doesn't
so
have
that's why they think.
Oh, it does disprove the globe. Yeah, they give
But
us the math and we debunk the radius.
Correct.
Okay, sure.
Correct.
But the fact
but my
that
point
the
being
fact
is
that it has parallax doesn't disprove the Earth. That was my point. Yeah. The globe Earth. Yeah. Is my audio
No, you're good. It's kind of like Einstein said previously or before. I can't remember Einstein's exact quote, but it was something along the lines of, "It's my belief that there will never be any optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth."
All I know is you said assumptions a lot, and somebody's got to be making an ass out of somebody, and it ain't gonna be me, right? Because
Yeah.
Occam's razor, right, says that basically the least amount of assumptions in your theory, the more simple it is, the more likely it is to be true. And then when you start making it complicated and you start, inventing all this space-time continuum and all this stuff that you can't test or verify, and then you got all these assumptions based on assumptions, based on calculations and based on more assumptions, somebody's going to start looking like an ass pretty soon.
Yep, and it was, a bunch of people fighting against my statement, right? That just because I see the stars move and I assume that they are moving because that's what I experience in reality. And if there is a measured parallax 6 months later, I can just as easily assume that the pattern of the stars, either based on my vantage point or based on how they revolve in the sky, has changed over 6 months. That's it. And somebody within the server actually did step up and say, you know what, he's right. He is right that both assumptions, right? Flat Earth assumption, stars moving assumption, right? Those are the only two assumptions I'm making. And then the rotundity of the Earth assumption, then the distance to the stars, all of everything that goes into the globe model that's assumption after assumption. Neither one of those can necessarily be proven until you can get up there, mess with the stars, figure out the distance to them, figure out whether they're moving as opposed to us moving, right? But
Also,
Occam's
isn't the
razor, like
stars
Kate just said, is a pretty good way to live your life, right? The simplest answer with the least amount of assumptions is probably the right one.
Isn't the stars in the heliocentric model like trillions of miles away? How could it
Quintillions.
be visible? The parallax. I'm assuming the parallax from when the Earth is from one side of the sun to the other side of the sun. How could you even like notice a little difference in parallax with that amount of distance to the other stars? And is it observable that the closer stars have more parallax than the further away stars? I don't think so, but it would be nice to see if we could test that experimentally.
So
the thing is,
I see what you're saying. That
I did ask
see,
the
it's
question,
funny.
right?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh
I
no, I was
just
just
put
gonna
my
say I
headphones
did
back
ask the
on.
question, right? Like, are you basing the distance on the stars based on the parallax? And the person said yes. And I go, are you basing the parallax on the distance to the stars? Well, yeah, we know the closer ones are different than the farther ones because of parallax. So I'm like, okay, so it's a circular argument. Cool story, bro.
But there is, wait, am I confused? Because there is no parallax. Like parallax is when things in the foreground are moving seemingly faster than things in the background because you're moving, right? But we don't experience that with the stars. They all move.
Okay, never mind. I misunderstood. I forgot what parallax actually meant for when I said that.
No. But however, what you're talking about, they call parallax. Actually, because again, I learn stuff and forget it. I have no idea. All I know is, like you said, you're on one side of the sun. 6 months later, you're on the other side, and they measure the parallax. I don't know what this. They do something, and and then they get the distance to the sun. I'm not sure. I forget. But
Listen,
the bottom line.
what
The
you just
bottom
said,
line
what you
is
just said is an effect of parallax. It's not parallax in totality.
okay. Okay.
That's why.
Do tell.
Parallax generally is just that things that are further away take up more space in your field of view as they move laterally, right? It's just a differential between the available angles that something can occupy and the amount of time it takes them to enter or leave your field of view. Now, I mean, even blinking your eyes with your thumb in front, right, and just turning right eye, left eye, right eye, left eye, right eye, left eye, that's parallax.
Yeah,
Yeah,
things
okay.
that are in the foreground will move faster if you are moving sideways, like in showing the GIF there, and things that are farther away would seemingly be still or at least moving less in your view.
So can you give a little breakdown as to what they mean? Can you go over parallax with the sun and being on either side of it?
I think I've
You know,
actually
not
can
you,
explain it.
AI. Okay,
Yeah, I
okay,
know.
you can explain. Go ahead.
All right, it's the closer stars. They will move a lot more than the supposed farther away stars in the heliocentric model. I'm pretty sure that's what parallax is meant by here. So,
I don't
like,
know.
just like
That's the thing. I think that they say that there is no parallax because of the distances are so great. I don't know.
all right,
I could be
yeah, I
confused.
don't know. I don't know. I haven't actually heard this before. I'm just making
No, there's
assumptions based on
there's
what I
no
get.
readily perceptible parallax. That's the thing. Like, so for example, if your optic can only resolve a certain angle, right? Then any
Right.
parallax below that angle would be impossible to know it was there. So essentially it's
Right.
zero functionally, even though it's not zero, because the angles are so small. Now, this is why they need to do these measurements when the Earth is in a completely different location, because that's how they get the distances to where these angles matter.
Yes, triangulation actually. When
Yeah.
you think about it.
In a way, yeah.
But is there a perceivable difference?
Well, that's
6
what they
months
claim.
apart?
They claim it's like 0.00000000000000000 blah 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 percent or something like that.
Wow. This is what I'm talking about knowledge that's completely useless that deters you from thinking about things that are simple. And flat earthers have brought this up before. So it's like, well, forget about the parallax and all that. If we're on the other side of the sun, like, so, okay, so you're on a ball, right? Let's say you're on the equator. You look up. You're really looking out, like horizontal. Like, think about the Earth, right? And as to
I
just think
understand.
about the globe. So you know that the Arctic is on the top, Antarctica is on the bottom, blah 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 blah. So think about that, and think about um
The
a
solar system.
horizontal plane within that, like the equatorial plane, just and it extending through space. So now you're looking horizontally in one direction, and then 6 months later, you're looking in an entirely different direction. You can't see the same stars like that. That's like me having a highway in my east facing window, and then I go to look out my west facing window and I see the highway. That makes no
You're saying that
sense.
the sun is in the way? Are you saying that
I'm
because
saying it's a completely different direction.
well,
Like on first in January, you're looking right, and then in June, you're looking left.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Who
well,
well,
made this
no, looking left and
I'm
then you're
glad
looking right.
somebody knows their left from their right around here.
who made
I,
this
I meant I
graphic?
meant I meant left to right. I think or something like that. Don't
Did you
speak
see,
to
did you see this, Elijah?
nah. Hold on, let me check it out.
Look at the North Star. How LOL.
Oh, what is this?
That explains everything.
Hold up.
Wow.
Hold up.
Oh.
Nah,
Hey.
Flat Earther did this. This is hilarious. Yo.
There's your answer.
So, okay, now,
See? You can basically
but
have
see,
an explanation for anything. That just make it work. Force the goalposts.
so you see right there, where the gray is showing the night. Like when you get to the 3 o'clock position and the 9 o'clock position, if you were to look up on that ball, you're looking straight out in two completely different directions, 6 months apart.
Yeah, at the nighttime or daytime, yeah.
Yeah. What if they were to incorporate the rotation of the solar system to explain it?
Oh, whoa. Yo, I would blow my fucking.
Am I right?
You meaning? Are you talking about the orbit of the solar system around the galaxy?
Well, not the orbit, the rotation. Why not?
Right. The reason you
Why?
see it
Is
is
it
because
Why
the
not?
whole
is it
thing is rotating.
rotating in itself?
Oh my
I
god.
thought
They
it
can
was just
basically what my point is you can come up with an explanation for anything.
yeah.
He's right, because
All
that's
right.
the same exact explanation for we're spinning and the air is spinning with us. That's why effectively we don't see any effects of anything. Like it's like, oh, the reason that we don't see oh my god, they could say that. Oh no.
Yeah, just because you can make up a story that makes everything work doesn't mean that that story is true, though. Right? Oh, honey, why weren't you home on time tonight? Space aliens. Well, okay. Well, in that case, I'm sorry I even asked. I hope you're doing okay. Right? You can make up a story. Doesn't mean that the story is true just because it works. Well, you'd need proof of these space aliens, right? Yeah, you'd need proof of all this crazy movement too, right? No, we have calculations. Well, they were 7 foot 3 inches tall. Space. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you can tell me how tall they were, I believe you. And they punch really hard.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
No, because our predictions match what we see, so that makes it true.
Have a good night, man, and sorry for being super dickish, man. I'm just not in the greatest of moods. And that's not your fault. I'm sorry.
We have a
Glober
guest
guy.
in here with no rolls! Exclamation point, Alexis. Just saying.
Add my username. What happened?
Hey, I want to say there's no reason
Well,
for
you to the
Elijah
server,
to apologize.
but Helio's gonna rumpus me. Go ahead,
My
Helio.
bad. Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
I was just
I was
saying hi to a
behind on.
new person. Okay.
Well, they have
No.
VC verified.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, guys, for interrupting. Please go ahead.
We were just saying hi, Alexis. Would you like to say hi?
Oh yeah. Hi. How was your day?
Pretty good. Welcome to the server. Do you have any
Thank you.
questions?
Not really.
What's your opinion on this topic right now? It's okay if you think you live on a globe. When
Yeah.
it's okay if you think you
I
live on a
really
globe, it's
okay.
fine.
I'm not
We
gonna like
act
try
like
to
that.
cause any problems, but the
It's
last time I
fine.
tried to voice my opinion, I
Yep.
ended up getting dragged. So I think I'm just gonna keep everything to myself.
I'll let you talk to somebody that's real calm. So somebody real calm, talk to her.
All right, cool. That's not what this is about. You found your way to this server, and if you think there was a globe, hey, you're in good company because every single person on this server, flat Earth, globe Earth, we all used to think the Earth was a globe too. So how did you find your way to this server?
Can
So
before
I've
you
been
answer that?
sorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Before she answers that, because I want to address her concern. You kind of just like skipped over it. Like, let me just. So,
Maybe I missed something. My bad. Go ahead.
yeah, she's not comfortable speaking, and then you went on to ask her a question that would prompt her to speak. So let me just. Okay, yeah, you're right. Our shit's not always together. Okay, I admit that, but for the sake of genuine people who are coming here who truly want to share their ideas. I'll actually use my moderation powers for what they're used for. And if you'd like, I would suggest having a conversation with one person alone, that being Gospel Bearer. I don't know who else is in here. It's I think he's pretty chill, pretty cool, and if you share your opinions and anyone else interrupts, I promise I'll mute them.
I think I'm gonna pass. I have to do homework. So
What subject, if you don't mind me asking?
French.
Oh, je parle un peu français. But gosh, parsing verbs and all that stuff is annoying. ER verbs, RE verbs, IR verbs. That's about all I remember.
You forgot RE verbs. All my guitar friends are good at that.
I said RE.
Oh, okay.
Irregular verbs. I do remember that category. Yeah, there was like 14 different tenses. Oof. I basically just memorized the list before the test. Ay, ay, ay.
I worked
I was
for
watching this.
I worked for a French company for 10 years, and I never even actually learned the language. But
Yeah. Well, it's not too tough for English speakers to learn French, though. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the most difficult language to me conceptually. Probably Finnish.
For me, it would have to be those Asian languages, the tonal languages like Mandarin.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking in terms of pronunciation. I hear you on that. I'm thinking in form. But yeah, there are some huge leaps between different languages, structure, and
The
all that good stuff.
hardest one I encountered in college was Latin. I actually had to drop the class because I just couldn't get it.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it's a difficult one.
Yeah, man.
I've been learning about Latin and English and Dog Latin. Somebody sent me some pretty interesting things on Dog Latin, so that's what I've been kind of chewed on for the past couple of
hold
days.
on, you're gonna have to explain that. What is dog Latin? What is that?
When something's written in all caps.
Well, as far as everybody knows in text, that means you're yelling all the time.
Right, right. But you're really, you're really typing in Dog Latin.
What does that mean?
Black
Well,
law.
it's it's one of those things that it's like a putrid language, right? It's like a degenerate language. In other words, it's word magic because you think you can read it, right? You're like the United States. Oh, I know what that means. No, that's not what that means, right? It's in
Oh,
dog Latin. We all
shit!
write
You
with
already
capital
got
and
me now. I
lowercase.
know what you mean.
Do we know English? How do we write in grammar, right? Capital I, lowercase you, right?
It's just like the general like freaking capitals just like throw at each other and just like, hey, we can understand that you're this and this. It's just like the general kind of general speak. Is that what it
It's
is?
the dead language, the lost at sea
The
language,
dub language.
the dead
I didn't
language.
know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the shape.
Yep,
Hey
yep.
man, but how the fucking else are we going to be able to communicate with other people from different countries? I mean, we do often communicate, with people from different countries here in this server. I mean, different parts of Europe. We don't get a lot of people from Asia, in the server, but for the most part, I mean, we have a lot of Europeans, Australians, and Americans, Canadians.
I keep my trigger finger on Google Translate.
I bet you do, brother.
Well, because I think the other day there was a Danish person, I believe, and you just throw it in Google Translate, and they're like, I don't know that word. You just throw it in there, and they're like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It can be helpful, and we've got tools for these sorts of things. Has anybody talked to Gary?
Yeah, Gary was
Yeah,
talking.
he talked. He's an OG gospel.
Cool, okay. So he should deserve at least Globe Skeptic then?
Yeah,
Or
for
straight,
now.
or okay.
I remember him from 2016, but whatever you want to do. Well, our new guest is still listening. It'd be helpful. It's okay if she doesn't want to talk, but somebody that wants to, like gospel, could just give her a summary of what we're here for, maybe. Just an idea.
Yeah, I'm less of the Vanna White and more of the one-on-one conversation kind of guy. I
Well,
bet there's.
I'll go ahead and give a summation of what the
There you go.
server is about and what we live stream 24/7. I host a live stream, but for the most part, I'm kind of in the background. But what we're about is just getting the conversation started. Now, a lot of us are comfortable with talking about it. Some of us aren't. And to be honest, when I first came across the topic, it took me a long time to actually get into the conversation. Like Hank, I don't know if Hank was always, an extrovert or whatever. I've always been an introvert, and I still am because I hate to listen to myself back. Like I think, here's what I think: like extroverts, they can record their voice and listen to themselves back, and it's like, yeah, that's a really good live stream. They can interview people and like, oh yeah, that went really well. But I'm not that kind of. It's just like every time I hear my voice, I feel like I'm just gonna die. But anyway, the live stream, as far as what's going on here, in the with the Discord and the live stream, it's conjunction of both of us. And so, what we do here is introduce people to the discussion. Now, no one here is trying to convince anyone that the earth is flat. We're just putting the idea out there, not the idea of flat earth. Now, I'm convinced that the earth cannot possibly be a globe. I don't know what earth is, but the way that they describe the globe cannot possibly be true. And proven that to myself, and other people have in many ways. And we present information about that on a constant basis. We do this all the time, 24 hours a day. And so that's why we're here. So if you're curious about the topic and you want to get involved, join the live stream. As long as you're not trying to troll us, get involved in the conversation. We'll get you checked in and you can talk to us. So that's why we have the 24/7 check-in room. Once you get verified by a moderator, then you'll be able to talk to us and share information with us. And the more you participate, the more active you are on the server, and the more you can be more active and get certain privileges as you participate. Was that any good? I don't know.
Yep, that was good. Can I respond?
Yeah.
So I am an introvert. I grew up in the church, which means that I realized at an early age that, public speaking is definitely an irrational fear. It's like clowns. My thing is, I don't like to be in crowded rooms. I don't mind being at the podium of a crowded room, right? As long as the escape hatch is stage left or whatever, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't do well with concerts. I do well at playing concerts. I don't mind speaking publicly. Never had a problem with it. Maybe it's because I grew up in the church. I don't know. But yeah, here we like to talk about things that teaches you how to learn. So in school they teach you what to think, and here we like to teach you how to think. And the number one I think goal is to get you to think for yourself and question authority. Because if there is, I'm just going to say it, a creator, and we're all equal under him, who has authority over you? And I would say that the only person that has authority over you is the person that you victimized, and they have the authority to drag you into court until the balance is settled. If you cause someone harm, injury, or loss, right, then you get to go settle it out, right, like men in court, and not like animals fighting in the streets. So we also teach you how to measure it for yourself. You go out to a large body of water at rest, and you got the Earth curve calculator, which says that it curves at 8 inches per mile squared, and you make some observations. And the thing is that we can see too far. That's why we're so damn confident. The Globers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, moon, and the stars when you ask them, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? Look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, and the flat earthers are like, miss me with all that bullshit. Go look at the Earth itself and measure a large body of water at rest and see if you can see too far. They admit that we can see too far. They just say, well, it's because this and it's because that.
Yeah, that's why I'm always
people.
like, Hank, not to interrupt, but I wanted to interrupt just to say, what globe? What globe? The only globe they ever see is on the television screen or the computer screen. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Flo, but I kind of did. But anyway.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Like, if I'm talking too much, just interrupt me. I'll be quiet.
No,
So,
you were on a good flow. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the thing is, even though I grew up in the church, right, and I left it for a while, I never really went back to the churchianity. My thing is, like, this is all like something you can experience for yourself. This ain't something to where you got to go get, permission from the pastor, to say your prayer. No, this is like you can go out to the earth and ask the earth, metaphorically speaking, right? And she'll present to you her true self, her true measurements, right? Which, as far as we can tell, it's pretty level. The land is topographical. There's plains and valleys and salt flats and great plains and large mountains, right? But the water is level. And if you think about it logically, when have you seen it not level? The only thing that they did that causes the misunderstanding is they hijacked perspective. So the Rayleigh criterion at 1.2 miles is the exact same as the curvature rate of the Earth. which is the exact same as the curvature rate as the light bending around the Earth, according to them, if you believe such things.
As for myself, it's I think it's hilarious that that word got kind of invented and made to be some type of derogatory word, because I was looking at ITY, condition or quality of being, whatever the prefix is. I am in the condition of being the church. Personally, I am. So if somebody says churchianity, I'm like, yeah, I identify as belonging to churchianity, because it's just kind of funny how these words get used. Different words get used in some derogatory sense, but if you actually break them down, um, it's just kind of funny to me.
Well, all I know is I met like one real dude who was running a church. Only one. The rest of them are clowns.
Yeah, that's rough. That's the Icelandic church, but that is a kind of a funny to reappropriate. I'm not the only person that knows that that's the church that's in Iceland, right? Yeah. Trace knows. My yeah. Anyway, La Terre.
And yeah, if someone was, rough with the lady last time, if she had expressed that, she doesn't want to be, treated so harshly, we can take it easy, right? I don't know what happened last time. Maybe somebody got in their feels, right? And we try not to do that here. We do get passionate because we've been out to measure it. And once you go out and see it for yourself, and someone tells you that, oh, you're just seeing things, you're like, no, I saw what I saw. You're the one with psychosis. And it does get passionate sometimes, right? But it's like we're the ones that have already, left our anchor bias and, went out and looked to see for ourselves. As far as I can tell, we're not the bigots, right? We're the ones that all grew up believing the globe, except for maybe one or two people in the past 7 years. They all believed it was a globe. And then for some reason, right, whether they went out to check it out for themselves, hopefully, or they just logically dismiss that you can't prove that it's a globe, you can't prove that we're moving, and you can't prove that there's a vacuum up there, then, it's pretty easy to understand. Water's level. And if 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, then it's level. It's flat. And then you look at the abyssal plains, you look at, the abyssal plains that cover like more than, 50% of the Earth, and then the Great Plains, the salt flats. Eventually you're like, where is this globe even at? If it's not over the water, it's not under the water, it's not on the crust or the surface of the Earth. Where is it? And the answer is it's on paper, on TV, on your phone, in your mind's eye, but it doesn't exist in reality. You've never seen the Earth as a globe. You've only experienced it as a flat, stationary plane. Okay, flattish. Oy vey.
Well, Alexis said that she had French homework, so I put nous avons le preuve pour démontrer pourquoi la Terre n'est pas un globe. So there you go, Alexis. A little help with your yeah, that'd be good. Mais j'ai
I think I know what
du
happened.
travail scolaire à faire et je ne peux pas perdre de temps, désolé. Okay.
I think I know what happened. Alexis came in and she was really friendly, and then Helio got into a fight with his girlfriend, and he was like, "Shut up, Alexis."
I could find out what
The
happened. It's
girlfriend?
real easy. You just go into the voice log when she was present, and then you go back through the live stream and you listen to who was talking to her, and then you find out whether she was being reasonable or not, and then you find out if the flat earthers in question were being a bully or not, and then I ban the flat earther from the server for being an a-hole. How about that?
I think
Does
she
that
was
sound good?
talking to. I think
That's
she
a
was
good
talking to
idea.
QE.
It was probably me. Bye,
I just
guys.
said what I said because we've been putting it out there quite often lately that we're trying to reform this type of action. You know, somebody who's really honestly interested doesn't need to be bullied or dogpiled. And it's just at the point where it's no longer acceptable and there's no more excuses. It's just that simple. So if you don't want me to make an example of you, don't act that way.
Who's he talking to?
Now, that's a big difference if they're actually being an a-hole first and you're just, you know, smacking a person worthy of smack. But that's a big difference than just the whole dogpile wolf pack mentality.
Yeah, we do get that prana mentality sometimes. You know, smell the blood in the water, and then everybody goes into a frenzy.
Yes, Conrad, you can ask a question.
Okay, so I know it's flat, me go. So I've been looking into the North Pole lately, and I found out the magnetic north and the geographic north are like two different things, and that the magnetic north moves. Is there any like reliable like information and sources or like documentation of that actually happening? And then also, like, is there some sort of treaty, like the Antarctic Treaty, that prevents people from going to the North Pole? Because I can't really find, like, if you Google it, it just says, no, you know, you can go there, no problem, but you wouldn't want to. So I was just wondering if there is anything out there. Like, it's harder to find stuff on the North Pole than Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
When they say you wouldn't want to, that's a red flag. I believe they're both marked off and heavily patrolled. You can't get to either one independently.
I bet it's more like there's certain areas that are restricted, and there's probably certain areas that you can go to.
Your problem.
Well, I've seen NASA photos. I've seen NASA post stuff of like the north side of the globe, you know, the Y or whatever. They'll block it out, like they'll Photoshop the north out of a lot of stuff, or they'll cover it up with like clouds, and you never actually see what's there on the ground.
Yep. Conrad, I got an interesting thing for you. There's a guy in here. He hasn't been here in a long time. He's mostly on Nathan Oakley's. And he's a glober trying to make globe arguments. And he always shows this little globe that he draws lines on for navigation. And at the top of his little navigation globe is the thing holding the globe, you know, like that big C-shaped thing. And then it has the pins, and then it attaches to the globe. And the part where it attaches to the globe is like 1.5 inches thick. And I'm saying to myself, I vaguely remember maps that showed there was stuff there that you could go to. why would it be blocked off by that huge piece of plastic?
Yeah, when I grew up, I remember distinctly that the North Pole was covered with a big patch of ice land, and now it's just water. So I don't
That
know
guy
what happened.
or whatever,
You guys hear
or like
me?
his YouTube or something.
I was just reading from this silly article that I posted, and they're making the claim that we haven't explored 95% of the Earth's oceans or its poles.
Yeah, I'm also reading that apparently Russia has claimed the North Pole.
Ooh.
Well, I've been like looking at Canada, and they got like so much northern territory, like land way up north that nobody lives. Like nobody's there. It's like barren. So why? Because people live above certain like longitudes, right? Would it be longitudes?
You.
But like people don't like, or I'm saying people can survive in some of these areas, but they don't live there. Like they don't populate them. There's some like small settlements, but there's no roads connecting them. You have to get there by like snowmobile or plane or boat.
Mm-hmm.
People don't usually like to live past the tree line, whether it's in the mountains or in moving into the tundra. It's a very uncomfortable and harsh life. If you listen to like some people talk from Alberta, like they're crazy people who drink a lot because what else can they do?
I think this winter we only got down to -48.
I was looking into Norway, and they've got some of like the northernmost settlements in the world, and they got this island called Svalbard.
Svalbard, yeah.
And there's a research settlement. There's a research settlement there that's run by their government, and it's got a lot of ties to Antarctica. They got they're like Arctic Research Institute. Their like flag or their symbol or whatever. It's a map of the North Pole and then a map of the South Pole. So
Yeah,
I
it's like
feel like they're doing something
it's
there.
like it's
They've
a
done a
branch
lot of
of the it's like a
they got
branch
like
of the United
collaborations with
Nations or
space
something like
agencies
that.
and stuff there.
And they also have it's the World Seed Bank is there. That's the one thing that's there. It's like the only thing on Svalbard is the World Seed Bank.
That to me is really weird. Why they got to keep all the seeds so far up north?
Because if the excuse is if they lose power.
They're heirloom seeds. There's a huge bank of heirloom seeds. You see how everything's being GMO like taken over? Well, they know that like there's a huge threat to like the heirloom seeds that we started with being taken over completely. And if there's a problem, there's no reversing it unless we somehow preserve those heirloom seeds. That's why they're there up in Svalbard. That's the excuse, basically. They don't really tell you that blatantly, but that's it.
So they would basically have to wait like probably 5 years to a decade before they reintroduce the seeds. They say that the third generation crops don't produce seeds. So, just to be sure, they'd probably leave us out here eating dirt while, they wait for all the crops that are GMO to die off, and then they could reintroduce nature. And then maybe we could have, plants, right? That, was given to us by our creator. And instead, we got plants that were given to us by our creator, but if you so happen to get caught with some of that in Texas, there goes the torture cuffs, and they're going to kidnap your wife in your car and throw her in the dungeon.
Yeah, I track long year bins, weather patterns throughout the year. Pretty interesting place.
Norway is like the richest country, one of the richest countries out there. Like they got the biggest savings account. They got over $1 trillion. So that to me is like, why do they have so much money? You know, like they've got a lot of ties to other countries, and I just feel like they're hiding something. You know,
It's
and I
mostly
feel like it's
oil.
got something to do with the North Pole.
They get a lot of their money from oil.
You mean they get a lot of debt notes?
Yep. Money is
for their goods, for their minerals.
yeah, they're just taking part in the system, man.
You ever wonder if everyone, and by everyone I mean every strip of land, probably has both oil and water as much as you'd ever need right underneath the ground, all over the place?
Well, maybe not oil
Well,
all over.
I've dug down and found water. Striking oil, have never done that. I don't know if there's oil anywhere.
Yeah, good point.
You know what's weird though? Here, like places that the United States own, like these territories, and in Puerto Rico, they got a water table. They could just dig down and get oil, but the government won't let them do that.
Hmm.
Yeah, it sounds like the natural aquifers. Some of them apparently contain oil. Weirdly enough.
Does Lucky Dancer know all of the reasons why the Earth is not a globe? Or at least some of the reasons, maybe not all of the reasons. I see
I
you
think they're
typing.
sleeping right now.
They're typing.
Hold me closer, lucky dancer.
Isn't it Tiny Dancer? Lucky Dancer? Who's Lucky Dancer?
He's typing right now.
Not really, I'm just here to learn and hear y'all's perspective. Okay.
Our perspective is the same as your perspective. We can see too far. That's why we tell people to go out to the large bodies of water that are at rest and make some observations and see what you can see and compare it with what they told you that the globe was with a radius of 3959 miles. You can look that up for yourself or go to an Earth curve calculator and then go to a large body of water at rest and measure it for yourself. But the thing is, if you ask a glober how to prove the Earth's a globe, they'll tell you to look at the sun, moon, and stars. And you got to tell them, quit being weird. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Why wouldn't you measure that? And they'll talk about anything but actually measuring that. It's me with all that bullshit, Glimmer. Stop being weird. Just go measure it yourself. What if I told you you don't need a doctor or a professor or someone from the colleges? What if I told you that any person with good eyes and transportation and a friend and maybe a spotlight or a cell phone or something could make these observations and determine for themselves whether their cosmology is correct or incorrect?
You think an iPhone light would be enough? They're making those LED lights on the iPhone pretty bright these days.
Yeah. I guess if you're talking about like 10 miles, maybe, but I would try to get a spotlight.
Like one of the million candle lights that you
I
can get at
just
the store for $15.
I was watching one of those JP videos, and the ad that popped up before it was for a tack flashlight, tack light, tack whatever. That was so bright. I don't know how it works or whatever. That Like I seen one commercial that had a taser at the end of it, and I was impressed. But this commercial was just a freaking light that was starting fires, like campfires and shit. Just shining it and starting. I'm like, damn, my tack light doesn't do that.
With a Fresnel lens, though, right? Wouldn't you have to use a Fresnel lens with the light?
No idea. I have no idea what kind of lens you would start a freaking campfire with, but this is one hell of a flashlight.
Let
It
us
was
know
like
when it shows up.
literally a small one. Like it was one of them small ones, just a tactical flashlight, like
Wow,
that
yeah.
fits in the palm of your hand.
For someone who's incapable of making those observations. That's a good question. Lucky Dancer asks a quality question, in my opinion. Is there a trustworthy source for information for if someone is incapable of making those observations?
Yeah, the Guinness Book of World Records, the longest photograph ever taken. He wasn't a flat earther.
Yeah, I would say that there's many evidences that you could use that would help you understand. So third party and or independent observations, hostile witness methodology is another one. But yeah, there's some good examples out there. That's why I point to the Lookout Mountain as an example. By the way, Hank, I'm guessing you're still around. A potentially valid replacement, if there ought to be one, for that derogatory term, churchianity, might be 501c3 E-anity. 501c3 E-anity. That's just terrible. But anyway, that would be a potential replacement. It's hard to say, though. Or a clickianity, or yeah, something along those lines. Hmm. I have a question. Let's see if anybody has an answer for me. Why do they call this a mirage? Can any refraction nerds help me out?
I thought inferior mirage too, but then I thought total internal reflection.
Yeah,
Mm,
that's what inferior mirage is to me.
mm.
So it says optical illusion of objects reflected in a sheet of water in hot sandy deserts.
I mean that would look like a sheet of water. Well, it does look like a sheet of water actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Oh, an oasis, and then they run to it, and then they're like, "No!" Oh, that makes so much more sense than it magically being something that's not there.
Yeah, it looks like a lake out in the distance.
Oh shit! Mind blown.
But it's not.
See?
It's a mirage. Yeah, I had a misunderstanding because of cartoons and
Me
stuff,
too.
of what that word mirage meant. And now when I read the definition, I'm like, oh, okay. The cartoons messed my brain up. I got it.
And it's crazy because when it's like when you see the cars, and you're thinking the desert, and you're like, oh, because also they show you. Well, like I just said, them finding water, but in cartoons they'll add like a fucking palm tree, some
Mhm.
fucking pineapple,
Yeah.
you know.
True. The whole reflecting the sky thing is fascinating to me. Yeah, that's a good one.
All things are reflective, not just mirrors.
Yeah.
That's not true. There is an exclusion.
What about grass? Is it too diffuse, right?
Oh, it has to do with the angle. All about the angle of observation and the angle that the light enters.
Mm-hmm.
So at a certain angle, you can no longer see the light, quote unquote, color of the grass. You can only see the off angle of reflected light off of it from something else. That's for about 99.98% of all things.
Bruh, what is that? Drace. That just
Superior mirage.
Yeah, I think I would just cry if I saw that. That is what I don't know how to even understand that one.
The way I understand it is basically some of the light coming off an angle from the ship is hitting a layer of different density. Probably a temperature differential as well, and then reflecting back due to the critical angle, and then appearing as an illusion in the sky. Similar to the inverse would be happening with the inferior mirage, but you would also have the temperature differential really close to the ground being much higher, helping create that differential so that the light can reflect at that angle.
So the bottom one there with the white trapezoidal almost shape of the boat, the fact that the horizon is like significantly higher than the boat itself, you can hardly see the horizon because it's all miraging.
The bottom one, you could almost see there could be a horizon up there above the boat.
Exactly. Way up there.
And so that would be like double miraged and inferior. Like that's
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah. Which we tend to see that sort of thing because there's little waves, but there's also big waves. So you would expect that if there's like, more spread out waves, that they'd be reflecting differently. But the whole like at a certain angle, it makes sense that over bodies of water, especially, that you would definitely only ever be able to see so far because you get at a certain angle of attack and it just turns to reflecting the sky, and it looks like it's the sky, but it's actually more and more water. You just can't see it because the angle is only going to show you the sky. At least that's what makes sense to me, at least. Well, I see them. I see the mirages all the time on the highway where I live because there's a lot of flat road, long flat road. I think I saw the video for that, though, Spake. I don't know if you're listening. The satellite, if you're far away. Yeah, it's about the angle. Yep. So in that example, Dre's, the little speck is way closer. It looks like it's underneath or beyond, but you have to understand that it's closer.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you would get closer, the blue of the ocean would get closer and closer until it reached that little thing, and then as you continued to go closer, the angle would get lost, and you would just see the ocean up to this boat.
Yeah, on that one you can see the waters. The horizon is quite a bit beyond that boat, but it stands to reason that well, gosh, I guess if you're pulling as close to a 90-degree or horizontal angle as you possibly can, you would expect it to be right in the middle. Well, not quite, but close.
So I told you guys that, I was kind of looking into dog Latin and grammar and the fact that you can't mix like English and Latin or English and dog Latin or Latin and dog Latin. And it's like all these contracts, like, that are written in, the same text that you see on the graves and the ledger, the stone that sits on top of the grave, right? It's a ledger. And then it's all written in dog Latin. And it's like, that's not your name. And then the Bible tells us to stay away from like graven images. And then it's all like graven because dog Latin is like all capitals. So that's not English. Like we don't write like that.
Stay away from ?
Yeah, how does the second commandment go?
It says to not bow down and worship them.
Okay, so if you say that, yeah, that's me, Your Honor, I'm that, right? Are you not bowing down and worshiping that name if you claim that that is you? Isn't that an image of yourself? Are you not supposed to have images?
I suppose you could define the word worship however you please, but no, I would not define worship in that way.
So do we worship at the Church of the ATM or do we not?
Huh?
How many people worship at the Church of the ATM? Everything they do is for money. They think about money every day, all day long. Like if money's always on your mind and everything you do is to gain more money, like are you not bowing down to mammon?
I'm posting some definitions.
I really appreciate your definitions. I really do. You know, a lot of people have said, in the past that, oh, these grammar Nazis, but I'm starting to think that grammar is where it's at. So let me check out your definition.
Yeah, the breaking those words down to do honor, reverence paid to a. So if you're going to take the pure original meaning of the word worship, at least, in its original sense as it says, reverence paid to a supernatural or divine being. So that implies either some type of, obviously there's such a thing as idol worship, but it implies a supernatural being attached to that object. If it is money, for instance, it would be a supernatural entity associated with the money, not just greed. What is this word?
Here's the
Or
eye of the apex
avarice.
of the pyramid.
I would say
Well,
avarice is not synonymous with worship, for instance. So
I
this is
interviewed a Mason one time, and he said the only question that I asked that he wasn't allowed to answer is, what does the eye at the top of the pyramid represent? And he said, well, that's the first thing that you asked that I can't answer. So
was he implying because he didn't know or because he wasn't allowed?
he wasn't allowed.
Yeah. Well, I've received answers for that question before, but
What do you got?
The all-seeing eye?
Yeah, what does it represent?
That's what they say, the all-seeing eye.
Oh, well, what does that mean? Like from Lord of the Rings?
That's a great question. No, obviously not from Lord of the Rings, but no, when they say the all-seeing eye, they say, well, what does that mean? You say, what does that mean? They say, well, the great architect. And you say, okay, well, that sounds interesting. The architect of what? What they will not say, unless they are very new to Freemasonry, which, because I've heard both answers, some will say, oh, well, it's the creator of all things. That would be the answer from somebody that's very new and or unaware of the intricacies and esoteric meanings of the symbols within Freemasonry. But that would be the point at which they're probably going to be like, well, the great architect, well, you wouldn't understand. But yeah, I mean, ask a Freemason who the great architect is. I think you'll get different answers depending on their level.
Yeah, because everything's in like layers.
Yes.
Like when you first get into it, it's kind of like the innuendos, right? They have double meanings on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then these Masons have double, triple, probably even more meanings the deeper you get, right? Like when someone says, we're on the level, right? We're on the same level. Like at first you think, they're talking about, we're on the same frequency. We're having a conversation, we're comprehending each other. And then like the second layer might be like, something else, like we're on a level plane, like we're equal in status. And then the third layer might be like, the earth's flat. Duh. That's how symbology works. It has multiple meanings.
Thanks for leveling with us, Hank.
And there's your definition for esoteric, for anybody interested.
Yep, words mean things. I dig it. Hey, Palm, what did you do to your avatar there? Is that new?
No, it's the avatar I've had since day numero uno.
Looks like a psychedelic lemur.
Yeah,
What's
it's
that movie where the ferret takes on the snakes?
A mermaid lemur? What? I mean, what is going on with that anyway?
It's got a kangaroo pouch too, and the tail's a snake. I don't know. It's street art that I took a picture of. Graffiti.
Whoa, bro! Some of those street artists are pretty epic.
Yeah, I saw that one, and it's really eye-catching because of the coloration and everything. So I was like, oh, this will make a good picture. And then when I came onto Discord, I was like, I probably shouldn't put a picture of my face. And that was a recent picture that I had, and I was like, maybe this will be a good PFP.
Yeah, that'd be a rookie mistake, wouldn't
it? Did you mean that in the way that I took it?
Yeah, I did. I expected Ricky to respond, but he didn't. It's one of those things where I really like to make people laugh, and I don't know if I'm funny or not, so I'm just going to be confident and assume that I'm funny.
You know, I throw them out there all the time, Hank. Sometimes they crash, and sometimes they get, accepted.
Right. Yeah, we got to go back to joking, I think. A lot of us need to go back to like joking around and barroom banter, locker room graffiti. You know, we kind of start needing to saying things that are like against the social norms, against the new norm. Go ahead, bro.
I'm always down for that, always. But we're banned from doing that now. We're like canceled if we do that. Like what we find funny is not acceptable anymore.
So you're saying it was in the past, but it isn't now? Is this a new Mandela effect, Lou?
No, it's not a Mandela effect like the freaking ice on the North Pole you guys were talking about earlier. No, fuck it. This is something else.
I enjoy joking around. You know, there's times to be serious with stuff, and then there's times to let loose.
Yeah, but the thing is they've killed comedy. They're canceling everybody in conspiracy. Everybody knows that, but like they've killed comedy. Like that's how you know there's no fucking
Yeah. Name a good
there's
comedy
really no
movie.
home. They've turned everything into some kind of political spin, agenda, narrative. You know, like it's any comedian who gets a little bit edgy gets freaking ridiculed and canceled. It's where the fuck is the room for satire and all that stuff? There's none, not anymore. Those days are fucking over, dude. They're fucking done.
Name the last good slapstick comedy that came out.
Slapstick.
Slapstick, jeez. I don't know. You tell me.
Key and Pill.
That's the thing. You can't, because there hasn't been one in quite some time.
Front hand, backhand, Key and Pill.
I haven't seen that.
Here.
You're reading a list, aren't you?
No.
Yes,
It's
you
just.
are. Don't lie. Don't lie to me, Gospel.
I don't lie.
Just messing with you.
Key and Pill. Front hand, backhand. I mean, I really think that if you're going to talk about the category of slapstick, these guys did the most slapstick in recent comedy. So that's the video. I think it's hysterical. It's quite literally slapping. But then there's other.
I mean, like blockbuster movies, right? Like,
right.
For instance,
Yeah,
like
the point
Tommy
is like
Boy or
what we
Billy
find
Madison.
funny. We might have a ton of really good funny jokes, or any comedian might have really good jokes, but if he uses them on stage in front of a camera, no. That's he's a naughty boy.
Black Ice is pretty hysterical. The You Can Do Anything, Key and Pill. But yeah, Key and Pill did a good job.
What about
There are
Island
certain
Beach?
exceptions, of course, of like certain comedy movies that everybody's gonna find there's gonna be always a group of people who in any comedy movie they're like, that was a great movie, that was hysterical, but they're not really pushing any boundaries with that stuff. They're sticking within bookends. You get what I'm saying?
Well, what about The Onion?
The Onion. It's a Milwaukee newspaper that spread out and got freaking like, yeah, I get you. Yeah, it came from my fucking home city. Like, the Onion, that's satire. That's old school. And nobody, I don't think the Onion ever really got. Okay, because it started here, and I just know what it is. I don't know what the rest of like the other cities think of it, but it was never a serious newspaper or anything like that
Well,
ever.
no, it's a
And so
satire.
Well,
Yeah.
the Babylon Bee just got kicked off of Twitter.
Elon Musk will change that.
Well, I think they went a bridge too far with their latest article. They had an article socking it to the man in the wrong way. Disney. They were talking about Disney being like Sodom and Gomorrah, and a dude named Tim Lott, like Lot, escaping out of there, and his wife turning back and turning into a pillar of salt. Oh, it's funny, but I guess Disney got a little pissed off at that.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey don't like jokes about himself.
I would agree
I don't know if it's slapstick. The one movie I remember is Raising Arizona. Is that slapstick? Anybody remember that one?
I don't know that one.
That's old school though, Dave. That was a while ago.
Nicolas Cage and John Goodman. Anyway.
There's a couple of comedy. Apna J. If I don't know if there's any British people in here right now. Probably not. Because it's the middle of the night, 3:54 a.m. in London. But Apna J is a British channel. That guy's pretty funny. He's not necessarily like over the top too much, but he's pretty cool.
My original question, like I understand there's some skits here and there, right?
Yeah.
Like you've got some pockets, but as far as like blockbuster movies, right? I guess they're really they're really shying away from movies in general. A lot of stuff's coming out on like Netflix and crap like that.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, it's like it seems like anything that's been a hit or a blockbuster as far as movies has been concerned has been nothing but like superhero stuff, Marvel universe stuff. Outside of that, I don't.
And then if you look at like who wins the Oscars and shit, it's all this political narrative, friggin' all the unmentionable stuff that we get silenced for talking about, right? Like the people who push that side that we're against, like when we're not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, if we talk about it, we get canceled. That's the stuff that gets awards that nobody watches and nobody gives a shit about.
Until they invoke some sort of fictitious drama into the award ceremony itself, which they've done over the past few years to just try to get people to somewhat pay attention to these award ceremonies.
Hey, I just want to know, all the staunch Globe believers, I got a question for you. Let this ring in your head and think about this, okay? Why do you want to believe in the Globe? Why do you want to do that? Clearly, it's an urge of yours, not based on reality. So what is it that makes you want to believe it? That's all I got.
Excellent question, Globe, in my opinion.
All right, I'm going to answer for them. So they all really have fantasies about having sex with purple and green and blue women in space, zero gravity sex with blue women. So, like, and if I'm wrong, then nobody. If I'm wrong, then somebody should come in here and challenge me. But if no one comes and challenges me on this, then
okay,
I guess I'm correct.
Right, that makes sense,
Yeah.
You propose an idea to a bunch of people listening, nobody says anything, it flies, right? It lands, it carries, whatever. Now, I may or may not agree with that, but I will say, especially after watching that new Moonfall movie, I'm not going to stop talking about it. It's such fun, right? I guess, yeah, I can also answer a little bit of that question myself for the Globers. It's a lot of fun. Listen, the word infinite, come on. The endless possibilities, right? Anything you want to think of is a possible reality if you believe the Globe narrative. That's fun. I don't know about you guys. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, Lou, why stick with blue, green, or purple? You know what I mean? Just anything. 12 legs, doesn't fucking matter.
The whole spectrum. I'm going to give them the whole spectrum.
All the colors. Yep. Silver, fucking clear, whatever you got. Anyway, however hilarious is the Globe narrative and its believers who are not, Earth measures flat, so why do you want to believe otherwise? Yeah, there we go. That's all. That's it. That's all I got. and the reason I asked that question is not. It's good that there's silence, right? After that, think about why you want to believe that stuff, right? Rhetorical, because nobody's really going to come in here.
I mean, it was rhetorical because I feel like the moment you started, I thought you were talking to maybe somebody on YouTube or something like that. Because like we know damn well that there was no Globers in here talking to us when you came in saying that.
Right. No, and a lot of the times I'll come in here. Yeah, the context is I've been in the YouTube chat watching the filth and slime spew its nonsense at everybody. And then I'll come in here and hope that they're listening, because I'll tell you what, man, I don't want to have to type all that shit out. Huh?
And then you get carried away because you're just looking at some trolls on the YouTube chat, which literally just need to be extinguished. I've been saying that forever. Friggin'.
Well, if Helio's not going to take the channel down, then I can start making house calls. If you know what I mean. Just kidding. Just kidding.
What the hell are you two talking about?
What's that?
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing. What do you want to talk about?
Something different, obviously.
Okay. All right.
Kidding.
What do you got?
I got an idea. I'm going to steal a meme that Bambi posted earlier today in the admin chat, and it's hysterical. It's so many levels deep.
Cool.
Let me find it.
I'm ready. Although I'm gonna make some food while you post that and y'all discuss it. I just really wanted to ask that question. Why do you want to believe something that doesn't match reality? That's all.
Here it is. You don't need to discuss shit. Here it is. Laugh your ass off.
Wow. It's at least 3 layers right there, yeah, Lou?
Let me get that. Hold on.
It's pretty good. Multifaceted.
Absolutely.
Old Newton was a hound dog, though, huh? Shoot.
Anybody notice the beautiful crescent moon this evening?
I've been watching it all evening.
I was watching on my way home driving.
The fuck you talking about a croissant moon? Is it like another moon? Like
crescent moon? Come on.
I
think the French wore on him a little bit.
En croissant.
Oh, is Gospel not here to give us a proper definition and etymology of croissant? Because the shape is
Dude,
similar.
gospel, we use gospel. What are we gonna do without him? We need to know.
He slid out the back door.
Finally got tired.
I mean, he's been in all day, so I get it.
As far as the crescent moon, like, is it like one of those like super like thin ones or something like that? Like, is there something special about this one?
No, I mean, the past couple days it's been pretty thin. It's starting to get a little thick.
It's all
THICC.
That's a great meme, man. It's so great.
I got a hypothetical for everybody. If you had a choice between, say, $50 million or the full knowledge of what the fuck the moon and the sun are, which one would you pick?
Not the money.
And so we all go with sun and moon for sure. At least I would. But I've accepted the fact that I'm at least too old. I'll never find out anything much about it. Maybe some of these younger generations will, but who knows? Once they start researching the right stuff, maybe we'll figure some shit out, right? Anyway. Okay, if nobody's going to talk, I'm going to punish you with the latest NASA news. I know y'all are curious about it. Don't everybody talk at once. NASA to discuss final test status today before the Artemis moon mission. We're going back to the moon, boys. Y'all ready? NASA will hold a media teleconference at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, April 5th, blah, blah, blah. Provide another update on the final major test with the agency's Mega Moon rocket and Orion spacecraft at the launch pad ahead of the uncrewed Artemis. Oh, it's uncrewed. I'll let y'all read the rest. That's enough of that. Continue being silent if you want to. It's only like the 20th time they've told me they're going to the moon. This time they're really going, I promise.
Just the other night, Pazza was telling me there's no point. So why is NASA even going? They should probably they should bring Pazza into their meetings and he can let them know.
You know you guys are going on a pointless mission. Ozzy can tell you why.
I wish Pazza was here so I could ask him what he would prefer the money being spent on. I'd be curious.
Have you been to any launches down there in Napalm since you're down there?
Yeah. Been to a couple.
Was it like everybody else says? It just goes up and goes sideways, basically.
Yeah, and it's not very quick either.
Really, it takes it forever to get up there, don't it? It's supposed to be like a super fast rocket. It's like creeping up into the sky.
I'll tell you what, the only impressive part about rocket launches is one, how loud it is, and two, how bright it is. Other than that, it's like really eventful.
Well, they got to put on the show as best they can, right? It's like a big deal out of it as best they can. Even though they ain't going nowhere. Anyway, it's good to see our tax dollars hard at work. NASA is on top of it, man. They're on the ball. They got this covered. This space shit. I just think about going to NASA.gov and just eating all this up. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people love it. I was just gonna ask what your opinions are about some of the postulations and speculations of some certain flat earthers who try to pay a lot of attention to the rockets, the rocket launches, and whether they are or are not, balloons and all that kind of stuff, or if it's, we spotted these lights out in front that come from a company that makes holographic projection stuff. Is that just kind of like take it with a grain of salt, in your opinion?
Yeah, I know that we all know that the place they're claiming all this is taking place is bullshit. So I really don't pay too much attention to that kind of crap. But people that do, I guess we're all doing ourselves and investigating what we're curious about, whatever, But
yeah, I agree.
Who knows?
Some of it,
guy for real. I mean, they're obviously doing something. They got balloons and shit up there, but all this holograph and projecting shit in the sky, I can't really get into that. Who knows? I can't tell you what the fuck's going on in the sky. Thanks for asking. What's your opinion?
yeah, no, it's interesting to think about, but I don't pay too much attention to it or give too much weight to the speculation. Some of the evidence is slightly compelling. Certain shots and things like that may or may not be faked, but to me that's getting too far in the weeds and losing track of the overall big picture. But I think there's a place for things like that.
Well, it's like people are coming into this in waves and stages. So, I went through a stage in 2017 where I couldn't get enough of looking at real pictures of stars in the sky, and but you kind of get through that phase. At least I did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get you.
So people are just waking up to this. They'll be going through stuff like that, and they'll be, what the hell's going on in the sky? I mean, it's once you start to accept this paradigm switch, that's one of the first things, of course, we talk a lot about. You're getting your space taken away from you. So what the fuck is it now? It's a big question. Right?
Yeah, and you kind of a fire lit under your butt when you first get into it, where you're like, oh crap.
You're gung-ho, ready to go. I got all this shit, right?
Yeah. It's like, if none of this stuff is what we've been told, what is it? What can I do to figure it out? And you figure some stuff out, but then you also realize some of these questions are really unanswerable, certainly at this point in time, and may never be answered, and may not be intended to be answered outside our purview of being able to be answered. And I'm cool with that.
That's spot on. That was one of the hardest things for me to come to terms with, that fact that there's a lot of things I'm just never going to know. I have to be okay with that now. What choice do I have?
Yeah. If there's one thing I've realized is that people are very uncomfortable with not having answers to some of these things. They can't not feel like we've figured it out.
Yeah, they got to have that certainty. That it's like you're pulling the foundation. You're literally pulling the rug out from under their entire paradigm. They thought they were on, the ironic things, they thought they were on solid ground when they think they're flying around through space. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yep.
But that's what they got taught. So that was their foundation. And it was all of our foundations, or most of us. And, switching the paradigm completely 180, basically, since they taught us the exact opposite of what it really is. It's not an easy process, and some people just can't do it. Oh well. What you gonna do?
Yeah, I for one personally enjoy not having answers to everything. One, it leads me to continue on a path of inquiry as to whether we may find out the answer, or if I could possibly connect a dot or two in the big picture. And then it also just opens me back up to like kind of the mindset I had when I was a child, right? With the wonderment and the appreciation for everything around you, and the creation itself.
Brings the mystery and the wonder back to it. And that childlike imagination, maybe you look at the bright side of this thing too. May not get all the answers, but it's going to be fun trying to find them out. Right? It's like a journey.
I think a little bit of that is good for the soul, man. I think it gets you into a pretty good state of mind.
Yeah, I've accepted that we exist in this material realm, and obviously above us is some kind of spiritual realm. And what answers we get from there is kind of our own journey, sort of. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I feel like the more that we believe that we know about the things that we can't know, or certainly don't know at this point in time, right? The the universe around us, the more that we realize we don't know about that stuff, I feel like the more it opens up a more spiritual aspect to your life, at least in my opinion. Because I feel like the mindset of we've got everything figured out really closes you off to the kind of metaphysical side of things, the stuff you can't put your finger on, can't put a tape measure to, right?
Yeah. The stuff you can't verify empirically, right?
Yep.
But you know it exists in some form or something, right?
Correct.
We
Yeah.
didn't get here by accident. Antecedent for creator, creation is creator. Man, that's logic is indisputable to me. I was never an atheist kind of mind, but I've always was grew up in a church and stuff. But I really wasn't that religious until like 6, 7 years ago when I came to this. But now I feel like I've got a relationship with the Creator in my own way, you know.
100%, man.
That feels pretty good. It's gonna be okay. If I quit breathing and get out of this meat suit, I'm all right. You know?
I couldn't agree with you more. In a very similar boat, disappearing from the bottom up. Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, I did have times in my life where I had a very atheistic mindset. And actually,
Are you crickets or something? Hold up.
What's that?
Are you outside? I hear crickets.
Yeah, I'm walking my dog.
It's actually real crickets. That's pretty cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. I mean, I can just be silent and we can listen to the crickets in the room. No, I definitely had times in my life where I had an atheistic mindset for sure during my more rebellious years. But then I had some experiences, you know, some trips, some adventures in nature, and just kind of the wonderment of the creation kind of got me more in tune with the Creator. And this topic has certainly expedited the process for sure.
I've been experimenting with sun gazing, and it seems to be working out. I'm not going to try to tell anybody what to do. And it's like your eyes are like muscles too. You got to work your way up to it if you're going to try it. But it's still only like a few minutes at a time. But it's like you're actually seeing the source. You can see the wavelengths coming to your eyes. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I ain't telling anybody what to do, but it feels like it gives me some energy. And I'm going straight to the source, literally, right? But you want to do it in the early morning or late afternoon, and
What you talking about?
Gazing at the sun.
You know, I've heard a lot about that, and I'd like to try it. And unfortunately, your statement there, you're a robot, and Dave. But I was picking up a little bit what you're putting down.
I'm robot. I'll try to rejoin. Mic check.
Yeah.
Here's even better.
You gotcha.
I was just talking a little bit about sun gazing. I've been experimenting with it. It's working for me. I'm not telling
robot.
Robot. Same.
Might be on my end. I don't know. Because I heard somebody else roboting. So it could be me.
Or just happen to have Arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
You're good, Dave. Am I Domo?
No, I hear you fine.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right.
Didn't you just say you wanted to forget it?
What?
What was that? What was that, Rookie?
I'm again, Rookie.
I was just making fun, dude. God.
Hear it
You did? I didn't hear it.
I know. You guys missed it now. I don't even remember why it was funny. It passed. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. You guys ever watched Beyond Imaginary Curve channel?
Is that?
No, not really. I don't. No, not really.
Well, he put out a 9-minute video that pretty much summed up everything. Everybody should watch it. It's pretty well done, in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, we're all individuals in this thing, but I'll say this for Dale: he's always stayed on point, and he doesn't put up any bullshit. He's just straight to the point. You know, where's the damn curvature? We know it's not a globe, stuff like that. So I'll post it if anybody wants to listen to it.
I haven't been listening to his stuff over the past couple of years. Used to, years ago, but haven't really as much anymore.
He was one of the first two guys that I watched. Him and Rodrigo Nunez.
Yeah, I like both of them.
They both got quality content. Both have quality content.
Well, this video I'm talking about is called "You Were Never Free." I'll post it in the chat if anybody wants to listen to it.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I don't know. He does have some good information.
Well, if you were watching him a few years ago, I can tell you he's calmed down. He's more reflective and more patient with people. And he doesn't put up with any of the globe dumbasses, but anyway. We all kind of evolved through this process. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. And for me personally, I don't enjoy taking in information from people who are typically combative often, but that's just me. Everybody enjoys different things and takes information in differently. One of the things I will say about Dell, even though I'm not a huge fan of singling people out or saying specific things, but some of his tattoos have me scratch my head a little bit.
Yeah, he gets bullshit like that all the time, I'm sure. I don't know the guy. I'm not endorsing him. I just like this video, so I thought I'd share it. It's just it's well done, 9 minutes. It's got some good background music, and he's just basically stating the state of society and maybe a few solutions if people would just start, taking ownership for their own decisions and their own actions and what they put their attention to. We could change some shit around here.
Oh, I can get behind that. I went on one of those rants. I think it was last night. Might have been last night.
Because the only reason these rulers or whatever they are exist is because we give them power. If you really think about it.
100%.
We just start ignoring them; they go away. You up in a business, nobody buys the product. What happens to that business? They disappear, don't they?
Yep.
Anyway.
I mean, I've said it in here 1,000 times, but I don't mind saying it again. One of my biggest things is that I believe most of the ills and the problems in society come from people's idea that somebody, some other human being, some other man has some sort of legitimate authority over them.
Exactly on point. We're all given this existence. When one guy stands up and says, "I am king," why doesn't everybody else say, "No, the fuck, who are you? Get out of my face"? Sorry, somebody else chimed in there.
You're good. I was just gonna say it's a desperation to believe and fit into the status quo in the mainstream narrative. That's all it is, man. Listen, do you want to go show up at a party and not know anybody? Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
Hells yeah.
No, you know what I'm saying. You want to show up to the party and people be like, fuck yeah, this person's here, and they agree with everything I agree with, and the rest of these 100 people behind me, and let's go make fun of the one flat earther in the corner drinking the non-alcoholic shit. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, Glade, you're probably correct. That's probably 90% of the people right there.
Yeah. They just want to... Dude, you don't want to be kicked out of the cool kids club, and since I was born, since probably my mom was... since my mom was born, 55... Right around that time, the cool kids were the ones wanting to go to space, talking about space, believing the space thing. And now it's one of the biggest industries, and I'll say that again, it's one of the biggest industries in the world. And they haven't even gone yet. That's the best part, man. Well, anyway.
They're going back, though. I just posted in the chat. They're going, it doesn't say when, but they're going back. But it's an unmanned mission. There you go.
When are they going back? When did you put... Oh, I see. Beyond the Imaginary Curve? Yeah, Dell's awesome. You Were Never Free. Mental Illness Edit. Nice. So yeah, check that out, folks.
It's definitely worth a 9-minute watch.
It's only 9 minutes? That's 8 more minutes than a Glober's ever willing to spend researching this genuinely.
8.5.
Yeah. Sorry, it might be a little bit mean. I just want some curvature. Shit. Show me the curve. Like in... what's the Jerry Maguire? I just watched that recently with my better half.
Show me the money. Yeah. Show me the money.
That's right. Show me the curvature, and then there's that GIF too about it.
I love heliocentrism. Show me the curvature.
Get us back on the globe. Show us the curve.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I do. I want to see it. I want to see Earth curvature. It'll disappoint me. Because it'll only happen in dreams or something. I'll wake up and I'll be like, damn it.
When you said something about the industry of NASA, I was thinking the other day, I was like, man, I should probably just start tallying all the times I see NASA swag when I'm out and about outside the house.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you see a shitload of it down there.
Well, here's the thing. I agree with that, and I'm thinking back to times recently that I've seen NASA stuff. You know, I only notice it because I'm looking for it. Okay, there's part of that happening, at least for me. But at the same time, it is the one fashion thing that I see the most of in public, right? I'm not going to see the same Tommy Hilfiger shirt 5-6 times, but at the grocery store. But you better know there's going to be some overweight motherfuckers out there with some NASA shit going on.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. Just randomly sent about 4 or 5 million just randomly out to people.
Yep.
For free.
Yeah, they for free. And same with the old thing that everybody should have gotten but didn't, or shouldn't have gotten but did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They gave it out for free.
You got a free NASA t-shirt with every V-Word.
Okay, so donuts, Jibby Jab Roonies, and NASA gear for free, guys. And you know what'll probably kill you the slowest is the NASA gear, and the quickest is the other one. The middle one is the donut.
You know, I'll only start taking jibby jabs when they stop making the apparatus that
yeah, I got you.
Is utilized is in the form of a female body part as opposed to a male.
Right.
There you go.
What did you say, Dave? Was there somebody new?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was just agreeing with Napalm.
He's agreeable. We got Lucky Dancer. Is this person female? It's the ladies' night tag? Or, I guess, there's pronouns going on. So
you're making an assumption there.
Yeah, I guess so. Nickname is Lucky. We'll just call this person Lucky then. I'm trying to be respectful of all this stuff going on, guys. I really am.
If you can talk to her, go ahead.
Yeah, Lucky Dancer, if you're here. Hello. Show me the curvature. Oh no, Matthew, no. Do you really think that that's a picture of the Earth from afar, Matthew?
I do. It was taken within the past 48 hours.
Oh my God. I have to try so hard not to hate you.
Is that a screenshot from Himawari?
You know what I mean? I'm trying to be a nice guy to you, but it's just like,
Oh,
whoa.
I thought you were asking. I thought you said show me the curve, so I did.
Yeah, the Earth curve. We're not talking about an image that you really want to believe is real.
Fair enough. We disagree about whether that's.
No, I mean, yeah, sure, we disagree, sure, but the fact is that that's not a photo of Earth. Okay, it's not just that we disagree; it's that you're actually wrong this time, fella. Hard to believe, I know.
Hey, Matthew, do you have a source on that with a clearer picture so I can circle the copy and pasted, stepped, and repeated clouds?
Since this is a picture, not a composite, they won't be copy pasted clouds.
It's like you made a flat Earth meme and you didn't even know it with this. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry, buddy.
The funniest flat Earth meme has been posted tonight. Thanks, Matthew.
Right. That's the best flat Earth. Yeah, and I don't hate you, is what I'm trying to say. But like, I get so frustrated because I don't think you actually believe it, dude. You know that we're on the right side of this. So you're like pushing a narrative really calmly, usually, mostly, that you don't even believe yourself. How does it make you feel?
Would it surprise you for me to tell you that I actually believe that that's a picture of what the Earth looked like from a million miles
Right, but
away?
I've heard you speak about other things. You do have brain cells to rub together, so why do you believe in the globe? Again, there's no evidence for it, so it is a belief, and I'm just curious as to what's making you believe, right?
So your question implies that anybody who's smart shouldn't be believing in the globe. Is that right?
I guess. I don't want to make it sound like that. I want to make it sound like there's so many people out there that like are proficient in intuitive skills and thinking abilities and such, right? But they still believe they're primitive in their thinking with believing that it's a globe, right? So that it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you'd think that the ability to comprehend things, you know, the astuteness would translate also into knowing it's not a globe, right? Does that make sense?
No, I get you.
I think it would be uniform smartness all the way across the board, not, oh, I'm great at this, I'm really good at this, got my own business doing this, but Earth's a globe.
No, I get it. It's hard to believe that smart people would disagree with.
No, not disagree. That's where I disagree with you. It's not a disagreement. It's an ignoring of reality to save face and a narrative. An unfalsifiable one at that. And dude, I'm not even the smartest dude in the room, but that sounded pretty good, right? So you really got to catch up to reality, Globers. It is primitive thinking, and that's okay, man. Don't get mad at yourself for... I think a lot of people are like, I can't admit that I've been duped. And like, that's all right, dude. Don't worry about it. Everybody gets duped one way or another. Were you this pissed off when you found out that Santa wasn't real? You know what I mean? Think about it. Anyway, that's all I got. And also, Matthew, thank you for being respectful at the very least, because I know that myself, I speak for me, I know that I've been really rude to you, and you have not been
No
to
worries.
me. It's cool.
No,
Crazy, but it's cool.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Cool.
Well, I think smart's kind of a relative term, right? And I find that many times some of the most quote-unquote intelligent or intellectual people can be very easily duped or scammed. So,
no, I think you're exactly right. I think smarts come in lots of different shapes. Some people can be intellectually smart. Some people are kinesthetically smart, like can really do good moves on the basketball court. Other people like have a really strong sense of like shape and mechanics. So I think everybody's gifted in different ways.
Let's give Lucky Dancer a chance to join the convo if she wants to, he or she.
Real quickly, I wanted to say something to Matt on that one.
Go ahead, Glade.
I was going to type into the chat, but I'll just say it. I think to me, it's a lack of what would be considered street smarts. Know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Like, street smarts is what you need to survive in life. Book smarts, you can take it or leave it. You feel me?
Would you agree, Matthew, that maybe common sense is a little too uncommon in general society these days?
That's definitely true.
Okay, we agree on something.
Some book smarts is good, you know. If you've got a book of edible plants or something like that, that's some good book smarts to have.
I get you, but here's the thing, too. To be able to properly apply it, you need to be, just kind of at a certain level in your thinking. Otherwise, you could have the book of plants, if you don't know how to look at them, you don't know how to recognize them. That's what I'm talking about. It's like a natural intuitive that can't be taught, but it can be refined.
Yeah, that's the difference between wisdom and intelligence. If you're just
Right.
merely intelligent, you know things, but wisdom is putting it into practice.
And that's what I'm saying. It's unwise to think that the Earth is a globe, I guess. Yeah, it is that bad. It is that backwards and wrong. So, anyway.
It's all good, Matthew. You spent a lot of time here and you've been civil as far as I've listened. So if you want to believe you're on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, then that's you, man.
Yeah, like you're one of the only ones I'll let have it, right? I'll be like, well,
Don't worry about me. I appreciate that, but yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, cheers. Let's have some dinner. Like, whatever, dude. I don't care what you believe. And you're like the only one.
Yeah, I'd go grab a beer with you.
And it's not because I don't love you. It's just weird. You're the number one guy that I've come across in this that, like I said, doesn't get heated. Everyone gets to a point, right? Everyone's got a threshold. You seem to keep it pretty cool though, and you never stray. So there's something to be said about that. And yeah, that's all I got.
Yep, you're always on point telling the globe story. I haven't caught you anything atrocious, I don't think. But anyway. Enough
Matthew.
about Matthew. Go ahead.
I was going to ask Matthew a question. Are we done with Matthew?
No, go ahead.
I'm happy to answer a question, but we're ready to move on. Sure.
Cool. I was just going to ask, what's your favorite either style, type, or brand of beer?
I kind of like the Mexican ones. I'm in Southern California, so Dos Equis, Pacifico,
Modelo,
even Corona. I know it's kind of a cheap beer, but put a little lime in there. It's good.
Gotcha.
You can't say that on here. We can't talk about that. I'm just kidding.
I mean, water. I like Diet Coke is what I meant to say. My bad.
Oh, so lime's been the cure the whole time? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm just playing. Little lime and salt. I get you. Pacifico's a good one, man. I if I'm drinking a Mexican beer, Pacifico, or Latino beer.
I'll turn you guys on to some. Go ahead.
Do you really use Latinx?
No, I don't. In fact, I think that it's a perfect example of a bunch of white people who understand nothing about Spanish.
I agree.
Trying to say, wait, Latino, gendered, what? You have gendered language? No, we can't have this. It's Latinx from now on.
Okay, so this is when I was heavy into drinking. This was my favorite beer because it's very strong and it's very tasty. It was the strongest, tastiest beer that I could find. Hang on. Well, they make beers. They do other stuff too. I'll just give you the website, and they're from Chicago. It's called Goose Island. These guys,
yeah.
It's just amazing shit.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Goose Island for sure.
Yeah, and they're all over I mean, if you go to most grocery stores, especially in the South, you'll see a lot of Goose Island, especially Midwest, because it's Chicago. But anyway, yeah, I'm not in the business of recommending alcohols, but that was my favorite. Yeah. Be careful, though. Whiskey, they're aged in whiskey barrels, a lot of them, and that just makes them stronger. Like, even if the alcohol content isn't any higher because of that, for some reason the body recognizes it as something that it's got to process. So, you're a little bit more, but it's yeah.
Yep. I got about 30 or so of the Bourbon County.
Yep, there you
Bourbon
go.
County brand stouts.
Those are the ones.
Yeah.
I just posted
30, Jesus, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, some of them are the adjunct flavors, and then
Actually, what it would be for me is I've got about 29 empty bottles, and I'm working on. Wait, go ahead.
Matthew.
That is kind of funny.
Yep,
It looked like Tiger Piss, though. What are you drinking?
Funny how that beer's level on top.
Yeah.
It's just
no
not
problem.
sticking to that ball, is it?
Shit, the ball's floating in it, right? What?
The bubbles are curved?
That might be the actual photo that they just removed the beer and put a black background and gave you the photo you posted previously. I think that's the same one. Cloud pattern looks the same.
Would the globe float in beer or not? That's what I want to know from the Globers.
The globe wouldn't, but Saturn would.
Oh, yeah, well, it'd be like an absinthe concoction, right? The Saturn thing, because you could pour over it and the rings would stop the whole thing from going in.
That may be some of the best globe proof I've seen in a while, I think.
Yeah.
Y'all talking about favorite beers. Of course, I'm an old man. I haven't drank in like 20 years, honestly. But if I go back to my college days, I remember pounding away a case of Blatz. Does anybody remember Blatz?
Is that the brand, Blacks?
Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z.
Oh, B-L-A-T-T''S?
No.
Yeah, I heard of it. I never had any.
Yeah.
Blatz. What part of the country?
Southern.
Oh, okay.
I think it was brewed in Georgia somewhere.
Yeah, I remember Blatz. Hang on.
We used to drink a lot of hams because it was the cheapest stuff we could get.
Yeah, I know about hams too.
On a spring break trip, me and 3 other guys put away 2 cases of Blatz one night. We all woke up, passed out on the beach, and everything was peaceful and quiet. You hear the waves rippling against the shore, and then you hear this splat. And then like 5 seconds later, this guy next to me, his name's Ernie. He sits up and he's got bird shit running down his face. He's like, a big gunny bird just shit on my head. And he chugged the beer and laid back down. That's my spring break story. Hope you enjoyed it.
Dude, all I'm finding is restaurants named Blatz. I can't find the... Hold on, I will. Oh, there it is. There's one I got.
Oh, Dave, the shit that happens on spring break.
Yeah.
It wasn't spelled the way I said. It's spelled B-L-A-T-Z. Hang on.
That was the story I could tell on here, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have 0 spring break stories.
Me too. Dave, there you go. Livestream voice text.
That's it, man.
That's the stuff there.
Used to pound
and look, the
those
triangle.
one after another.
No big deal. No big Illuminati deal.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah. And what'd you guys put a triangle on your logo? It just looked good. Yeah. You're gonna go with that, huh?
Frilly part of the B just happens to kind of, cut through at the top there. Make a little pyramid on top.
Yeah.
Triangle with the eye and a snake and a couple things. It
like a
looks
little
cool.
cheek for the eye to sit on.
Yep. No big deal, though. It's just all coincidence. It just looked good, guys. I don't know what y'all conspiracy has, Can you guys even leave the house without thinking everything's a conspiracy? Jeez.
The Z and the B, the way that they are made out, it's a 33 right there. I can see it. Where's Russian
I see
vids?
the 3. Yep. Where's
Where's
Russian Vince to take it out? Yep.
What's the
You see the
etymology
33 right
on
there?
that?
It's so blatant. It's totally obvious.
What's the
Yeah, the B and the Z both are threes. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that until you said it.
Yep.
Somebody put that shit into a gematria calculator. What do we pull out? Where's Russian Vids?
Oh man.
Remember Natty Ice?
Yep.
Oh yeah, used to buy a lot of that. Actually, when I first moved to Florida, and I was broke because it was the cheapest beer with the highest alcohol content.
Yep.
How about the generic beer they had that was in the yellow can? Remember that shit?
Oh yeah.
I was too young to drink beer at the time, but I remember it.
Well, and it was like the younger we were in my crew, the more afraid of hard liquor we were because we didn't want to overdo it. But we would drink the shit out of beers. Just probably way more beer alcohol than what it would have been if we were, hitting the bottle. Lots more.
Oh yeah, and in Missouri they sold 30 packs back in the day, as well as 40s. But
Well,
30
the
packs.
whole idea of beer was to make sure that you pee enough that you have to stop drinking for at least a few minutes to go piss.
Oh right, yeah. Just take a beer in there, shit.
And in so, you'd be sober enough to come back to the bar and have another one, I guess. I don't know.
So
I
yeah,
used to go ahead, bud.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, we would pick up quite a few what we call dirty 30s of Nat Light and Miller High Life were probably the two most consumed out of the dirty 30s.
Oh, the champagne and beers. You can't get enough of that shit, buddy. In the bottles. Oof. Miller High Life.
Lou's drinking one right now.
That's cool. Yeah. You know what? Those were pretty tasty. Decently tasty. The Miller High Life.
Just admit it. No beer tastes good. If you didn't have
none of it.
Would you still drink it? That's what I got.
You're right. You're right. None of it tastes good. But some of it is like, oh, I see what they were trying to do there. Yeah, I'll have one of these.
Well, I always thought the best kind of beer was as clear as possible and as little as flavor as possible, and the most amount of alcohol that you can get and keep that in I don't know what I was saying. You know what I mean?
What, Zima?
Put a gummy bear. Put a Jolly Rancher in it.
Zima.
That stuff makes you sick, bro.
You know what I didn't see much of in the Zoolander movie that I thought that they would be making fun of it is Zima.
I drank Zima for a while, but it was like, I don't know, maybe a case or two, and then I got old.
Oh, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
It's like pounding soda all night. Like, I can't do that.
Yeah, you end up with a headache and like the shakes and shit by the morning.
Dude, I used to go to parties and see guys with like a case of Four Loko carrying it around. Just like, oh my God, dude.
That was a little past my prime that came out.
Yeah, well, it depends on the party. I toured the country a lot. And I'm almost 40 now.
Glatt. Goose Island.
Yeah, Goose Island, man. That's the stuff. That's the nuts. But you don't want to drink it all night. You'll get sick. You want to have whatever you're going to drink throughout the night, and then end the night with a nice Goose Island in a glass that you've let breathe for a while.
I went to a Wrigley baseball game, and they bring you beers,
Right.
I only went there once, but I'm like, just every inning, dude, bring me a beer. And
you can just put your hand up, snap,
no.
and then they're right there.
Just bring it, because I'm here. I heard this place is a bar, and I'm gonna. Sometimes the baseball game breaks out.
I don't even like baseball, but I'm here, fella. Keep them coming.
Yeah, if they just make the beer at baseball parks like half price, or like way less than it was in a bar, then you get the baseball field would be full every year. I mean, think about it, all the season ticket sales they'd have.
Also, I do like baseball because I'm not a psychopath. But yeah, that's
Baseball's boring, dude. It's fun to play, but it's boring to watch.
No, but that's why he's talking about the beers, because that makes it a lot more fun.
Oh, it was
You play
hilarious.
basketball, you're the man. I'll give you that. But
Yeah.
watching basketball is just not. It's not entertaining to me. I don't know why. It's just, and the fact that they fake the sounds of their shoes is just bad enough.
No way. The shoes are the
screeching
screeches.
sounds that you hear in the background are fake.
No,
Man.
I'm
Oh,
not
no.
fake. I've sat on
No
the
way,
floor.
because it corresponds
Look
with
it
the
up,
damn
bro.
shoes in the floor. There's no
Look
way.
it up, bro. It just happens to you, I guess. Because I've sat and watched it many a times and slowed it down even, and they do not match up. Sometimes you'll hear all the screeching, and they're not moving at all. They're all standing there looking at each other. And I'm like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me? And I asked my wife. She goes, well, yeah, duh. And I'm like, you're kidding me. I didn't know that. I've watched many a basketball games and never noticed that it didn't match up.
You've been watching too many YouTube videos, Rookie.
Yeah, man. Everything's fake. Come on.
Not everything, but
No, everything. Even like food
well,
that I eat.
according to the video
it's
I
fake.
saw earlier today, it was like 3 or 4 hours. According to that, there's people who can see in the future and see things from remote places. So technically, they can guess the scores of anything.
Huh. Someone today was
That's only
talking
if you
about.
believe in that story.
Someone today was talking about that. Maybe it was you. Someone said about cell phones how they don't need to remote view anymore if they ever did to try to spy on people, because there's at least 5-6 cameras in everybody's life constantly. Just here they are.
And TV screens and computer screens and all kinds of things that are full of cameras that you're not even aware of.
Like if they have to remote view, it's like does that stuff even exist? Like, whoa.
I don't know. I thought it was bullshit too, but I mean, I don't know. I read some articles and some news stuff, and it's actually a thing. I guess. I don't know.
I don't know, man. See, that's the thing. Again, with curvature, I can go out and look. I can go to the thing and look at the thing.
Stuff, but I don't believe it all.
That's how I prove stuff. Is I go look at the thing, I touch the thing, I feel the thing, I experience the thing. Get your mind out of the gutter. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, if you don't touch
I've never even come close to like someone who said they, knew about remote viewing and stuff, I don't know.
I don't know about it. Like I said, I just watched the video.
So like flat Earth is right outside your door, but stuff like remote viewing and Mandela effect really only exists on the internet. Kinda. You know what I mean?
It's all Mandela effect.
Don't
the
summon
biggest
Blue.
Mandela effect is the Mandela effect.
Somebody stops time and goes back and changes shit. I really do think it's easier than that.
Who cares, man? I saw the Sinbad movie. Get over it.
You did.
I did. I saw it. Okay, I watched it as a kid.
Maybe Sinbad hated the movie so much he actually paid. He gave
See,
up all his money.
this is why. This is why they just want us to start arguing about it. That's all it is.
I'm not arguing. I'm trying to agree with you.
Oh, got it. Okay, I got to turn you up.
Present that remark. You can't hear me because I don't have my headset on. I'm sorry. But
I just turned you up, and now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you think of that Bourbon County? Glad.
Woo-wee! That's the nice stuff too. That's like what is it, like $30 a one of those? 20?
I don't know. Yeah, I exchange beer all the time, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the nuts right there. That's the cream of the crop.
Let's see. Is there anybody in here that really likes me a lot?
Me. I like you, Rookie, a lot.
I like you, Rookie.
Thank you. I like to hear that.
Cool. Yeah, man.
I don't like the lag.
That's it, huh? You got two. 2 out of how many years in here? That's not bad, I guess, when you consider.
You know what?
Most people won't know me at all.
Fuck everybody else, okay? It's just you and me.
That's right. I can't even take that fucking shit seriously. I try so hard to play that on people, but I always start laughing in the middle of it. I can't hold.
It's tough. It's I had to do it for a long time, and the problem is I do it so well. It's like people think I'm gay if I do it a lot. They're just like, man, how are you not somehow gay on the inside because you do that voice so?
Well, I get accused of being gay, I think, because I flirt with everybody. Like I'll flirt with. I mean, I don't flirt with men like sexually, but you know what I'm saying. I'll say stuff and I'll get their goat and I'll talk to them and get them in a conversation. Most people are afraid to do that with even men or women. They're afraid of it, and I do it openly, and they're like, "Dude, something's wrong with you." And it's like, okay, if you say so, you know, like.
You know what that's called?
Easy.
That's
you
called
just
being.
gotta think.
You got to think what? Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, empathetic.
I was just going to say it's called being personable. Oh, and whatever happened to
Can I
goodness?
Can I talk to Don Pettit? Is he around?
Chugga chugga.
You want the retarded? I mean, excuse me, the slow version.
And I too watched Saturday Night Live when I was in college.
Dave, we're out of Pepe, Dave. We need more Pepe.
And I too would say to myself, I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And doggone it, it's real good engineering.
Almost perfect.
And it's
real good engineering.
His 2019
Put the
Corvette.
tinge on the a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I don't do Pettit very often. I just somehow I'm able to.
Yeah, just I'd like to hear him once in a while. Makes me laugh.
Yeah. And that is exactly what you think it is.
We can laugh about it.
You got that impression nail glazed. That's pretty good.
He has to be gay, right?
I have to put my tongue in a certain spot so that I can sound like.
Otherwise, my tongue gets stuck to the roof of my mouth.
Otherwise, my tongue gets stuck to the peanut butter. Anyway,
it keeps cutting it on the two front teeth there.
Well, it's like next to the two front teeth to the right, and then I create an air pocket there that pushes it out and sounds like this.
Let me check. Does that sound better? No.
Yeah, like if you practice it, you get it. It's not hard to do. I mean, he's fucking putting on an act while he's doing it. So, you know.
He's biting his tongue in the side.
Yeah. That's funny.
That's a good tip. Thank you, Sean. You're a good engineer.
That's what she said.
See, now anybody can do it. It's just you gotta just whatever that is.
You said just a tip.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, everybody make a wish real quick. Everybody make a wish. It's 11:11.
It's only 12.
It's not 4:20 where I'm at.
It's 12:11.
12:11 here, yeah.
It's 9:11 here, so I don't know what you guys are talking
about.
9:11 here?
He's going to get the server shut down.
Oh, no. I mean 7-11.
There was 19 guys with bar cutters and official stories.
That part-time job I had at 7-Eleven, yeah.
What was that, Dave?
What was the other name of that other convenience store? Circle K or whatever it was?
Circle K, yeah.
Yeah, remember that?
We're talking about... Your mic's working,
yeah.
Dave. Go ahead.
We're just talking over each other today.
Go ahead, fellas. Yeah, I'll bow out so y'all can get it a little better.
The official story, so we're going to get the server shut down. 9/11 was 19 guys with bar cutters. And everything else the official story said. We all agree, right?
It's really good engineering.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's why box cutters are illegal, right?
Yep.
What I want to know what happened with box cutter control.
I don't know.
Come on, somebody's got to think that's funny. Come on, right? Come on. That was pretty.
I don't know what happened to it.
Fine. Okay, I see how it is. I'll remember this. Next time one of you fuckers sings, and you're drunk or something, I'm gonna have a feel.
Fucking
bro, we can't be rumpus laughing all the time. It's all laughing behind the scenes. All right.
Yeah.
Why can't we have fun? Why can't we have fun and do what we do at the same time? Is there?
We're all laughing on the inside, rookie.
No, we can do it the fun way, man. We can have fun, and it's how we did it at Ponchos, man.
Maybe I'm just a weirdo. I'm sorry. You know what? I find it hard to take it all seriously when it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Don't you agree?
It's absurd.
Yeah, it's so absurd that it's like you have to laugh at it because it's like, what else do you do?
You can get people to believe in an absurdity. You can, just do about anything you want, I guess. Huh?
Well, let's see. I guess if I made up a really good story about aliens, I probably could convince some people with it. But the flat Earth thing is real difficult. I think it's because those two words were like put in everyone's mind.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
weaponized words. They weaponized flat Earth for sure, 100%.
Well, that nice means stupid or ignorant. That changed everything.
Yeah.
Like, so many things got taken from me again. It's like I thought when Santa and all that got taken away and it was over, and I dropped out of school, and I thought, you know what, I'm safe now. They're not going to be lying to me and telling me all this bullshit anymore. But I found out I was wrong, and I realized, you mean they lied to me about everything? It wasn't just about George Washington and Lincoln not telling a lie? Wow.
Dude, so many things. So many. Like, what? No.
When I believe that the true story was they all grew marijuana or hemp, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
And they didn't grow cherries at all. So just saying.
Made their own whiskey. Grew hemp. Let's see here. The Constitution of the United States is written on hemp paper. You betcha.
You know, there's only one signer of the Declaration of Independence.
Say what?
Only one person signed it. All the other people witnessed.
Correct. Witnesses, but there's signatures.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a nice little trick question, huh?
I'm a direct descendant of one of them.
Damn. How's that feel? What's that
well,
like?
Good for you.
It feels fantastic.
Doesn't it? You got something on me. You go, boy.
That's the answer, baby. Now, what's it like?
See what I did there?
Pretty middle class and suburban, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be related to some king in England, man. I don't know. Whatever. I live in a middle class neighborhood. You know, it used to be blue collar, but they've blown it up to some executive bullshit. And, you know.
Dude, I'm related to two, like, huge celebrities. Everybody's heard of them. One's Adam and the other's Eve.
Big celebrities. Big time.
Celebrities, yeah. I would say those are your mommy and daddy.
Dude, I hate it when people name drop like that all the time. I mean, I was just talking the other day with a Steven Spielberg, and he hates it.
What the hell? You just triggered somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Dude, Matthew coming in hot with a heater.
He had a joke going, man.
How long you been in here and you just now start talking?
He just got a joke going. Name droppers. You were talking to Steven Spielberg and what?
Oh, do you want me to repeat it? I was saying, I hate it when people drop names like that. In fact, I was just talking with Steven Spielberg, and he hates it too.
See? Even Spielberg hates it. Damn.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's funny. I like that. That's almost as funny as my jokes, but not quite.
Not quite. Not quite up there with Rookie. Come on.
I'm the only one that can make a dumb joke funny.
Getting close to that late hour. I'm not quite, going to get really stupid here, but.
Well, yeah, it's easier in a room full of drunk people or people on whatever, having a good time.
Yeah, like I said, I come in here late night usually and just have a laugh mostly and call it, midnight. I'm out of here. But no, I got a little early start tonight, so. But you guys want to hit some serious conversations, man? I'm all down. We can do some math or something fun.
Well, no, I'm sorry if I'm holding up the conversation.
But
yeah, if there's somebody new that I missed, I don't see anybody.
Wants to ask you something like.
I don't know why.
Hey, Matthew.
I'm just kidding, Matthew.
Globebuster needs a mathematician.
Yeah, there you go.
He was saying it. If you go back and listen to his last live stream from Sunday, he's like, we should hire a mathematician and check out these numbers, blah, blah. I don't know what he wanted to, but.
Huh. That sounds interesting. I wonder what type of stuff he's trying to calculate.
So maybe shoot him an email, man. Just say, hey, man, I'll run the numbers for you, bro.
Got it. Okay.
What you got?
Yeah, you can be raking in some more of that flat Earth money.
I think Matthew would do it for free. Is my point. I don't think Bob has to hire anybody. think Matthew could run his numbers for him straight away, man.
Every man has a price.
But if he wants to, charge him $100 or something, cool. I'm not gonna be pissed.
What if he pays you in Pacifico, Matthew?
He might pay you in some kind of crypto, though.
Yeah, crypto's better.
Crypto. I think he has crypto. He can lay you some crypto. Definitely. That'd be good. Cool. So, Matthew, we're going to try to do Oceanside Pier to Catalina. Observation.
Oh, yeah? That's cool.
Yeah. I'll let you know, man. We got to do it on a super clear day, man. So
yeah, that's the thing. You gotta make
it's going to be like one of those last minute Saturdays. Or like, today's the day. We got to go. But we missed a lot of the early clear days, like in January, February. After rainstorms, it's really good out here. Like a day after a rainstorm and the sun comes out, it's like, whoa, you can see really far. But anyway, try and put that together maybe this summer or something.
Yeah, and probably mornings would be best because the sun is coming from behind you towards Catalina.
Yeah, that could be good. So we might have to do a little camping or something, spend the night. But it's got to be like, we got to know the visibility ranges, estimations or something. I'm not a meteorologist or anything, but you might know one or two. You can tell us when to go.
With atmospheric conditions and things like miraging, Fata Morgana, things like that, a lot of it has to do with the angle, right, between the sun and how it's hitting the water or the atmosphere and where you're located.
Sometimes if there's clouds, like, low, medium height clouds, and they blocks the sun a little bit, and it's kind of broken up with sunshine and clouds. It's beautiful, man. That can get you can start seeing really cool, really far. But it's so fascinating, man. The observations we can make. These are not experiments, just observations. So, but
you know anybody that has infrared around that area?
I do. I got one guy has infrared P900.
Nice. Hit up Tolan.
He moved.
Oh, I thought he was like in Malibu or something.
Yeah, he moved to like. I don't know where he moved, man. He said he just had to move. I was like, out of state. I was like, well, damn. So yeah, he's somewhere else right now.
Did we already ask Lucky Dancer if she was wanting to talk, or is that the lady we were talking to earlier?
I think about 13 times. She hasn't opened her mic.
My bad. I was just checking because I was finally looking at the damn list, and I thought
no, all good, man.
Crystal, hold on, man. You guys.
Yeah, Crystal's here. What's up, Crystal?
On my live stream last week, hung out for a while, played some music.
Not much. Kind of have a headache, so I'm just gonna stay on the down low.
Cool, man. I just wanted to say hi. I just noticed you were here.
Yeah, thought I'd tune in for a little bit before bed.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we're just weird like that. We just can't help it. We just have to pick on anybody we don't know or we don't know well. Sorry.
Oh, Matthew's here.
Nothing against you. Yeah, but Matthew, we're used to. He's here all the time.
No, he's not.
Is he?
Yeah, damn near every day. I think I've seen him in here just about every day. Usually in the evening.
I've seen him here a lot. I'll give
so. Matthew, what's your deal? You said you're a Glober, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's my
100% Glober.
100%?
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Not 99%?
Nope. 100. I don't know.
Wait, who's talking? Him or you guys?
I'm talking for him, but no.
Well, I want to hear what Matthew has to say.
I mean, it's hard to distinguish between 99.9 and 100. So I don't know. I suppose I wouldn't be 100% sure of anything, but
yeah, I guess that's a good answer.
That's a great answer.
Except math. I know for 100% sure that if you multiply two even numbers, the answer is even.
That's right. Guaranteed.
Matthew, are you
And guess what? When you multiply two odd numbers, you get even two.
You get even what? You get even two? Is that what you said? It cut out.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
If you add them, not multiply.
Right.
I'm an artist,
Mr.
so
Smarty Pants.
I don't need math.
Smarty pants.
Fine. So I can be wrong too, you know.
No, you can't.
Wait, did Matthew? No, okay, he didn't leave. Matthew,
He'll say goodbye proper.
I just want to know: are you like? I don't really care, but are you a Glober because you're stubborn, or is it because like?
Can I answer for it?
No, guys, come on.
Wait, what's the second choice? I haven't heard the second choice yet.
I think there's 3. So are you a Glober because you're stubborn, or are you Glober because it pays well, or are you a flat earther but secretly trying to hold back because you cannot face the truth?
All of the above.
Well, I want to know. Like, I want to know, like, your honest thought.
Me, pick me.
I think it's because there's. I think
You guys
the
are
evidence
bad.
points that way. I don't know if I'm stubborn. I mean, I suppose there's some stubbornness to that too.
Yeah, but what makes you not come to the other side? What's stopping you? Your job, or is it?
No, I just can't believe it. I mean, look at all the stuff, and I'm like, nah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's not just belief, right? It's facts and like your observations, right? Like, is there anything that made you go, huh, that is peculiar? Like,
Well, okay, so I understand that a lot of what people say is look at all these problems with the globe, but I end up doing the same thing with look at all the problems with
exactly.
if the Earth is
Flat
flat,
Earth.
and so I
Yep.
can't like switch.
okay, name a problem because I want to know. I want to know the problem.
The moon stays the same all night long.
Who said it was
the
a
full
problem?
moon stays the night all night long.
Wait, I can't hear him. Hold on. The moon stays the same?
The full moon stays the same size in the sky, the same apparent size all night long.
What's wrong with that?
It's on a horizon.
That means it's not changing distance.
It's changing size. I mean, it's way huge on the horizon. So.
Yeah, but can't you say the same for the sun? Like it could work on both.
It's just easier to see with the moon. That's why I use that as an example.
Okay. Number 2. What's number 2?
The sun stays the same size. No, GPS works in the middle of the ocean. Satellite TV has been working. You know those big old satellite dishes
Wait,
from the 80s?
GPS what?
GPS works in the middle of the ocean.
And like, I don't understand how that keeps you on the globe side. I'm just wondering, like, what does that mean?
It's a piece of evidence that the globe side has an answer for, but I don't think the flat Earth answer.
Oh, we got an answer right there in the chat.
But I want to know, like, okay, Matthew, imagine I'm, I don't know, like, just learning this for the first time, like, and you're trying to tell me, like, don't even think of me as a flat earther. I just want to know. I'm trying to understand you, like, where you're coming from.
Okay.
So explain to me what you mean.
Yes. So we know that GPS receivers work in the middle of the ocean, a long ways away from any cell phone tower or buoy, ocean buoy, or any other transmission thing on the surface of the Earth.
So what tower? You said a tower is giving you a signal, or a buoy?
I'm saying in the middle of the ocean, they still work a long ways away from any of these. The globe Earth says, oh, well, that's easy because there's satellites up there in space. The flat Earth doesn't have a sufficient answer, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what satellites and like what if they're on, like, I don't know, some kind of, what's it called? The balloon thing. Like, can you believe it could be on a balloon? Or can you believe it could be under water and on the ocean floor?
I suppose you could make an argument for those things. I just don't find.
Yeah, because the ocean
credible.
floor thing's true. Have you seen that?
What, where radio signals go through water?
Radio signals. Didn't you mean GPS?
Yeah, GPS works by receiving radio signals from somewhere.
Undersea cables. Am I off there?
It's just radio. That's it.
Well, part of the electromagnetic spectrum, not like the good old oldies on AM radio 780 or whatever.
Okay. All right. Well, now what's number 3? What's number 3 that's keeping you, or what's a
secret flat
4,
earther.
5, 6?
Oh well, so I guess part B of number 2 would be that those big old satellite dishes that people had in the 80s that pointed up to the sky, those worked. But number 3 would be pictures from space. I find them to be credible, and weather satellites accurately predict
Pictures
the
of
weather coming.
space? What do you mean?
Oh, pictures from space of the whole Earth. Weather satellites, for
What
example.
ones?
Weather satellites used to predict storms that are coming over the horizon.
Yeah, but can't that work on flat Earth? Or is this
I don't see
is this a
how.
both argument thing?
For all of these things, it's like, okay, let's look at the evidence and see which explains the evidence better.
Great answer. Which one explains it better? Hey, man.
Yeah, I'm not into this idea of proving. Like, I don't think proof one way or another, like knock down, drag out.
So your whole thing is just
Well, dude, you guys had
belief.
500 years ahead of us of fucking figuring this shit out. And it's like,
So Matthew, you could care less about the proof and evidence. You only care about the belief. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, there's a whole nother discussion about the use of those words specifically, but I usually characterize it as, hey, let's look at the evidence and see what fits the evidence best. That's how I describe it.
Matthew, did you know that weather balloons were called satellites?
Echo 1 and Echo 2. Have you ever looked at those, Matthew?
So how do you keep a balloon in the exact same spot all the time to broadcast satellite TV?
Well,
tethering, electrostatic tethering.
I'll get back to the balloon thing here real quick.
What is that?
So, kind of in the same way that spiders can send up silk, and then they can control the charge that is on that. It
come we don't
allows
have
them
that?
to rise and fall based on the amount of charge that they generate within that silk.
Yeah, and then they rise up to the tropopause, and the tropopause essentially has no winds, and so it just stays there.
Right.
You guys, okay, this is reminding me of something I saw last year. Okay, so my friend and I, we were sun gazing on the beach, and we saw, I kid you not, it looked like a hot air balloon passing the sun while we were watching it. It was a black silhouette.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'm thinking that's probably what it was. It's gotta be, because it was slow moving, and it wasn't a bird.
If you go on my channel, I have the balloon passing in front of the moon.
Oh, that would be cool. I want to see that, because maybe if I see it, I could verify if that's what I saw.
Yeah, it looks
Crystal,
exactly.
were you
Sorry?
around for the Space Force guy talking about geostationary satellites? Did you hear that conversation at all?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
No.
I'm scatterbrained today.
She's got a headache. Take it easy on her.
So he was saying that he works with think about this, geostationary satellites. And in some way, they're matching the spin or the reverse spin or something like that. And instead of moving with the spin, guess what? They don't move at all.
Well, wait, now the idea.
Okay, that makes no sense.
Geostationary satellite is that it's 25,000 miles out, and it just circles the Earth in one spot. Isn't that right?
Oh wait, you're Flat Earth dude, the guy that was on that podcast. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you? Yeah, that's why
I have to find your channel again. Hold on, I want to see that moon thing. So,
Matthew, you're a math professor. Can you do the math on how fast the geostationary satellite must be moving when it's
well, it's 25,000 miles away from Earth, which is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. So I'm gonna just take a wild shot at this because I'm just simple piano tuner, and say that it's moving at 25,000 miles an hour.
That's a convenient way to do it. So it would be the ratio, just like the Earth is about 4,000 miles from the center of the Earth. So divide by 4,000, multiply by 25,000, and that'd be about right. So geostationary satellites are moving, but they just happen to be moving the exact same pace as the Earth beneath.
Right. But they're moving at, I think 25,000 as I recall, but it's been about 5 years since I looked at that.
This balloon. I
You
don't
know,
know, dude. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, 100%. I mean, it is what it is, man. I caught it.
But it looks too much like...
It looks like the Up balloons from the movie Up.
But listen, it looks like a kid lost their balloon and it's just traveling in a like a certain perspective.
Like a basket thing hanging underneath of it, right?
No, I don't see anything. It's just, it looks like a balloon and a string. Here, let me check again.
It's definitely got like some kind of cargo it's carrying, something.
No, it doesn't. It just looks like some kid lost their balloon. I mean, I'll have to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Go through that with someone. See.
Hey, whatever, man.
Maybe you see something I don't.
Maybe. You know, you got a headache. You check it out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. It's true.
I don't want to. Yeah, just don't look into it too much. It's nothing.
All right.
It's nothing special, believe me.
The one I saw though, it looked like it was carrying cargo or something. It looked like the balloon and then like a square. I wish I recorded it. That would have been awesome.
Was it like close to sunset or sunrise?
Oh, it was sunset. Yeah, we're sun gazing. It was like 30 minutes before.
That's cool.
It was trippy.
Well, yeah, there's things definitely floating in front of the sun and the moon, man.
Yeah.
My buddy got the ISS going across the sun.
Well, then that would make sense that you would be able to get a signal out in water.
Yeah, he did it.
To some degree, I think. Like if there was a storm during, I don't know, it'd probably like throw everything out of haywire.
Well, I love
maybe
on things that we can. You know, none of us have never been to space. None of us has ever been high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, and that's a fact. And if there is something, man, great. There's only been like 600 people who supposedly ever went to space.
600?
Yeah, that's including the
monkeys.
That's including the cocks that just went up to like 100,000 feet, and they're like, "Hey, we're in space." Like, no, you're not in space.
If you go by
like
the
it would count if they sent animals.
If you go by their new definition of space, no one's ever been there. They say now the moon is even in the Earth's atmosphere, right?
Yep, that's correct. We got to go with the new 2018 update. 2019. Yeah, we got 2019 new information. The moon is in our atmosphere. What? I remember that day so well. It came across my news feed, and I'm like, get out of town.
Hey, Matthew. You know that
He was taking a phone call.
Yeah, I'm back. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. Perfect timing. You know that is that the heliocentric model where like it's like a corkscrew spinning into space?
That's correct.
Do you believe that, Matthew? Do you or do you think that's what's happening?
I think that's happening from a certain frame of reference. It is sort of a weird way of looking at it, though.
But do you think we're like fixed in one spot and we're rotating, or do you believe that we're moving constantly and everything is rotating around the sun as well as us?
I would say the sun is the center of the solar system, and we're rotating around the sun.
Yeah, but are we moving while we're rotating around the sun, or are we stationary?
We're stationary from the perspective of the sun, but we're moving with respect to the center of the galaxy. So, yeah.
That one's hard to prove, Matthew.
Yeah.
That one, that's a doozy there, as we call it in math class.
But it's not the one I'm talking about where it looks like it's a torpedo moving and then everything is trying to catch up.
Yeah, that's the one we're talking about.
That's what Matthew thinks is going on, or no?
From the perspective of the center of the
Can someone show that what I'm talking about? The one that David West shows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've spoken with David Weiss. He had me on a show once.
Oh, David Weiss. Oops. Oh, you did?
Yeah, he has a lot of videos lined up. He's pretty good, pretty fast with all.
Yeah,
his
what did you
sources.
think of that? Was that your first time talking about it?
No, I had seen some of his stuff before, so I've seen that video.
Oh, okay. Did you reach out to him?
Or
did someone say, "Hey, check him out"?
No, somebody said, "Hey, would you be willing to talk to this guy?" And so we set it up.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that right there. See this?
Yes, I've seen this.
Do you think that's happening?
I think it's sort of not a very helpful way of looking at it. It's happening from the perspective of the center of the galaxy, but nobody uses that as a frame of reference. So yes, kind of is my answer.
Kind of? Or do you believe that's happening, where we're just...
That's happening. But
this clockwork kind of thing?
They are both the same kind of thing. It's just that the camera is moving in one the images and not in the other image.
Well, what I mean is this one, the second one looks like it's just like nothing's moving with it, like through the stars or the galaxy. Whereas the top one, it looks like it's literally like no different than a comet or like a missile.
Right.
So which one are you more leaning towards?
The top one.
Top one? But I can't see that because every time I look into the sky, I always see the Little Dipper and Big Dipper. Why is that if we're moving constantly?
Because we're not moving much with respect to how far away those stars are. But they do have proper motion, so they do move.
But every day.
Yeah,
every
you gotta
day.
wait. You gotta wait centuries.
But this doesn't look like it's centuries. This looks like it's what, 24 hours? Like what? How fast is this going?
24 hours, sir.
Which one? The top one or the bottom one?
The top one. I'm not talking about the bottom one anymore, since we know where you're at.
Yeah, we're up top.
Oh, the top one it's like sped up like 3 or 4 years.
This is sped up?
Yes.
You think is that 3 years? I don't know. I never asked. It might be 3 years.
So okay. Sorry, it's sped up, but how fast is it looking? Like, is it per day, or is this?
It looks like the whole animation takes place over the space of 2 or 3 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Maybe 3?
Yeah, I mean, you see the Earth going around the sun. 1, 2. It looks like about 2.5 or 3. Yeah, 3 years.
I still can't. Like, it's been how long? How old am I? 32. I've never seen the stars change.
Yeah, you'd have to be 2 or 3 centuries.
Well, why is that? No,
They
I
don't
can't.
move much.
This can't be century. Like, it can't be like. It can't be the same like that. It just makes no sense.
Just ask him how he measured the distance to the stars for his claim.
Bad boy. Damn.
Same constellations through all history.
Ain't that bitch? That's a son of a...
So why didn't they use Polaris as the North Star 2,000 years ago?
Is that true? I felt like they did.
No, they didn't. It wasn't at the North Pole 2,000 years ago.
So they say.
Okay, when was it discovered? Should I look that up real quick?
I mean, we've been able to use it in the 17 and 1800s and beyond, but so it doesn't move much, but it does move. So it wasn't at the North Pole exactly, 2,000 years ago.
Did the moon do the same thing 2,000 years ago?
Well, when was the compass made? I feel like the compass...
Okay, I just posted in the chat the proper motion of Polaris, the North Pole, and it moves, the North Star. The right ascension moves about 200 milliarc seconds per year. So yeah, you're not going to notice anything
over
moving? The course of a lifetime. That's right.
Well, we can't.
I don't know. Is it?
Not much, but
I mean, they take pictures and then wait decades and take more pictures and do very careful movements, and it is moving.
So how many million arc seconds was it off 2,000 years ago from where it is now?
198 times 2,000, whatever that is.
So it had a very, very, very small circular pattern to it?
Yes, in fact, it still does because it's not exactly the north. I mean, it's not exactly at the top of the zenith.
Well, the funny thing, Matthew, I had a friend that did some time lapses of Polaris at different times of the year, like spring, summer, fall, winter, and it does make a complete circle in 1 year. It's the craziest thing, man. But it's really slow, man. It's amazing. Anyway,
Yeah, I can't see it being different stars every century. It's like saying all the clouds are different, which of course they are, but like the stars can't be? I don't get it.
well, that's why we're still here.
Well, I mean, if you go outside and look at the tree in your front yard today and then go look at it tomorrow.
But that's like literally within touch. Like I could actually reach that.
I know. So if you look at it today, look at it tomorrow, would you say your tree is growing or not?
Would you say what?
That the
Tree's
tree
growing?
is
I
growing.
mean like no, oh, you mean like the movement thing again? The Polaris?
Yeah, I'm using an analogy of a tree growing. If you look
But
at
I'm
it
talking
yesterday-
about the stars being different.
Yes, and I'm using an analogy.
Depends on the growth rate of the tree.
Like it makes sense with the tree when you're talking about Polaris, because Polaris is something we could technically somewhat reach and look at and measure.
I look at the trees outside of my yard all the time and go, man, that thing really grew. I'd never have done that with the stars.
Not
Yeah,
once.
you do that because you've seen the tree and you remember what it looked like a few months ago or a few years ago. But if you were just like a mayfly that lives 2 days and dies, you might think that trees don't grow.
Yeah, but like there's still differences when it comes to your tree, even if it's minor, whereas the stars staying the same. Sure, they're probably somewhat shifting if Polaris is moving and everything's moving along with it. But it just
Well, a mayfly would also
don't know.
see a parking lot and think it doesn't grow, and guess what? It doesn't. So
No, that's a good point. Exactly.
Yeah.
I kind of get the tree thing, but it's close and I could touch it. Whereas the stars, they don't feel far to me, even though they probably are. But it can't be so far that we see the same thing over and over and over and over while I'm here and
Alpha Centauri.
like thousands of years.
The closest star, 26 trillion miles away.
26 trillion.
We even need to.
But how do you
talk
see that? It's trillion. Bro, I can't even read a sign down the street. How do you see a star?
It's gigantically enormous. That's what they tell you, Chris.
And if you say telescope, just stop right there, because it's still, you wouldn't be able to see it still. Like that's far. Like Matthew, please tell me you don't think that.
So you say we wouldn't be able to see it. I say we would be able to see it. How are we going to decide between the two?
26 trillion miles. Come on, man.
Trillion.
Step into the
It's got to be closer.
Step into reality for 1 second, man. 26 trillion miles. Okay, that's the closest one, man. That's the closest. That's our closest neighbor, bro. Come on, lights. You know how lights work. Stand under your street light and walk away from it for 3-4 miles to see how it looks. You won't see it.
Yeah, I just
use your headlights.
Yeah.
Turn your headlights on your car and walk 3 miles and see what you see.
yeah, that's why they have to have space as a vacuum for those distances. But if it isn't, then those aren't going to work at all.
No,
or whatever they call space. If it's not the vacuum,
man, where you can check out this shit, I mean, it's not going to work. But it's the vastness of nothingness that the light propagates through. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Anyway, just little things that add up. We call them preponderance of evidences, man. We got to add this stuff up, and it's kind of like a math puzzle.
Yeah, I added it up the math puzzle at 49 past the hour.
Okay, guys, what's the flat Earth measurement of how far the stars are? Does anyone know, or has it been?
The closest one's 26 trillion.
For flat Earth?
It's 4.2 light years. Something
No.
like that. That's the closest.
So it's no different. So it's no different.
Something that was 1 billion light years away.
No, I don't think you'll find a flat earther in this room who really makes a claim about that.
Okay.
No, but that's what they tell us, man. I'm just saying what they tell us. It's not what.
Yeah, I know.
I don't believe that shit. But that's what they
We
tell us.
don't know. Next question.
I just saw some Hubble picture. They took some. It was like, I thought that it was like 18 light years away or some shit. I'm like, wait a minute, man. Isn't the whole universe away? I remember it was like 13 billion light years or something. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of big numbers. A lot of big numbers, Matthew. And you're good at numbers, so we're going to refer to you from time to time on the big numbers because we can handle the small ones.
Like for me, I feel like the sky's like a blanket. Like the stars that rotate around us. It just it feels like a sheet, like the cloak, like a cloak draping, and then there's like little stars punctured into it. And we don't even know what the stars are really. Like it could be any type of shape. But when you like see how far it is and like blur your eyes a little,
ever know what
it looks like that. Yeah.
None of us are going there to really check it out. And that, that's reality. I like reality because it works.
Yeah. It's nice to hear what Matthew thinks because
It is.
I actually really
big Matthew fan.
start to think about it. Like
I like to keep him here
because I don't think he's entirely wrong all the time, but like
oh, thank you.
Like there's something there.
Of course he's not. Nobody's entirely wrong all the time, but nobody's entirely right all the time either. So
Yeah.
That's just the way life is.
Well, I just wanted to say that just in case. Like I don't want to make it seem like
no, I appreciate that.
All right, cool.
And Crystal, did you ever do trigonometry in school? I don't know if you got that far.
Trigonometry. I'm an artist, so I don't even know what that is, and I can't even guess. Is it something to do with a camera?
Measurement of triangles. So never mind. I posted QE posted a triangle on his website.
Yeah, no, I'm not really big on that stuff. Like I should be. But I mean, I've used rulers.
Matthew, what do you think of the Pythagorean theorem, man? What do you like?
I think it's true.
Yeah, it's dead on, right?
Right. What do you think of QE's triangle that I posted?
QE's triangle, what?
The triangle that he posted on his website about how sextants work.
I haven't checked that out, man. Is that what you just
dropped?
dropped?
It's the one I just posted.
Okay. I'll check it out. Let me click on it. Angles of elevation formulas. Is that it?
Yes, that one.
Daggers into spinning space monkeys. Oh, how dare!
No, I'm saying that sextants. You see the angle to a star, and then you can tell the distance.
Object. Yeah, got it. Horizon line as X. We got Z and Y. Got it. All right.
So the object is the star.
Yep.
And if you want to find X, you want to find out how far away you are from the point that's directly under the star.
Totally,
that's how sextants work, right?
Got it.
So there is a measurement.
Yeah. But my point is that in order to do that, you would have to know why.
Why? What's the why question?
The height, the height of the star above the ground.
Oh.
Right.
So you asked about the height of stars above the ground.
So
You'd have to know it in order to use the
let's say we were pointing at Polaris,
right
above the ground, and where I'm at, it comes in a degree, and they tell us it's a certain amount of miles away, but I can't. But I can definitely get with the degree. I can't. If y is miles, 300 and whatever, 433 light years away was the last number I checked for Polaris. I don't know how many trillions that is, but it's a lot. But
yeah, look at this.
We need to know
Sure.
why is that 33 or is Z 33? Which one's 33?
Well,
where we live.
On the globe Earth, they wouldn't use that triangle at all. They'd use something different.
What?
The triangle, QE's triangle, is how it would work on a flat Earth, not the globe.
Right. How would it work on curved?
I wouldn't say that's QE's triangle. That's like laws of triangles.
Right, yeah. But he posted this particular JPEG or whatever, right?
No, I know. And one of the things I hear a lot is, wait, how would this work on a globe Earth? And I'm sort of turning that around and say, well, wait a minute. How does QE's illustration, how does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, we know it works. It's not a complicated thing. It definitely works. That we know. But that's
the sextant gives you two data points, and then you do have to calculate from there.
It gives you one. It gives you the angle.
Well,
right?
Gives
no,
you
you haven't looked at the sextant. There's two data points. It's something that It has to do with degrees of arc or something like that.
Right.
And then the other is the angle.
I love the angle thing, man. I totally get it. That one's easy. A horizontal line. It's pretty self-evident.
But to be honest, it gives you nautical miles, which I believe are kind of rough when it comes to accuracy.
Right. Yeah.
But either way, rough enough to find where you're going.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once you start seeing the land, you go, oh, shit, let's head over that way, man. You don't have to be that close. You can be, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles out and go, oh, shit, looks like it's over there, boys. Coming about. Here we go. Heave 2, man. If anybody knows what Heave 2 actually is, man.
I forgot one important thing. You do have to have the time, which is based on, I guess, the sun. I don't know.
I believe it is.
Yo, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
New Perspective just sent me the video I think you meant.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that was exactly what we saw.
Okay. Cool. Wow.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw that, but with the sun, not the moon.
Yeah, man, it was just one of those things I caught in my backyard. I was just videotaping the moon that night, and
yeah. Wait, it looks like there's two balloons.
Looks like 3 balloons actually.
What?
It looks like the up.
Oh, that's so crazy.
It's like the up a house.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the up house to me, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, hilarious.
You're right. Yeah. That's so weird. And look, how far do you think that is though?
Those are the beautiful questions. That keeps us
because that makes me believe the moon is freaking massive.
No, I don't know, man. I think it's small and close, but
No, I mean, like, I know it's close to some degree, but like, just how you're zooming in on that, or I don't know if it's you, but
happened to catch it, and I'm like, "What the heck is that?" And I started zooming in, and
yeah, I swear that's what we saw.
lucky, man, just lucky. I mean, I spent hundreds of hours out there videotaping the moon, and I'm like, one day, man, I got to catch something cool, and I did. And
Oh man, it was like the perfect timing.
lucky, it was just lucky, or not lucky.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say luck had much to do with it. It's just motivation to go out and do it, because it's a pain in the ass. Set up your camera. You gotta, every 27 minutes, I gotta reset the camera.
Yeah, it sounds painful.
It's just like, once you start it, and it's tracking the moon, that's cool. Hopefully, I'll catch something.
Yeah, you did.
A lot of transit.
Well
man.
done.
I've caught some other transits as well. I mean, got a few transits. And that's, it's just observations. There's no definitive anything there, but other than just adds to the preponderance of evidence.
Super helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish I caught it with the sun, though. I probably wouldn't have picked up, but it would have been so cool.
Yeah, he would need a filter, maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I videotaped a lot of sunsets, or if it's like, getting close to the horizon, yeah, you can zoom in on it and get a lot of detail.
Yeah, and it went right past it. Like, we were looking dead on it, and then, like, it wasn't just, like, above or below, like, kind of just missed the sun. No, it was, like, directly in the middle. And I'm like, holy crap. But yeah, thanks for sending that.
Yeah, I didn't send it.
Both of you.
I shot it.
Yeah.
I thought you found my channel and had the right video. Yeah.
I saw two, I guess. Like, the first one I saw was, I guess, the newest one.
Mm.
And it looked just like a normal balloon, like with a string.
Okay.
But that one was different.
I'm here to help, have fun.
Yeah.
I like digging into things with Matthew, or any one of you guys, man.
Yeah.
Glad.
What do you guys think the moon is? You think it's a real object or just some sort of weird projection?
Dude, I was looking at it tonight. I don't know if you were out tonight this evening, man. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I saw it for a little bit. Yeah.
You could see the rest of the object.
Yeah, you can.
You can. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You could see the what they call the new moon coming in, and
especially if you use binoculars or even if you have a telescope.
But I've looked at it so many times. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. It's there. I don't.
I think it's like a.
But you can see all the dark spots.
Some kind of projection. I don't know, like a lens.
Is it a big capacitor? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, to me,
it confuses me though.
It acts a lot like a capacitor because the way it charges.
It's part of why Earth has endless energy and magnetic fields and all these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the system.
Mm.
Sun, the moon, the rest of it. The salt water.
It seems like a positive, negative thing, or
we are definitely an electrostatic environment, man. I can prove that shit right here in my shop.
Energy.
I can go out front and stick some shit probes in the dirt and get a reading on my electric meter. Like, hello.
Do you guys think we're supposed to figure this stuff out, or do you think we're supposed to just have a limit?
No, I think they figured it out a long time.
You think they did, and then they're keeping it still?
Suppressed. Yeah.
Okay. Because I still think we might not know everything, even.
I mean, you look at. I don't know. I want to say the word Tartaria because that's what explains. It's like saying flat Earth. Same thing. It explains what I'm talking about.
Sometimes I think it's something that we should just. I don't know, like trust in God, like.
Yeah,
like only He knows what the world is like, and we should just. I'm not saying we should stop learning, but what I mean is, I think we're not going to get the answers all the time.
Yeah. You're totally right. You're here to live. You're not here to ponder what can't be known.
Yeah, but I want to know.
That's
you will someday.
The creator Like some things are not our purview to know, and since we are within creation, we can't really understand how all that works from the outside.
Yeah, it's too. I don't know. I feel like we're almost there, I think, but we're only kind of scratching the surface because you could get too far into it and then make yourself go crazy.
Yeah, I think
And I'm at that.
Believe that, Crystal.
Sorry?
I mean, I'm gone. Talking from experience here, I've seen some things that were like, whoa, man, that's wicked. But just as far as where we live and what is happening above our heads, and you know, it's one of the greatest things you can dig your heels into and just say, hey, man, I
Yeah.
want to know more about it. And it's like, damn.
I'm cool enough with
But
the knowledge about us being in some kind of glass dome or snow globe kind of thing.
Sure,
I'm
man.
fine with that.
I mean, there's something holding the pressure in. I don't know what it is.
I want to know more about the ice wall, though, but I'm sure all of you do too.
Well, seen a lot of video, seen a lot of pictures. Never been there. Man, looks cool.
I just want to know the truth, like what's going on over there. I want, like, okay, you guys remember that Area 51 meme where
Which one?
a bunch of geeks wanted to like storm Area 51? I think it was like 2019, summer 2019.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I wish everyone did that. I wish the entire population
Me and my
went and actually did. I think that would have been awesome.
We were calling bullshit. This is some kind of weird distraction or something.
Maybe, but it would have been cool if like everyone did. What would they have done?
Any military bases in America, you're gonna lose. These motherfuckers.
Yeah, but like,
no, nobody's.
That could be a bluff, and it would have been wicked to see. I don't know, like maybe it's not a good idea, but I wish they could do that with Antarctica.
I think they distracted us with that bullshit, and then they brought in the Coco 19, man. It's like, oh shit,
Nah.
we were looking at this crap. We should have been looking at. Oh damn, we missed it. Some people.
I mean, maybe, but I can't see these idiots knowing memes and like being successful at that.
Yeah,
because creation is like the best.
These cocks got the most craziest AI algorithms that you could ever think of, and
But that's creativity. Like sure you could argue, well, the guy made the art for NASA, but like I just think that's beyond them. Like I don't want to assume, but I just think like they're not worried about they don't have a good sense of humor.
no,
In my opinion.
I think you're generalizing too much because you gotta think about the masses of people who work for the sociopaths. There's a bunch of creative people who are creating a bunch of stuff because they believe in it, because they have been made to believe in it.
But do you think they'd be good enough to like pull that off?
Fuck yeah.
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 I guess. I mean, look at the Oscars. That was a shit show, so maybe. And then like they do like these like stupid phallic images just to see what they get away with. So
Oh my goodness. You have no idea how deep. I don't want to take you down that, Crystal. Don't go there. Just stick with flat earth and where you live. Yeah. Those
was it like the dark web kind of stuff?
Yeah, you don't want to go there.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. you're believe me, flat earth is like 100 times ahead of all that shit, man.
Oh yeah, I think that's like
Yeah.
what's it called?
Been cheated out of where you live. You're like, oh shit. What else did they cheated us out?
Yeah, that's like
oh my goodness.
That's the start of it.
Fucking bastard.
Like 9/11 has nothing on that.
Nothing. Not even close. And that's
No.
why, you know, flat Earth.
But sometimes people would just stay there. They'd be like, okay, cool. Like there's corruption, but that's it. Like it goes way beyond that.
1992, man, I was like, the corruption has gone wild, and it's beyond any kind of thing now that I can even imagine. In 1992,
Yeah.
and
I love the steps.
corrupt. Oh my God, these corrupt bastards! Everywhere.
Yeah.
And they
Did you guys kind of have the same step where like first you were like, I don't know, like not happy with your life or something, and then you kind of want to look for answers, then you wanted to eat healthy, and then you look up YouTube videos on politics, and you watch Ben Shapiro or Joe Rogan, and then you moved on to Owen Benjamin, and like that's like the start, and then you keep climbing to better and better.
I'm a bit older than you. My progression was a little different, but
True. I guess that's more of the millennial journey or the Zoomer.
Zoomers, man. You
Rest in
Zoomers.
peace, Jordan Maxwell.
Jordan Maxwell, rest in peace. Total boomer. Cheers, brother. Yeah, man, there's been, you know, Jordan Maxwell and Alan Watts and Frank Sontag. And I hit all these people, man. I would stay up late night, Sunday nights from like midnight to 5 a.m, listening to this guy. He had this 5-hour show with no commercials. It was like he would just interview people and talk about.
I remember hearing Alan Watts.
Alan Watts is amazing. He's a philosopher from the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Tons of shit on him. Just talking about, well, if you're in love with, you know, I would fall asleep listening to him, man. There was a radio station out here in Los Angeles that played him.
Yeah. A lot of lo-fi and vaporwave uses his voice now.
Before the internet. And now you can just type in, you know, Alan Watts on YouTube, man. You can listen.
Do you think he'd be a flat earther?
Yeah, I no doubt. Man, I would just love to have gotten to ask him that one question, you know, where we live.
Is he still alive? No, he's not, right?
He died in the 70s, I think.
Oh shit.
Yeah. But no, it's like that's my journey. I went through a lot of different things looking at.
What was the start of it though? Like what made you go, man?
There was a couple of things, man. I kind of hit at the same time, man. One was the Waco.
The what?
Waco.
Waco.
Waco, Texas. David Koresh, Branch Davidians.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was like the government. These are some peaceful Jesus pumping people, man. They came in there blazing. They could have gotten David Koresh on the street walking his dog, man. I mean, they had to come in with all these guns and shit. Mob, and they burned a bunch of children. It was like a fucking nightmare. Lasted like 30 days or something. I don't know. But that was happening at the same time I was learning about the money system and how it works.
Yeah.
Fiat currency. My buddy was explaining it to me, man, and I was like, oh man, that's brutal. But it was kind of like those two things kind of hit me all at the same time. And it just started me waking up to like, hey man, we might have been lied.
There might be more to this.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, you know. And then Flat Earth came, and I'm like, oh fuck.
Weren't we all?
20 years later, I'm like, oh fuck, man, fuckers. Yeah, they had me.
Wait, when did you discover that? Like, when did you?
2005, whatever. 15.
2005?
15.
Oh, 2015. Could you imagine someone learning about it in 2005, though? I'm sure there have been.
I met a few people that have that they kind of knew it. I have some suspicions that a guy I knew I worked with, he used to drop all this philosophy shit on me.
Yeah, these truth bombs.
Yeah, like truth bombs. Hey, you want to make money? Buy and sell money. Just leave. And I'd be like, what the fuck does that mean, man? Buy and sell money. What the fuck do you mean? But so I had to kind of research it myself, And,
Yeah.
But I know, thinking back, man, I think the guy's dead because I've been trying to get hold of him for a couple years.
Oh no.
But I want to call him up and say, dude, man, Earth's flat, bitch. And like,
He'd be like, I know.
tell me, man, you cock. Yeah, I was going to yell at him. I knew he knew, man. But, I can just laugh about it now and say, I knew he knew, but he couldn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's part of some secret club or something. Fuck, I don't know. But he did give me, if you want to make money, buy and sell money. Like, it made me laugh. I'm like, how the fuck do you buy and sell money, man? How does that work? That was like 1980 something, man. He told me that gem.
Mm-hmm.
But then I watched this video about some ex-banker and said, hey, man, if you really want to get into some deep banking stuff, man, it's a dark, dark territory, man. And it was like a mainstream video that was on YouTube. And this ex-banker was saying, hey, man, it's not what you think it is. It's dark, man. Oh.
Yeah, I'm hoping I don't ever
Yeah, you don't want to
go too far.
I'm going to steer you away from that if I can, man. Just,
Sure.
You don't
Thanks.
need to get there. That's good, man. You can
I already worry enough. I don't need more.
be in the pocket with flat Earth, and you're not gonna hurt yourself. You're not gonna hurt anybody else, man. Tell them it's flat. I mean, that's a fact. By the way,
yeah.
If they've got any evidence for any kind of spinning globe thing, man, yeah, bring it. Because I know there's enough cats around here, man. I'd love to talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a fun place to be. Flat Earth is fun.
Do you think it's like worth? I mean, this is probably an obvious answer. Like, it's probably going to be yes, but like sometimes I wonder, is it worth putting all this stuff out there to the point that you're going to become a target?
No, I'm never worried about being a target with flat Earth. I'm nobody. There are other people that much more high profile than all of us. Believe me.
Yeah.
We're just a small little crew on the corner of the world, man, that want to talk about where we live, and we're not. There's no way that you can. They're looking at us. I mean, they're trying to censor us. They're like, yeah, let those. We're reaching what? There's 27 people in the YouTube live stream. I mean, 27, really? I mean, they're worried about 27 people watching some live stream.
No, of course not. We're like ants to them.
We could talk about fucking vaccines or whatever. They ain't gonna give a shit, I promise you. But
yeah,
to be safe, on the safe side, I don't want Helios channel going down because I've spread, some medical misinformation or something. That. But at the same time, man, I think we could talk about whatever we want around here, and most people do, man. There's conversation changes from flat Earth to whatever. Waco. We could talk about Waco. Not too many people know about it, but
yeah, it's like in the past.
He's gonna come in here and go, shut that channel down. No, that's not gonna happen.
No.
So far down the line.
I mean, sometimes you'll just come on one day and it disappears without notice.
Yeah. So yeah, we're being censored, but it's not. We're not being completely, what do they call it, blackballed or blacklisted or something.
Mm-hmm.
We're still around. You can find us. I try to. If I'm gonna leave a comment on a flat Earth video or something, I'll usually put the link to, Discord and YouTube channel. Just throw it in there. Doesn't hurt. You know,
Yeah.
come here and say, hey, how'd you find us? I was like, I was in I was looking at some comments on a flat Earth video, and it was just in there. And I'm thinking, could have been mine. I don't know.
Yeah, it's smart actually.
You know, just leave a link.
I can't remember how I found this Discord, to be honest. It was probably David's app, the David
Yeah,
West guy.
Weiss. Yeah,
Weiss. I always say his name wrong.
deep inside the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Say.
True.
He's an interesting presenter. He's out there promoting. I'm not going to knock him down, man. He's promoting.
Mm-hmm.
Other people might knock him down for whatever. His full-time job now is flat Earth, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But he's done it through an app. I've known David for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I met him in person. I know exactly what he's made of.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a truther that figured out how to make money at doing it. And you know, there's better at it, there's worse at it, but he's good at it. He's damn good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it wasn't for him, like, I wouldn't know majority of.
But he's really good promoting flat Earth.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what I know now.
Yeah.
Him and who else?
Did you ever watch Glowbusters?
No. Has Matthew?
He's gone.
Oh, he left.
He
He didn't even say goodbye.
I know. He totally cucked out.
Wow. I'll have to ask him next time.
No, he knows. I've actually met Matthew in person as well.
Cool.
Twice.
Sounds like he would have a good time.
Yeah, man. I love that he brings the information from the other side to us. Says this is what they're telling us. And
Well, it's good, yeah, because I almost forget what it was like to think that way, and I do think that there's some things about the globe that, sure, it might be like wrong or it might not be accurate, but
it's been sold and it's been kind of verified. And
yeah, I think there's something there.
It's just whatever.
It's like they're working with a model that they know, but they're trying to make it. It's a different way to spin it. Yep. Because Earth spins.
They're spinning it, man. Spinning it.
Oh crap! It's 1 a.m. Oh crap! It's 1 a.m.
What I was going to say about Matthew this evening, man, when you were asking him those questions,
and
it came to your secret flat earther.
He's got to be. It makes no sense why he keeps coming back here.
You had paused for a second, and I said, and you're like, the last question is, and are you a secret flat earther? And I heard him go,
he's got to be.
Laughed. And I just want you guys to take note of that little laugh. And
we have to get Karma to study that.
Go back and check it on the YouTube live stream, man. He giggled, and
he knows it's flat. He cannot admit it because his job is flat.
That motherfucker knows.
Yeah,
and he's here to
he
help.
knows.
He's here to help us, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm putting my gold fucking status here on.
That's what I'm thinking, and I'm only been here for less than a week.
Like a week, right? Maybe.
Don't forget he's a Christian.
Yes. And
he is cool.
And I want you to go back and listen because I caught it when he laughed when I asked him that. I go like, "You're a secret flat earther," and he laughed. And I know I caught him, man.
Yeah, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's just my
go back and listen.
suspicion.
Yeah, this is by the way, this is 2338
2,338th. Yeah, Miguel.
that this channel's done. 2,338, man. It's an impressive number of live streams, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for doing that, man. Thank you, Helio. And anybody.
Oh, that means loser. Oops, ignore that, Miguel. I thought that meant like this.
Everybody else.
Are you heading out?
No.
No problem. I used to use that. I didn't know it was me. It was me. It was
I
mean
didn't
to loser.
Yeah, where's the this one?
The thumbs up.
Yeah, I'll have to change that. Sorry, what were you saying, Flat Earth dude?
I don't know what I was saying, man. I'm more like just, having fun.
There we go.
Making Matthew say, are you a secret flat earther? And he laughed. And that was funny, man. I'm not going to read into it, but
yeah, same.
But I appreciate him coming in here and giving the globe side's perspective. It's such a calm.
Yeah, I really need that.
Calm and not accusatory manner.
Yeah.
In such a nice way, and he's
cool.
pro at it, man. And I'll give him that. Because I've seen other Globers come in here, man, and just try to rip ass and roar. And they, and most of you guys are like, get rid of this cock, I'm like, okay. But he's helping us out. I appreciate it. Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, man. Like, it's almost like trying to be terrible when you're talented at something. It's like, I don't know, like let's say you're riding a bike and you're trying to go back to being terrible at riding a bike and falling, but you just can't because you just know it now.
Yeah.
And it's like that with him. Like, I can't go back to that. I can't imagine or think that way anymore. Like I almost forget how to think like I used to. And so Matthew kind of gives us that perspective that we forgot, or at least me, I forgot.
And he,
because my mom, I guess she helps too. Like the stuff she says, I'm thinking, wow, I was that retarded too. Like, it's just, yeah.
But I listen to this channel, I don't know, quite a few hours every day, and you get people coming in here and you're like, damn, that's the same retard shit I would have said.
Yeah.
7 years ago. Hey man, it's gravity, totally, man. Come on. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Which gravity there, Kenny?
Hey, flat Earth dude, your mic's kind of low.
Is that better?
Whoa. I have to turn you down now.
You turn me down. Okay, I'll back it up. There we go.
Yeah.
You can defend your beliefs so hard, man. And I love these cocks that come in here and try to defend their beliefs.
I've never seen it yet.
So fun, man. You got to listen like during the day, especially.
I heard the coin Earth. That was funny.
Coin Earth.
But I guess that was just a joke. It was like April 1st, so. Was it April 1st on Friday?
Yeah. No, wait. You and I?
No, like when I was at ladies' night. I think it was the 1st.
Yeah, it was Friday.
Yeah. And Olive's roommate was
coming
in.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll be there again. I hope.
I love ladies' night.
Of course you do.
Well, I love that these guys come in and try to manhandle you you girls.
Really? That happens?
Oh yeah, these Globers, they come in by the drove sometimes. And they just get handed their dicks.
Whoa.
And it's so fun. It's so fun. You guys should tune in.
Yeah, I'm sure it gets really hot and spicy.
No, it doesn't. None doesn't do that. But it's here's your balls, globe head. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
I
Keep your balls out of this.
I say hi to my friend from down under. He's in here.
Oh, an Australian?
T Wood. What's up, baby? Wazzle.
T Wood.
Hey, going?
Oh, cool.
Am I fucking this up or what, man?
No.
How's
you know how to
Australia?
do that. Yeah, it's great.
It's down.
Is it?
It's not only great, it's amazing. No, it's
good.
You got a kind of a weirdo for PM, man. All right.
What?
Your prime minister is like a cock, right? He talks, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Don't get me started. Right.
Yeah. Don't go there. No.
I mean, it's just like Canada.
Yeah. Same in Canada, same here in America. Oh my goodness. I mean,
I guess it's
He
everywhere.
actually tried to stand up for, like, he
Look at those
kind
cocks
of
in
stood
the
up
UK, man.
publicly and said, back off and all that, but nobody listened to him. He doesn't have control over his fucking minions.
Oh, good, because it shows the opposite, of course. Like, I have an Australian friend who wanted to go home during,
the
the
lockdown.
last 2 years. Yeah. And she couldn't.
No.
So I thought maybe it's hell there.
Yeah, our states are like separate countries now. It's just crazy.
But it's fine, like, it's not as bad as it sounds.
It's
Like,
seized up.
majority
a bit
don't
now,
care.
so things are relaxed. There's other stuff going on now.
But is it like, are people starting to say, screw this is stupid? Or is everyone still like
Fading
complying?
out. Seems to be fading out, but there's still like that.
Okay, same here.
There's still underlying pressures from
Yeah.
businesses, employers, and that sort of thing. But it seems to be like, that seems to be fading, reducing. It's going to take a bit, but yeah, I think eventually it'll just be forgotten.
Yeah.
But there'll still be that, probably always be that. They've got their foot in the door now, so it'll probably be like a continuing prerequisite for gaining employment or school.
I think this
or
fall
whatever,
is going to be hectic. Yeah.
But businesses are pretty much backed off. Nobody asks questions, and yeah, the
It's
mandates
unfortunate.
relaxed and that sort of thing.
What is this that you sent, Dave? David? I can't remember if it was Dave. Trump declares by 2024, everyone will know the Earth is flat and stationary. Who said that to me before? I think it was one of you guys where you said that they want us to find out about flat Earth eventually.
That's New Perspective said that.
Was it him?
Yep.
That's
it's
funny.
kind of a rollout thing. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting theory.
I wonder if that's true though. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
They would push flat Earth New Age bullshit.
The what?
If they release it to public, they're going to connect New Age bullshit to the flat Earth.
There you go. That's interesting. Yeah, they could do that.
Is this an onion joke though? Like, I don't know what blue. Oh, it's April 1st. Never mind. That would be cool though. Like, I mean, not cool that this dumb fuck is saying it, but cool if everyone did find out by then. Which one wouldn't happen? Everyone would not just know.
They censor YouTube. Everybody's shadow banned.
Yeah.
That exposes them right there.
Yeah.
So they want people to know, except I'm shadow banned on every account on YouTube and Twitter and everything. That's weird. But yeah, that's my.
Wait a second. A second ago, you said, you know, it wouldn't be so cool if this dumb fuck said it. It'd be great if everybody knew. But if this dumb fuck said it, everybody would know.
Well, I just think it's better to come from someone else than controlled opposition. Like I'd rather people find out from someone based than Trump or I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, I was more just making a joke, but yeah, I know what you mean.
It'd be cool though if everyone found out, but I don't want it to be told by this guy.
Well, the point still stands though. I mean, it's kind of hard to find bad publicity for the topic of the Earth being flat.
Everybody I know knows about flat Earth. All my friends, all my family. But guess how many conversions? 0. Guess why? Because they worship money.
Yeah.
Simple. It's over. Just like that.
The thing is that most people aren't even challenged with the idea. That's the real problem here. Not that, people don't have access to the information we have access to. They're not even challenged with the idea. They don't even realize that there's anyone on the Earth that even knows or thinks, whichever word you want to use, that the Earth is flat. That doesn't even cross their mind. And it didn't to me until I was 24.
That is true for some people, but as I've told all my friends, all my family, and yeah, but there is some people, until you get somebody to tell you that information, it could be 31 years, it could be 24, it could be 41, until somebody actually tells you and you're like, whoa, you actually start looking at it. That's why you got to drop the red pills and then see who picks them up.
All right, I gotta head to bed, guys. I'm barely staying awake. Nice chat, though.
Yeah, later.
Hey Lou, if Trump said that the Earth is flat publicly, flat and stationary, would you vote for him to reelect him?
I would say if anybody here votes, they should be stripped of all their roles.
That doesn't sound very open-minded.
Why would you vote for a black snake or a white snake? Or you're a sheep, I'm a sheep. I'm going to vote for the black wolf or the white wolf. Yeah,
the problem is you're being too
change.
vague.
Yeah, I personally don't trust any geopolitician, any country. So to get in that position, you gotta do certain things.
Okay. Why is it weird?
God Seeker. Was that you?
I don't know if it was me. It was me that was talking. Was it you?
Yeah, God Seeker joined. I was trying to see if he was chattable or listening. Yes.
The earth is flat.
Black swan.
I was watching this.
I didn't hear everybody talking. What happened? Dude, I leave for like 10 minutes.
We got tired of being without you.
The whole place turns to shit. I'll tell you. What the hell happened?
Well, Crystal took the floor for an hour or whatever.
Yeah, she's new.
Now there's no one around.
Yeah, my bad.
Damn. I'm like,
Friday Saints is around. Where'd he go?
What about the retard who just took over Twitter 11% or 9%?
Elon Tesla. Elon Tesla. Dude, man.
I wasn't listening.
Fuck,
I'm
where
sure
I
people
live,
were talking about.
I don't know about where
but
you guys live,
never
but where I live, there's fucking hundreds and hundreds of fucking Teslas. I don't know. It freaks me out a little. It's kind of a
I
new
can't wait
world-
until they all blow up.
It's a new world order reality, man. I'm like, oh shit, the Teslas are like all over the fucking place. Fuck, these cucks are taking over, man. Fuck. I heard some guy today bragging about his Tesla. He goes, "Hey, there's no maintenance at all. You just change the tires. We're good." And I thought, I wanted to jump and go, "Hey, man, how much does it cost to change them batteries on that bitch?" It's $38,000. What, motherfuckers?
Well, it'd be more than that when everybody realizes what's in them.
Yeah. Rare earth elements, man. People don't realize what it takes to make those batteries, man. There's so many poisonous, fucking nasty gas shit, fucking processes you got to go through to make those batteries. It's so polluting. It's so bad. And then what do you do with the batteries when they're done? We got a nuclear waste site over here. We can dump them over there in Nevada. Yeah, fuck off, bastards. Fucking. We're always getting tricked, man. It's easy to get tricked. And those guys are getting tricked with those electric cars. They're cool, man. And they're putting like electric Tesla gas stations all over fucking California, man. Like an entire 27 deep fucking charging station on I-5 in the middle of nowhere, dude. Farm country. Out there. You pull off, you pull up, you charge your car. And there's a Disneyland right next to it to entertain you while your fucking car is charging. And you think I'm kidding. I've got pictures on my phone. I would have to transfer them. I guess I could post them maybe. But Tesla, yeah, they're everywhere in California, man. I don't know. Maybe not in Ohio or Louisiana or some shit, but definitely all over California. Tesla. Yeah, he bought 11% of Twitter, whatever that means. I don't know. Does that mean something? Like he's on the board of directors because he owns 11%, right, or something. I don't know. Yeah, I love free speech. You know,
Yeah, some dude quit because he some social justice warrior quit his job because Elon was joining.
That's funny.
Obviously, it's a psyop as usual, and it's all bullshit. But it's funny.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday, man. I was like, yeah, whatever. How's it going to change? Fuck all, man. What's he gonna like uncensor us from YouTube or something? No, you're gonna unblacklist us? No, it's the same people that would say, "Hey, man, that this thing that they just came out with 2 years ago, and then the year ago, and the people are taking it, and yeah, is that bad?" You can't talk about that shit. You can't talk about it.
What I would think is they're trying to like elevate him into the public spotlight. Like he's Tesla, SpaceX, now he's Twitter, now he's gonna be like a banker, or now he's gonna be like he's the smartest
Crypto. Don't forget
guy on earth.
Dogecoin, man.
Yeah.
Don't you forget about no Dogecoin, man. Dogecoin.
So yeah, they're promote Elon Musk as this like he's got some comedic tweets. Like he's so funny, he's so awesome.
Right.
Like even though he's a weirdo,
You guys
he's
are fucking way funnier than that cuck. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Come on. Even when you guys are dead fucking serious talking about refraction.
Yeah.
Are funnier.
This is like the old.
Are funnier than Elon.
No Globers around. When there's no Globers around, you gotta bash the globe and bash Elon and bash these turds. Like I get like, and up to a degree, like you don't go away that much.
Dude, I love to.
Yeah, you gotta like make fun of it for sure.
Gotta make fun of it, man. And we gotta call it out. We're gonna call it out. We're gonna pull the carpet out. We're gonna take a look behind the curtain, and we'll laugh about it at the same time. And just like the old man said, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. He was laughing at the same time. Ooh, he was laughing. I don't know if you guys caught that, but anyway. That's the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. We're in the Wizard of Oz, maybe. I don't know. Could be something like it.
I'm the Wizard of Oz.
Follow the yellow brick road. Come on. Follow the yellow brick road. My favorite song in that whole movie is If I Only Had a Brain. But I love that. If I only had a brain. I love that. That is so apropos, man. If I only had a brain. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Like a physicist student or a college physicist student coming in here and saying gravity is a force, and then we just laugh, but we got to be nice. We got to be nice to him. Which is fine. But like, what? You're in college and you're this high and mighty guy, and you don't even know your own model. That's awesome.
Look in the VC voice text, man. There's a GIF going. I love it, man. Yeah. If I only had a brain, man. It sucks to have a brain, and it sucks to not have one, apparently. It's like, pick your poison, man. You can go through life not having a brain. We're good with that, man. That's okay. But if you want to have a brain and and still laugh about it, that's good. We're here for that too, man. Come on.
Imagine trusting your government. Imagine that. How crazy is that? That's insane. That's insane.
It's totally insane. If I only had a brain.
The one guy on this other server, he's like, "You can't use that as an argument. You can't use me trusting." Like,
Mm-hmm. No, you gotta trust your government, man. Well, the government's not to be trusted, is my personal opinion, and it does not reflect on the. My opinions do not reflect on the content around here, but yeah, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Trusting the government. Wow.
well,
Governments
what is it?
Great fucking track record. Oh my God, they got such a great track record. That proves it
Or
straight away.
imagine being a Glober and losing every debate and getting embarrassed like every second of your life.
Well, there's a lot of them.
One, you got all kinds of stuff. They're just right on about everything.
Well,
or like I was going to say earlier with Matthew Learns, he'll politely double speak on live stream so you can clip it. He's kind of good, but he's
telling
lying.
you,
But
I'm telling you, Mongos, listen up, man. Matthew is here to help us, and he's just bringing the globy. You heard? I go back and listen. I asked him, "Are you a secret flat earther?" And he he laughed. You can hear it, man. I heard it. I heard it, man. I'll bet my life on it. Man.
yeah,
I heard it. And I'm just telling you guys, you know,
don't blow it, man. Shh, quiet.
I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck this up, rookie. I know.
You're gonna fuck everything up, dude. We had everybody convinced.
Matthew,
I'm gonna fuck it up, man.
Created
You're right.
flat earther.
Anyway,
Flat earther.
I hope
Yeah.
he sticks around.
So like Matthew will say stuff and it'll become flat earther on flat earther, and then he leaves.
He ain't going anywhere, man. He's gonna stick with us. He likes us. I asked him one night. I go,
he
"Hey,
leaves the room."
I asked him one night. I go, "Dude, are we awesome or what?" And he goes, "You guys are." And I was like, "Thank you. I know we are.
Oh, yeah,
We are awesome, man.
Yeah,
we
he
are
knows.
awesome, man. The shit we fucking talk about around here, and dissect to the fucking nth fucking degree. We have dissected fucking gravity and fucking light spectrums and shit beyond beyond anything I could have come up with on my own by far, 100%. I mean, and it's amazing to see you guys dissect this this place we live, man. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you. Keep doing it, man. As long as we can, man, because there's going to be a day, man, when this shit gets all shut down and you're not going to assimilate. You can't assimilate with more than 3 people. That's it. Fuck off. They'll do it, man. They'll try to shut us down to 3 people. You might give them the Coco 19 thing, man, because you're talking to them online. And you're spreading potentially information that's not directly qualified by the masters, okay? It's not directly qualified. Do you understand?
And listening to like the top truthers on the earth. So by them listening to us,
yep,
not me particularly, but people, they're learning and they're like, "Holy shit, they know about this. They know about this. Oh, they know about that. Okay, we got a libel." Like, not like it goes through the ranks eventually. Like,
they don't give a fuck.
They're listening and watching. They're trying to change. They're going to change the definition. They're going to change the book. They're going to change Wikipedia. They're going to change dictionaries. They're going to.
Yep. That's called rewriting history.
So they're just listening to and saying, "What do we got to change? What books do we got to burn? What websites do we got to delete?" And then re-educate. So, like, yeah.
Shout out to Brian S in the chat. Shout out to Crosby one. Crosby one. And shout out to Power On sign. Power On. Good to see you guys out there in the YouTube chat. You guys shout out the YouTube chat occasionally, man. Shout them out. Nashville is interesting, Brian S. It is interesting. You guys ever been to Nashville? Any cool town, man?
Once.
Yeah, me too. One time, man, for like a weekend. It was cool. Got to see a show at the original Rhine Theater. Beautiful. Oh fuck, beautiful. Anyway, cool place. Anyway, if you like music, man, I'm in the music business. I'm into music things, man. There you go. Lunar eclipse seen by Discover. Yeah. How about that? I saw a solar eclipse 0.17 up in Madras, Oregon. It was interesting, man. It was an interesting phenomenon, no doubt. Most definitely an interesting phenomenon.
She's chat skanking.
Yeah. Discover was wasn't that a satellite that was like 1 million miles away from Earth? Is that the one? Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, fascinating. I got that on my phone, man. I show that to people. Check this out. There's a small problem with that video, man. It's like if Apollo 11 and 17 were real, the picture of the Earth, moon surface would have been much bigger. It could have been. There's a perspective issue that's the problem with that particular video of Discover. Anyway, time lapse. It was a time lapse. Anyway, there's a problem with it because it doesn't look right, man. I showed that to people, man. I'm like, hey, man, what's up with this? And I had regular people in my life, man, just like go, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look. Well, no shit, Sherlock. It doesn't look right. Because if you were on the moon, I mean, the only thing you would see in the sky was the Earth. It would be it, man. You don't see nothing else, man. It wouldn't have been some little snapshot of, there's this little teeny Earth over here. It just looks like the moon. It's perfect. It's amazing. No. It would be fucking, you couldn't see anything else if you were on the moon in that picture. Fuck off. Anybody else, any explanation other than that? Yeah, exactly. There you go, Miguel. Kicking it, man. You guys fucking kick ass. You guys don't know how good you are. You don't know. Damn. I hope, I don't want to blow your cover, but you guys are really good, man. Really, really good. And I hope I want to be in the crew. I want to be in a really, really good crew. But I approach people at a different level, my level. And my level is like, hey, something ain't right, man. Come on, talk to me. I keep it simple. But something's not right. Right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, cool, man. You're good. We're on the right track.
I agree.
Something's not right, and whether it's Tartary or Moon, Earth, or banking.
Why would government slave masters lie to me?
Why? Why would they lie? Government slave masters. Why would they lie? They're such nice people. I met them at parties, and they're good people. Yeah, fuck off. No. There's some other deeper issues thing going on, but simple things, man. We keep it simple. Earth's flat. We're not.
It'd be like
spending.
imagine having such a good life where you're like, why would somebody lie to me? Or like, or they're just. It makes no sense. That question makes no sense.
Northern. One of the things I always throw out back at him is, hey man, if you could lie to the entire population of Earth, your own island, a couple of jets, you got boats, cars, whatever you want. Yeah, you go with that?
Yeah, I usually ask him. It's like, why did you lie the last time you lied? And then they're like scrambled.
My other liar's explanation is like, why would they lie? It's like, why would actors act? Why would actors act? Why would they
for money?
Oh,
for money.
For money. There you go.
Well, I mean, like people do things for money, but that doesn't mean that the government would lie for.
Governments wouldn't lie for money. They don't do, no. It makes no sense. So yeah, that's the one I like to throw at people. Is like, why would actors
never lie to control you and oppress you and tax you and enslave you? That's
how dare you? Just actors would do it out of their own fun, free will, because they want to. No. That's not how it works, boys and girls. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I guess. Well, we should probably, if there was somebody here, you'd focus on the proofs or the lack of proofs. But
well, if somebody was here to talk to us about the place that we live, and the place that we live is flat and stationary. It's non-rotating, and anybody's got any explanation to prove otherwise, let us all know, because we're here 24/7, and we can, look into your claims. I always loved the fact that those motherfuckers out there that are globetards are like, that's their claim. Okay? The one with the claim, and I just ran into this the other day, man. I was in the back seat of my friend's car, and we're cruising down the road. And I said, Disney owns Pornhub. And he went, fuck off. And I went, prove me wrong. And he goes, no. That's not how it works. Like, I can't prove that Disney owns Pornhub, man. I can't fucking do that. I'm not going to do that. But if it's your claim, it says, hey, man, the earth is spinning around the sun.
Did you claim it or did he claim it?
I claimed that Disney owns Pornhub.
Oh, okay,
and he told me straight away, man, this guy's like his PhD, smartest motherfucker. He goes, that's not how it works, man. You can't. I don't have to prove you wrong.
You can't prove the globe.
Right. So I kind of, I kind of correlated the two, man. I'm like, hey, man, your claim is the globe, man. Right? You can't fucking prove your globe, dude. I know you can't.
Like sticks and shadows.
I've seen thousands of people try, man. Nobody's proved their fucking globe yet, man.
What was his excuse, or what was his proof? Sticks and shadows, or
he didn't have shit, man. He didn't have fuck all, man. He didn't even have that, man. I mean, somebody's. But the guy making the point is, man, the guy making the claim has to bring the proof, and I agree with that, man, 100%. So if you're claiming, and these cucks in the chat, man, I'm always like, it's your proof of claim, man. Bring it. You know, we're here 24/7, man. The link's in the description. Come on in here and show us your proof of claim. Thank you. And that's it, man.
Yeah,
If
the way
Pornhub,
I get
is owned by
is
Disney,
by
man,
saying,
I better have something to back it up. But I mean, I've seen some videos, but yeah, I can't prove that. Yeah, Pornhub is
like
owned
the
by Disney, man.
globe is taught in school, yet they have zero globe proof. They don't know their model, so like
They don't even know it, man. Most of them, but there are some, Mongos out there that know their fucking globe, and we'll stick to it. It's fine. We're here. We're not going to kick you out because oh my God, you're against us. No. Bring it, man. Show us the measurable curvature of said planet. And we're in, man. We're in. You're in. You're in, man. Shut the server down. Bring your measurement of curvature, please. Thank you. Come on, Brian. You got this. Come on, baby. No, Brian.
say that
that doesn't happen.
For the potential fencer, and it's our job to
Robotham. Samuel Robotham.
Not the liars.
Samuel Robotham is in the house. So yeah, man, it's their proof of claim. Man, it's not ours, man. And I just want us to get that one around our heads, man. And those are the cocks that said, hey, you're on a ball, you're spinning, blah, blah, blah. All right, dude. Show me where I can verify that for myself. Where are we going? Yeah, and that's all we're asking. I'm not asking for much. Show me the curve. Show me a little spin. Make me account for the spin when I'm shooting my arrow.
So you actually think the Earth is flat? Wow.
Well, I don't think it. This is something thinking things and, hypothesizing about stuff is one thing. But knowing is a completely different thing, man. It's like, hey, man, I know that if I tune a piano, that I can tune that bitch to A440 or I can A432 or whatever, man. I can do it. Once I get that first note, the rest is fucking magic, man. I can whoop, whoop, tune it. That's knowing. It's not a guess. I don't have to.
Yeah, you put me to sleep already.
But, that's knowing things. It's like I cut the 2x4 at 4 feet, 8. I can, it's knowing.
Yeah.
I drink my beer. It defies gravity, apparently. But that's another explanation down the road, maybe. But now we're here to discover Earth, live in Earth, and know about Earth. And that's the beautiful thing about where we're at, man, is we are in the funnest place in the world to talk about Earth, man. And we learn about Earth, laugh about Earth, love it, we hate it. It's amazing. People in here, they come in here and go, hey, man, it's gravity refraction and it's the inverse square fraction of the law of the thing that proved that the spin with the guy that had a thesis that said, hey, man, this is where you live. And we're like, oh, really? Come here. Let's have a chat about that, man. I'm good with chit-chatting about where we live because we live here, man. I can chit chat about where I live. Trees, wind, air pressure, low, high, waves, curvature, atmospheric refraction. Yeah, man, we're in on all of it, bro. And the fact is, man, is that there's no fucking curvature. And as high as you can go up 200,000-300,000 feet, man. Ain't fuck all curvature, man. And ain't that a bitch? No curvature. None. And if there's any direct measurements of curvature, we're here 24/7, 365. Christmas, New Year's, we're here, man. Doesn't matter. Holidays. We don't take fucking holidays, man. That's how dedicated we are. We don't take holidays. We come rolling 365, people. Come on. Bring it. Show us that curvature. I had a guy come in here the other day, man. It's like, dude, I was up in an airplane. I saw the curvature. Really? You got any pictures? Nah, I have to get back to you. Like, oh, shit. I was in an airplane, 35,000 feet. Okay, hey, man, where's that curvature? Oh, there is none. Oh, okay. No curve. 35,000 feet, man. It's pretty high up, man. It's not it's not stratosphere shit, man. It was just only 35,000 feet, but yeah, there's no curve, nothing. I could see like 500-600 miles easy. Jay Tolan, man, he was up at 35,000 feet. Took some beautiful video, man. He could see like 1,200 miles, but I'll give him 1,000 miles. No curvature. Oh shit, ain't that a bitch? Sorry, Globies, man. Sorry, boys and girls, Globie boys and girls. Ain't that a bitch? You're not gonna see curvature anywhere. Just not gonna see it, man. Brian S in the chat. You're not gonna see the curvature. Just want to see it without, my own two eyes. Dude, I was out at the beach I think it was January, late January. Yeah, I was at my friend's house. And I could see 70, 80 miles. I could see easy. It was so clear. And I looked to the left and I looked to the right. Easy 50 miles in both directions. So that's an equivalent of 100 miles left to right. And there was no curvature. None. Zero. In the middle. It should be a hump of water in the middle if I was on a globe spinning basketball. And there was none, zero, zip, nada. Left to right curvature, man. None. And you guys can go out and check this for yourselves. You don't have to believe me. Please don't believe me. Go out. Find yourselves an observation point on a clear day. Left to right. There should be a 7,000 foot hump of water in the middle. And you're not going to see it, man. Even on a shitty day, you're not going to see it. There's no 7,000 foot hump of water in the middle. That would be nice. I don't know if you guys have ever done any mountain hiking, climbing. 7,000 foot elevation is a big time hike, dude. I wouldn't even attempt it, man. I'd be like, no, I'm good. I did a 1,500 foot climb one day, man. About killed me. I was in shape, young, fucking, 7,000 feet. Fuck off. That's going to take like days. I wasn't prepared for that, but 1,500 feet, man. That's like a bitch. That's a serious hike, man. Damn, it's ass kicking hike. 1,500 feet. 7,000 foot, man. Can't imagine. Those guys do it, man. There's some courageous people out there that hump those mountains. Everest, whatever. G2, G4, whatever it is. Mount Whitney. Yeah, I know these cats, man. I met a few of them. They do it, man. They hike up fucking 20,000 feet. What? You hiked up 20,000 feet? Fuck off. That's incredible. Incredible. But yeah, 7,000 foot hump of water in the middle. No, it's not there, man. It's just not there, boys and girls. If you ain't got that figured out, I hope, I hope my little piff helps you. I call it piff.
If you still trust the government in 2022, I might have lost hope for you.
I like that. That rhymes. Boom. Boom. So yeah, we're looking for soldiers.
The guy's like, it's not an argument. Yes, it is. If you trust the government and you're pushing the government narrative, you're a bozo. You're a clown. And yeah, I should say way worse words, but
hey, I could be the total. I think Trump's gonna run in 2020, 2020 fucking 2020 million. Fuck, I don't know when he's gonna run. I think it's gonna be 2037. Trump's gonna win, and it's gonna be great, and we're all gonna live happily ever after. I promise.
yeah, it was good that Trump Israel at the wall and like worshiping the wall wearing his little hat. That was awesome. So
I promise Donald Trump's going to win in 2052 and he's going to be the savior of all mankind. I promise, because it's all about Trump and he's fuck off, man. I'm so over all that bullshit, man. Nobody's coming to fuck all rescue anybody, man. You got to figure this shit out on your own, man. And that's it, man. There's no government's coming to save your ass. Fuck off. That's not going to happen. And
I love to think that your ranting is just spiraling people in the YouTube. I don't know if it's real, but I like to think about it.
Yeah, who knows?
Do people ever hop in?
they
Like,
are.
oh, I'm here, flat Earth, dude. I fucking heard you. I'm here now.
Those guys are addicted to flat Earth. Like it's their life. Or they're paid.
Oh, the anti-flat earthers, man. Yeah, they're paid for sure. They're paid.
Some are
The
paid.
best evidence is cartoons.
Did you hear Mick Toon in the
Vote Globe 2024. Everyone, please vote. That will make it true, definitely.
That's the kind of humor I love right there, man. I love that. That's great. You need to write that shit down because that was ace. That's hilarious, man. Ah, shit.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, man, 28 minutes after the hour, I posted a picture. I just made it up myself. My own
span?
font. I just wanted to ask, does it make sense?
Oh, the span from New York. Hold on. On a globe, the distance from New York to Spain will be shorter underwater than over water. There you go. Of course it would be shorter underwater. Because it's a globe. It's a globe, man. 100%. Yeah. That's a great That's a great observation, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Love that.
I always imagine the curvature of water, and like if I was coming into it on an angle, like how it would look, and how it would be if I would to dive in and go from one end of it to the other, like from New York to Spain. It would be a straight line, wouldn't it? On a curved globe. That's all it is. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. Yeah.
I like that, man. That's a great observation, man. We just got Brian S in the chat in YouTube, and Crow and Power Sign. That's it. That's it. That's all we got.
I used to think the scientists, or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence in it, and I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions, and that was like the last little sliver they had.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions, man.
I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just yeah. But they'll
Yeah,
still
but
say it moves.
you gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they can see. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
yeah, wait
Yeah, but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
You got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon. Then it goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement, it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
I heard
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And then they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, it's just there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, "Why does stuff shrink at a distance?" Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, my car, our house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird that they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those
You want to know that?
big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather. Or my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above the. I'm like 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's kind of self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, you know, meteorologists and all, you know, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or, you know, you read your NOTAM, your Notice to Airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and you know, if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because, you know, the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is.
Yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4-foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I could see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you know, you take that as given. Because, you know, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, you know, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, you know, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, you know, like it's not like a dismissal thing. They wrapped it really nice. Like, you know, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, you know, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure. Like, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. You know, all you need is your mobile phone and your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy or family or atheist or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. So everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically, they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
yeah. Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and like it, my uncle was a professional photographer, and when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. He was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff, and he was kind of like, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, "Oh, what am I looking at?" He said, "Well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake." And at that time, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth T-shirt on, but I said, well, remember that picture you made? Yeah. Man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then.
Hello?
Would you find out, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Alright. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So, like,
Yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like it was a piece of art that he made back then, in the 80s, and back in the 80s you already had that Joshua Newicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it. And it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, "That's CGI. It's fake." It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you, you know, back in the 80s, if you, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, you know, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those, you know.
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No,
They didn't get
no, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it like, you know, never mind. You know, I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because, you know, it's family, and you don't want to, you know, jerk family members all around to get a point across. You know, I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she, you know, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want."
What's your rebuttal to the Mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the Mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages, but besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings, and looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like, in generality, all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no, I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? The experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the.
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there are you guys like investigating this journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, "Whoa, shit! Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity."
What's your backstory?
I just I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12 and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but.
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing because, usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at him like he's retarded or something.
And then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually, they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Globe.
Well, a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry, and you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they like earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from an observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Okay, well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're going to be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal it to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out, because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out deny globe.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth. Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method. So it's on them because they use values that are not verified.
Well,
otherwise you and I could repeat those scientific things, but we cannot, because they do not include the method of observing radius of Earth.
Well, off the top of my head, you can measure the radius of Earth via the sun's relationship, or the purports to the angle of Earth.
No, then you are measuring shadows.
You can use trigonometry to measure.
You cannot use trigonometry or triangulation on a spherical surface, because a spherical surface will not give you a triangle.
Oh yeah, well, it doesn't have to be based off spheres. It can be off time.
Based off what?
This is not a multi-dimensional study. You could do this via just time. That's it.
Yeah. So listen. I'm a carpenter, right? I'm a carpenter, and I want to fix somebody's floor. So I come somebody's home.
Please don't do this.
Listen,
analogies don't help. Seriously, just explain what you need to
listen.
explain.
So I come into somebody's home, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fix your floor now. I'm gonna put my tape measure on the ceiling. Look at your lights at the ceiling, then from this corner, then from that corner, and then I'm gonna measure your floor by looking at your ceiling lights. Would that work?
Okay, look, I don't like analogies because you could literally
So,
twist
so,
anything. Let's just stay away from analogies for now, if we can. I don't know. I'm not in charge.
so looking at the ceiling does not determine the floor, correct?
His point is that if you look at the sky for answers on the surface of Earth, you're looking in the wrong direction.
Oh yeah. How about? So okay,
lasers name.
I
How
need
about
to fully,
lasers?
I need to fully understand the flat Earth concept here. So, do you believe the sun is circling around the Earth at a constant speed?
So name. Let's talk about the surface. How about lasers? Can we use lasers to determine if the Earth is a ball?
There's light doesn't bend through gravity, so it's yes.
Yes, awesome stuff. So when we shoot lasers, 10 miles, 20 miles, 24 miles, 35 miles. There was a laser test done in January. 35 miles across a large piece of train tracks.
Listen, I believe you, but this study needs to be highly controlled. Was it a controlled study? Is there?
It was people shooting a laser over train tracks.
Okay, but where's the study here? Did they have the variables?
It's not a study. It's a test, right? I think Monkey has explained to you how what an experiment is and what a test is, right?
Well, a test is just one factor of the entire scientific method. You can't just
no.
I'd say it's an observation, not a test.
If you do, let's say, a laser test, you could qualify that as a comparative measurement or observational measurement.
No university will ever accept that without the proper controlled environment.
The issue is universities handwave us away without even looking at what we're trying to tell them. We for the past 4 or 5 years,
I believe you.
They have been sent multiple long distance observations with all the scientific requirements of a valid observation, and they don't even look at it. They don't even open it. You know why? Because if they do, they have to repeat the experiment to see the validity of it.
Well, that's a problem that they're not looking at it in the first place. Which then
that is their bias, because they have to, because it's a natural phenomena, and they claim to be in science and thus interested in natural phenomena. That is their bias, not ours. Because we got even professors doing this shit. Professors that, teach spectronomy in universities. We got people in high places of government, in government research for military contractors. We got people from every kind of science you want with the credentials. But they are not heard because the top already knows it's flat. They just give you a globe.
Well, they've got a reputation to protect.
No, they protect their profits, and that's the down payment.
Okay, but reputation is contrary to profit.
Nobody gives a shit about reputation. Have you not seen Biden, Hunter Biden? Do you think Biden gives a shit about his reputation? No, as long as he gets paid, because his reputation as a leader and a father is down the drain from the get-go.
Well, every politician, tenure professor cares about well, I don't know about tenure professors. There's some, it varies, but they care about their reputation unless they're purely. They wouldn't get far if they didn't care about their reputation.
Yeah, they care about their reputation among their peers, so they will not do anything that might discredit their peers.
Yeah, or themselves.
And thus, they will never look at anything flat earthers give them. How much we try to be in accordance to their own rules, they will not look at it. Because once they do, they understand they have to revise all sciences. Everything. Everything goes down the drain.
What you could do is enlist a huge, like a study of all your points, and then send them to a low grade tenured professor, and then have them just review it. Like that could be the minimum, and I'm sure he'll at least look at it. But
yeah, but one professor, that's what has been done. And one professor then does not mean that the other professors are going to listen or going to review what one professor then repeated. Because